Hi everyone, it's Top Romance here. Before watching the video, please take 3 seconds to like the video and subscribe to the channel so I can have more motivation to make more quality videos. Thank you very much and have a nice day. The story begins in a room. Our Nam-Cam is sitting in front of a mirror putting on makeup. Her maid, standing next to her, says, "Miss, you seem different than before." Nam-Cam then asks, "Oh," her maid continues, "you seem more thoughtful with your spending. Your makeup is also more refined. You look much prettier than before." Nam-Cam calmly draws her eyebrows and then continues to apply lipstick, saying, "Tui Bao, your tongue is still as sweet as ever." Nam-Cam thinks to herself, no one knows that half a month ago, after drowning, the soul of Nam-Cam, the legitimate daughter of the Nam family, dispersed. And now, it is I, from the present, who occupies this body. In my past life, I was the wealthy second-generation heir of a corporation, winning against all the demons and ghosts in the family and earning a large fortune. It's a pity that I hadn't yet enjoyed life before I accidentally drowned, unable to take a single penny with me, and so I transmigrated. Now I want to be a pampered young miss, dressed in silks and satins, enjoying life to the fullest. Returning to reality, she says to Tui Bao, "Tui Bao, take the ginseng and give it to Bui Song too." Tui Bao, startled, asks, "Huh? Miss, you want to go see Bui Song too? But today is his wedding." She laughs coldly. "So? That's even better. I can congratulate him in person." She thinks to herself, with money and beauty, what is there to fear? At this moment, the wedding ceremony is taking place in the Bui residence. The officiant announces, bride and groom bow to each other. Suddenly, Nam-Cam walks in and says, "Such a joyous day. Why wasn't I invited to drink the wedding wine?" Tui Bao, holding the gift, walks beside her. Bui Song too is startled upon seeing her. The surrounding guests gossip. Why is Miss Nam here? She must be here to cause trouble. Isn't she here to steal Bui Song too? Upon seeing her, Bui Song too immediately shields his bride and angrily asks, "What are you doing here? Uninvited and shameless." She frowns at the man in front of her, thinking that scumbag and the White Lotus, they were the ones who harmed the original owner. Recalling the original Nam-Cam's memories, Bui Song too had said with a smug laugh, "You willingly gave me your affections, even though I deceived you. Rich and influential, yet you still clung to me. Now I've found my lifelong love. I won't marry a shrew. I won't marry anyone else. Don't even think about using money to humiliate me." The original Nam-Cam cried, saying, "I spared no expense to treat your father's illness. I even asked someone to go to the capital to buy you an official position. So you think that's humiliation? Then return my earrings." She then rushed towards the White Lotus girl, saying, "Give them back. These were left to me by my mother as a betrothal gift." Bui Song too angrily slapped her. "You wretch." Seeing this, she cried out in anguish, "You!" Then she slipped and fell into the lake. Back at the Bui residence, Nam-Cam sighs and then says with a smile, "Of course, I came with blessings. Oh, and I even brought this rare ginseng as a gift. Bui Lang, do you like it?" Tui Bao immediately opens the box after Nam-Cam finishes speaking. He looks at the ginseng and scoffs. "My father has physicians taking care of him. We don't need your concern. I don't need this ginseng. Get out." Nam-Cam retorted, "Since you don't need it, don't regret it later." She thought to herself, "You said not to humiliate you with money. Fine, I'll just use money to smother you." Just then, the door was pushed open again. A servant rushed in and announced, "Young Master Bui, it's bad. The physician has discharged the old master, refusing to treat him any further." Bui Song too immediately asked, What happened to my father?" His servant replied, "He's dying. His breathing is shallow. If we can't find medicine, I'm afraid he won't make it." Hearing this, Bui Song too rushed to his father's side and cried out in anguish, "Father!" He then demanded, "That impudent physician, why did he discharge my father?" His servant explained, "I heard someone bribe the other medical clinics. The doctors all accepted the money and refused to treat the old master. The ginseng in the city has also been bought up." Bui Song too was stunned. The others, upon hearing this, began to murmur amongst themselves, "Who is so bold as to oppose Bui Kok Suong? In Tan Chao, only the Nam family has such resources." Nam-Cam smiled and bowed slightly. Indeed, I'm merely doing what needs to be done, with everyone as witnesses. Bui Kok Song, shocked and enraged, cursed at Nam Cam, "You wretch." She furrowed her brow and asked, "I came with good intentions, offering a gift of well wishes. Why do you insult me? In that case, I'll take my leave." He hastily stopped her. "Wait, leave the blood ginseng." She smiled and asked, "Young Master Bui, isn't it a little late for regrets?" He grimaced and asked, What do you want?" She smiled and held up a finger. "First, the jade earrings. Second, an apology for the insult. Third, 3 resounding slaps. Return these to me, and the blood ginseng is yours." He broke out in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth. He thought, if the old man dies, I'll have to mourn for 3 years. Nam Cam initially spent 5,000 taels on me, and I still humiliated her. He turned and went to Bok Lin Hoa, lifted her veil, and said, "Nuni, bear with me. This is all for father." She began to say, "Husband," but before she could finish, Bui Kok Song ripped the jade earrings from her ears, causing her to cry out in pain. Bui Kok Song turned and offered the earrings to Nam Cam, with a blood jade tray for the blood ginseng. Tui Bao respectfully stepped forward and accepted the blood jade. Nam Cam glanced at them and said, "Now that's more like the young Master Bui I know." He gritted his teeth and turned to look at his new bride, then slapped her, snarling, "Wretch," knocking her to the ground. She cried out, "No, it hurts." But he didn't listen, continuing to slap her. "Wretch, wretch," she pleaded, "someone help me." Nam Cam watched coldly, thinking, this beast, for his own benefit, finally reveals his true nature in front of everyone. The guests in the Bui residence murmured amongst themselves. The bride, on her wedding day, was being beaten to the ground by the groom. After he was done, Bui Kok Song immediately knelt at Nam Cam's feet and pleaded, "Cam Ni, I've done everything you asked. Please give me the blood ginseng. My father can't die. If he dies, my life is ruined." Nam Cam laughed coldly. At this moment, in another mansion, our male lead was reclining on a chair, gazing out the window. His servant approached and respectfully said, "Young master, the betrothal gifts have all been arranged. They will be sent to the Nam residence on the auspicious day." He was the crown prince of the Thursday Nam kingdom, Man Tien Su. His servant came forward, poured him some tea, and said, "But the eldest Miss Nam is used to a life of luxury." Now there are rumors that not long ago, she was so infatuated with that Bui Tsung too that she nearly lost her life. This is truly heartbreaking for the young master. The servant sighed after speaking and offered him the tea. He accepted the cup of tea and said, "My older brother, the esteemed firstborn son of the Thursday Nam king, possesses an extraordinary demeanor, is both scholarly and skilled in martial arts. Countless women admire him. Nam Cam is not worthy." He held the teacup and thought to himself, "She's just a spoiled noble lady. I have a way to make her back down." At this time, inside the Bui residence, Nam Cam stood coldly before Bui Kok Song and asked, "Was the silver well spent?" He nodded vigorously and replied, "Well spent." Nam Cam smiled and asked, "I didn't use the money to humiliate you, did I?" He hurriedly shook his head and said, "No." Nam Cam continued disdainfully, "Bui Kok Song, do you feel like a dog now?" He immediately cursed and pleaded, "Cam Ni, as long as you're happy, I beg you. Actually, in my heart, there's only you." Hearing this, she angrily kicked him and scolded, "Shut your damn mouth." He clutched his face and cried out, "Gum Ni." She turned back coldly and asked, "Uncle Wong, do you understand now? I spent the money to get him the official position. Otherwise, how could this damn dog become an official?" The clerk from the prefectural office, standing outside, frowned after hearing this and looked coldly at Bui Kok Song, saying, "Insulting words, selfish intentions. He's not worthy of being an official at all. I will report this to the prefect," preventing him from entering the examination hall again. Bui Kok Song was startled and stunned upon hearing this. The surrounding guests gossiped amongst themselves. Since he can't take the exam, isn't his life over? Isn't that right? He can't become an official, and he also beat his new bride. The marriage is probably ruined as well. I didn't expect Bui Tsung Tu to be this kind of person. It's truly karma. After hearing their gossip, Nam Cam raised her head and thought to herself, "Nam Cam, I have avenged you. You gave me your life, and I will cherish it well." After a while, Nam Cam was carried back in a palanquin. She was sound asleep inside. At this moment, Tui Bao ran over and said, Nanny Vong, the palanquin in front is probably carrying a female member of an official's family. Should we slow down a bit? Nanny Vong said coldly, she's just an official's wife. What right does she have to block our young Mrs. Wei? She ordered the servants to quickly pass. The servants immediately complied. Tui Bao tried to stop them, saying, Nanny Vong, but Nanny Vong refused to listen. The servants obeyed her orders and continued to carry the palanquin quickly, causing Nam Cam, who was sleeping soundly inside, to be jolted awake and fall. The servants carrying Nam Cam's palanquin, following Nanny Vong's instructions, sped up with all their might, quickly overtaking Man Tien Su's palanquin in front. The palanquin bearers even looked back at Man Tien Su's servants with smug smiles, looking incredibly provocative. Man Tien Su's trusted servant, seeing this, became furious and asked, how can this be? He turned and ordered the 8 palanquin bearers, brothers, chase after her for me. The bearers immediately replied, yes, sir, and then surged forward with all their might. Man Tien Su was sitting peacefully in his palanquin, drinking tea, when a sudden acceleration caused his teacup to spill all over his face. The two sides were now in a race. Nam Cam's palanquin swayed continuously, tossing her from side to side, preventing her from sleeping. Man Tien Su experienced the same as their 2 palanquins chased each other. Jolted by the constant swaying, Nam Kim stuck her head out and asked Tui Bao what's going on. Tui Bao, struggling to keep pace with the palanquin, was also flustered. Man Tien Su and Nam Cam's palanquins simultaneously approached a bridge, each side vying for dominance on the narrow passage. The 2 palanquins immediately collided. Upon reaching the bridge, the impact sent both Man Tien Su and Nam Cam tumbling into the river below. Nam Cam, still disoriented, looked down and saw the water's surface. Breaking out in a cold sweat, she thought, good heavens, I've fallen into the river again. As she plunged in, Tui Bao cried out in fear from the bridge, miss. On the other side, Man Tien Su's servant also yelled, young master. Tui Bao sobbed in terror. Miss has fallen into the water again. We're doomed. Man Tien Su's servant also wailed in distress. Young master can't swim. Young master will drown. Meanwhile, in the river, after struggling for a while, Nam Cam managed to swim ashore. As soon as she crawled out, Tui Bao rushed to her side, anxiously asking, Miss, are you all right? On the other side, Man Tien Su's servants helped him out of the river and asked, young master, are you all right? Quickly, let's get young master changed so he doesn't catch a cold. Nam Cam, soaked to the bone, wrung out her wet hair and glanced at Man Tien Su, thinking to herself, whose young master is that? Traveling with 8 palanquin bearers. Would he die from swallowing a bit of water? But he better not die. It would just be another nuisance. She stood up, looked around for a moment, then pointed at a building and said to Tui Bao, let's go over there. I'm drenched and can't stand it anymore. Tui Bao immediately replied, yes, Mississippi. Nam Cam walked away from the riverbank, followed by Tui Bao. As they passed Nanny Vong and the palanquin bearers, she noticed them kneeling and trembling. She thought angrily, you like running, do you? I'll let you run until you've had enough. Inside an in-room, Nam Cam was soaking in a hot bath. Suddenly, Tui Bao burst through the door, calling out, miss. Tui Bao sat down next to Nam Cam and burst out laughing that I'm dying of laughter. She recalled the scene of Nanny Vong in the palanquin, throwing money around. Nam Manor, miss, is giving away money. 100,000 taels. Free. A rare opportunity. Come and get it. Tui Bao continued. Nanny Vong was tossing money from the chest, leaving the remaining silver for the palanquin bearers. She was screaming at the top of her lungs the whole way. The palanquin bearers protested. Old woman, this is the reward miss gave us. Stop throwing it away. Nanny Vong, from inside the palanquin, retorted, you hussy, this is an order. Tui Bao went on. The bearers refused to throw away all the silver. So one palanquin, with a whole chest of silver and Nanny Vong inside, ran wildly throughout the southern city. They ran as they talked, refusing to stop. Nanny Vong cried out in fear, stop running. My waist is about to break. The people chasing behind them shouted, hurry, the young miss of the Nam household is throwing money. Chase her and you'll get some. The The palanquin was so heavy and the Nam residence was far. The silver was snatched up along the way. After all the money was thrown, Nanny Vong and the palanquin bearers were half dead. The palanquin bearers lay sprawled out, gasping for breath, while Nanny Vong vomited from the bumpy ride. Tui Bao continued. Nanny Vong, relying on fourth concubine's protection, often bullied us maidservants. Young Mrs. Method of punishment is truly brilliant. Nam Cam thought to herself, 50,000 taels for a long-distance race across Tanchao City is worth it. On the other side of the screen was Man Thien Su's room. He heard her ask her maid, "Did you buy everything? Don't just watch the show. Did you forget the incense and flower lotion?" Tui Bao replied, "How could I forget young Miss's instructions? Young Miss, I'll help you bathe." She replied, "All right." Hearing this, Man Thien Su blushed, leaning against the screen and saying, 500 taels for the 4 Nam household palanquin bearers. So, you 8 would get 1,000 taels. His servants, hearing this, knelt down trembling and pleaded, "Your lordship, spare us." From behind the screen, Nam Cam's voice came. Tui Bao, you said this is the highest grade bathwater in Tanchao City. Tui Bao replied, yes, it's quite expensive, at least 50 taels of silver. Nam Cam picked up a flower from the water, not even worth 5 taels. This bathwater is good, but not exquisite. If it were me, I would replace these lead line tiles with Taihu Lake green stone, Longshan jade, and glazed glass. The windows would be made of 100-year-old fragrant wood, the screens of green silk gauze. And the natural hot spring would be crafted by the best artisans. Inlaid with mother-of-pearl and studded with luminous pearls, it would look like a shimmering galaxy. That would be beautiful. Man Thien Su, sitting in his bath, chuckled to himself. I just thought she was somewhat interesting, but it turns out she's just someone who enjoys luxury. A pampered young miss who loves indulgence. Is she worthy of me? In Nam Cam's bathroom, she soaked in the tub and said to her close maid, Tui Bao, bring me my rose-scented soap. Man Thien Su, sitting in his hot bath, saw the bar of soap beside him. He picked it up just as he heard Nam Cam say, this shop soap is so crude, only fit for pig's hooves. Hearing this, Man Thien Su angrily squeezed the soap, causing it to slip from his grasp and fall in front of his servant. His servant, kneeling beside him, heard Nam Cam's words and cried inwardly, young master, I dare not pick it up. From behind the screen, Nam Cam said, Tui Bao, take this brush back to the stables. It's so hard, it's fit for scrubbing a water buffalo. Man Thien Su was about to pick up the brush when he heard her words and threw it away as well. After finishing his bath, Man Thien Su reached for a towel, and then he heard Nam Cam say to Tui Bao, this towel is so dirty, it's not even fit to wipe my feet. Tui Bao, add a little more fragrant honeydew to purify and refresh my weary mind. Tui Bao obeyed Nam Cam, bringing her a pile of things. Seeing Nam Cam's dissatisfaction with the bathroom amenities, she curiously asked, Miss, this is a hot spring that even wealthy people struggle to get into. Why aren't you impressed? Nam Cam replied, of course, even the wealthy have to spend money. Compared to those who don't, someone who knows how to spend money, like yours truly, your young miss, wouldn't be caught dead not spending money, unlike some bunch of fools. Her words hit Man Thien Su like a ton of bricks, infuriating him. His servants covered their mouths, stifling laughter. Man Thien Su fumed silently. Very good, very good. Some bunch of fools, huh? I'll remember that. Not worthy at all. Absolutely not worthy. Behind the screen, Nam Cam, now changed, was helped out of the bath by Tui Bao. Walked over to take a cup of tea offered by a servant. Just then, the roof suddenly cracked as someone kicked through it and jumped down, also shattering the screen, separating him from Nam Cam. The intruder stood up and declared enthusiastically, I am the spring breeze butterfly bandit. Who will be the lucky one to sleep with me tonight? The scene fell deathly silent. The bandit turned to his left and saw Nam Cam's face. A captivating beauty, he thought gleefully. Turning to his right, he appraised Man Thien Su, a cool and slender beauty on the other side. After a moment of conflicted contemplation, the bandit declared, wow, I like both. Tui Bao, enraged, stepped forward and pointed at him, scolding, how dare you? This young miss is the esteemed daughter of the Nam family. Aren't you afraid for your life? Nam Cam, upon hearing this, could only clutch her head. Nam Cam rushed past Tui Bao and positioned herself in front of Man Thien Su, shielding him as his servants looked on in astonishment. She yelled, don't you dare touch our young miss. Man Thien Su's face darkened, and he broke out in a sweat. The bandit and Tui Bao were equally bewildered. Nam Cam continued, "Our young miss is as beautiful as a flower. Though her chest may be small, she makes up for it with a delightfully plump backside, adding to her allure. How could someone like you, a mere flower bandit, ever be worthy of her?" She pointed accusingly at him. Man Thien Su, his face grim, began to speak, I say. She immediately turned to him, her eyes sparkling, and grabbed his hand. "Don't worry, Mississippi. Even if something happens, the master has enough money to ransom you." Man Thien Su sweated even more profusely. Nam Cam quickly released his hand and pulled the bewildered Tui Bao away, saying, "Let's go inform everyone." She ran off with Tui Bao, leaving Man Thien Su, his servants, and the bandit in stunned silence. After a moment, the bandit turned to Man Thien Su with a grin. "The eldest miss of the Nam family. Well then, I won't be polite." He lunged towards Man Thien Su, only to be swiftly tackled by the servants. Moments later, one of Man Thien Su's servants stepped on the now bruised and battered bandit's head. "You dare covet our young master? You're nothing compared to the countless others who desire him." Man Tian Su said, "All right, take him to the magistrate." His servant hurriedly said, "Young master, that young lady just now is your future sister-in-law." That terrifying move really frightened me, even thinking back on it. Hearing this, he angrily asked, "Sister-in-law, but I don't think she can successfully marry my elder brother." At this moment, inside the Nam residence, Lord Nam, after hearing the news, rushed to Nam Cam's room and said, "My dear daughter." Nam Cam, leaning on the bed, pretended to be weak and called out, "Father." Lord Nam said with distress, "It's a good thing you're all right. Thank heavens." Seeing him overreacting like this, second Madame Chiao said, "My lord, the physician said she only suffered a slight fright. Perhaps she's even feigning it. There's nothing to worry about." Fourth concubine immediately grabbed his sleeve and said, "Is that so? Then, my lord, you must seek justice for me. That Cam girl touched my Donghai pearls and even took my gold jewelry." Hearing this, Nam Cam immediately covered her face and cried, "Father." Fourth concubine said, "I was born ugly. That's why no man likes me." She said the pearls enhance beauty, so I took them to use. As for the gold jewelry, I wanted to melt it down and make a gift for fourth concubine as a return gift. She pointed towards the door. Just then, Tui Bao returned with a box. Miss said with this golden chamber pot, "Go to the toilet" isn't just going to the toilet anymore. It's producing gold. Very auspicious. After hearing this, Lord Nam immediately pointed at fourth concubine and scolded, "You wouldn't even bear to break a pearl, and you call yourself a concubine? Besides, Kamer didn't even take your gold jewelry." Fourth concubine gritted her teeth and thought, "Nam Cam, sooner or later I will kill you." Second Madame Chiao stepped forward and said, "My lord, I heard that a few days ago, eldest miss bought up all the good tea leaves and ginseng on the market." Lord Nam shrugged. "Just a few tea leaves and ginseng. Small money, small money." Second Madame Chiao reminded him, 5,200 coins. Lord Nam choked on his saliva upon hearing this. Second Madame Chiao walked to Nam Cam's side and continued, "Eldest miss acts strangely and spends money like water. Perhaps, my lord, you should temporarily cut off her allowance so she can reflect on herself." Hearing this, Nam Cam clutched her head and thought, No, I only spend money on this one hobby. I can't lose it." Lord Nam, finding second Madame Chiao's words reasonable, walked over and said to her, "My dear daughter, why did you buy so many tea leaves and ginseng?" Nam Cam replied, "About that." She thought, "How can I put this delicately? Actually, I just want to eat tea eggs." Just then, the steward rushed in and announced, "My lord," startling everyone in the room. Steward Tam Shu bowed and said, "A business opportunity has fallen from the sky." Lord Nam immediately asked, "What business?" Nam Cam was also filled with doubt. The steward then said, "I heard that the merchant ships had an accident at sea. There won't be any tea or ginseng this year. But eldest miss has bought up all the high-quality tea and ginseng stored in Qingzhou City." He continued, "The prices on the market have already doubled. All the big tea house and apothecary owners are coming to you, asking to buy some from you." This left everyone in the room stunned. Nam Cam's face went blank as she thought, "What? A way to go bankrupt? No, wait, how is she getting richer by spending?" Lord Nam, overjoyed, put his arm around Nam Cam's shoulders and exclaimed, "My precious daughter, you truly are my lucky charm." He waved his hand and declared, "I've decided. Eldest Mrs. spending money is doubled." Fourth concubine immediately wailed, "Oh, my poor Chu. Her allowance isn't even a fraction of eldest Mrs." My lord, you're too biased. Lord Nam retorted angrily. Kamni's mother died young. What's wrong with me spoiling her a bit more? Besides spending money, Kamni has no other vices. What's the harm in giving her a little more? He continued, she can earn it back for me after she spends it. Can the daughter you birth do that? Namcam thought smugly, what water in a bowl is level? Lord Nam wants to smash all the other bowls and only dote on his precious daughter. She was incredibly pleased and cheerful. Second Madam Xiao glanced at her and then said, My lord, the situation is different now. She continued, since the marriage with the Prince of Thunham's Manor has been discussed, how will eldest Miss face her husband and in-laws if she continues to be so frivolous after marrying over there? Namcam was startled. When was this decided? She asked. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Lord Nam quickly clapped his hands, sweating as he said with a forced laugh. Surprise. I originally planned to wait until your birthday to tell you this news. Father has gone through great pains and added half of the Nam family's fortune as your dowry to finally marry you off. She imagined a man embracing half of the Nam family's wealth and felt a pang of heartache. No, I just transmigrated here. I just want to eat, sleep, and enjoy life. I don't want to get married. I don't want to serve my in-laws, and I don't want to have children. Lord Nam excitedly introduced the marriage prospect he had found for Namcam. Man Shan Shi, the eldest son of the Prince of Thunham's Manor, is 100 times better than that fool Bui Kok Swam. You like him? After hearing Lord Nam's description, Shui Bao also excitedly congratulated her mistress. Congratulations, Miss Namcam. I heard that young masterman is a handsome and refined gentleman, just the type of scholar you like. Namcam, with tears welling up in her eyes, put on a pitiful expression and called out to Lord Nam, Father. She wanted him to cancel the engagement, but Lord Nam misunderstood and said excitedly, No need to thank me. Father loves you. She cried silently in her heart. Just then, the steward continued to inform Lord Nam and Namcam, My lord, Miss, the betrothal gifts from the Prince of Thunham's Manor have arrived. They also prepared a gift for eldest Mississippi. Shui Bao and Lord Nam's eyes both lit up, while Namcam was stunned into silence. After everyone had left, Namcam remained in her room, staring intently at the sachet placed on the table beside her. Shui Bao also stood by the table, gazing at the sachet in a daze. Then, with a cold laugh, she picked up the sachet and examined it, turning it over and over. She curled her lip and said to her maid, Shui Bao, I thought it was some precious gift, but it turns out to be just this. It's not even fragrant. It has a strange smell. Namcam glanced at it, remaining silent. Then Shui Bao added, Open it and you'll see. Shui Bao had just opened the sachet when she dropped it in fright. Miss, it's stuffed with straw. Hearing this, Namcam sat up and looked at the sachet, saying coldly, A sachet stuffed with straw, implying I'm worthless. She recalled an hour earlier, when Shui Bao had led the mama inside, saying, Mama, please have a seat. The mama replied, No need. I have other matters to attend to. Namcam stood up and said, The madam who just delivered the gifts had no teeth. How shameless. She furrowed her brow, thinking to herself, truly outrageous. This brazen woman is accusing me of being promiscuous. She then said, A gentleman's unilateral gift of fragrant herbs. What malicious intent. Shui Bao also angrily scolded, Miss, young masterman Shan Shi is truly too much. Namcam thought to herself, That's right, others only think that half a month ago, I confessed my feelings and was rejected, so I jumped into the river to commit suicide. Today, I'm causing a scene and disrupting someone else's betrothal ceremony. Clapping her hands, she raised her head and said, No one would want such a woman as a wife, let alone the prestigious and wealthy Prince of Thunham's Manor. Shui Bao angrily said, Clearly, young Master Bui wronged Miss first, and then he spread false rumors everywhere. Well then, she said with a smile, Thank heavens, that's actually great. Flipping her hair, she said, He doesn't want to marry me, and I don't want to marry him either. Namcam glanced at the delivered items and said to Shui Bao, Return all these things. I'm going to complain to my father and break off this engagement. Upon hearing this, Shui Bao immediately stopped Namcam. No, miss, you can't. Namcam asked, Why not? Shui Bao anxiously said, I happen to learn that the Prince of Thunham's Manor owes the Nam family a great debt of gratitude, passed down through generations. This debt of gratitude has yet to be repaid. The Lord knows that you were hurt by young Master Bui. Considering the eldest young master of the Prince of Thunham's Manor surpasses young Master Bui in family background, talent, and appearance, and given the debt of gratitude. He specifically requested this marriage. Nam-Cam frowned after hearing this. Indeed, it was the Prince of Thunum's Manor's fault for proposing the broken engagement. That debt of gratitude hasn't been repaid, and they still owe the Nam family. But if the Nam family initiates the break-off, not only will we lose this favor, but we will also be criticized, saying that the eldest miss of the Nam family looks down on everyone, even daring to break off an engagement with the Prince of Thunum's Manor. It will cause more trouble for the Nam family. She picked up the straw-filled sachet and cursed inwardly. So they sent this insulting gift to provoke me into breaking off the engagement. Truly insidious. Shui Bao anxiously called out, "Miss." She smiled coldly and said, "Don't worry, I have a plan." At the same time, in the guest room, Lord Nam was praising Nam-Cam profusely. "Your Highness, my Camera is not only beautiful, but she also had her fortune told when she was young, and it was predicted she possesses great auspicious energy. Whoever marries her, their husband is destined for great success." Man Shanxi, upon hearing this, replied, "Oh, my Prince of Thunum's Manor is already second only to the Emperor. I wonder what this great success could possibly mean." Lord Nam, after hearing this, broke out in a cold sweat and said, "Young master, don't blame me. I misspoke." Man Shanxi calmly sipped his tea as Lord Nam continued, "My Jean Heir's birth mother passed away early, so I can't help but dote on her a bit more. I only hope her future husband's family will be more forgiving if there are any shortcomings. If my discipline has been lax, I'm willing to apologize to the prince. As for expenses, I prepared a dowry for Jean Heir, enough for her to live on for the rest of her life. She absolutely won't cause any additional burden to the prince's manor." Man Shanxi set down his teacup after hearing this and replied, "Is Lord Nam implying that the Prince of Thunum's Manor can't afford to support one woman?" Lord Nam hurriedly shook his head and said, No, that's not what I meant." Wiping his sweat, he thought to himself, "This young master is indeed, as unpredictable as the rumors say, extremely difficult to please." Meanwhile, Man Shanxi thought to himself, "I can see the Nam family's sincerity and good intentions, but I just hope my elder brother can marry a woman he truly desires, rather than marrying a spoiled young miss with a bad reputation out of some sense of obligation. Furthermore, only if the Nam family initiates the breakup will my elder brother avoid father's reprimand." Just then, Shui Bao ran to the reception room. Man Shanxi smirked, thinking, "Speak of the devil, she's here. Given that young Mrs. Temper, she's bound to throw a fit." Shui Bao bowed and said, "My lord, the eldest miss says she is very pleased with the gifts." Man Shanxi choked on his tea. Shui Bao continued, "She wants to know the wedding date. She's been eagerly preparing to happily marry into the Prince of Thunum's Manor." Man Shanxi coughed repeatedly. Lord Nam, alarmed, asked, "Young master, are you all right?" He thought to himself, "Everyone says the young master is frail, and it seems he truly is delicate." Man Shanxi, wiping his sweat, thought, "She didn't take the bait, and she even turned it around on me." "Interesting." Lord Nam said with a smile, "Tell the eldest miss not to rush. I still want to keep her with me for another year. Although the engagement is settled, the wedding will have to wait." Man Shanxi frowned. "That works too. Elder brother will be staying in Jinlang for a month before returning. Within this month, I must make Nam Jean Heir give up and break off the engagement herself." 3 days later, the streets were bustling with people. Man Shanxi sat on the second floor of a tea house, overlooking the street below. People were gossiping. "Have you heard? Bui Kok-Suang was ruined by eldest Miss Nam in revenge. Now, besides his father being critically ill, he's lost everything. How tragic. Today is the Chrysanthemum Appreciation Banquet. Perhaps eldest Miss Nam will come. But those ladies are foolish. Who would dare want her? Have you heard? Lord Nam went to the Prince of Thunum's Manor to propose marriage. Whether it's for the young master or the sickly second young master, marrying her is such a disgrace." At that moment, Nam Jean Heir's carriage stopped. Shui Bao extended a hand to help Nam Jean Heir down. Everyone hushed each other. "Shh, don't say anything. The Nam fool is here." Nam Jean Heir's appearance stunned everyone. Nam Jean Heir ascended the stairs, bathed in the admiring gazes of the crowd. Upstairs, Xia Ruhin was boasting. This hair ornament was bought from Jean Lu Pavilion in the capital. As you all know, besides the imperial family, they only made 3 for commoners. Mine is one of them. The other young ladies exclaimed, so exquisite. It's gorgeous. Heavens. With all those gems and jade, it must be worth at least 1,000 taels. Xiao Ruhan laughed boastfully. So what if it's expensive? My mother loves me and would gladly pay even 1,000 taels. She thought to herself, my family was once wealthy, but unfortunately, the Nam family surpassed us. Nam Cam is always so extravagant, constantly stealing my spotlight. So, on the day of the banquet, she went to help Nam Cam with her makeup. The original Nam Cam looked in the mirror and asked, will young Master Song, who's attending the banquet today, like this look on me? Xiao Ruhan replied, Cam Ni, this is the most fashionable makeup in the capital. I also want to wear it, but I'm afraid it would overshadow my own beauty. She thought to herself, but last year at the Chrysanthemum Appreciation Banquet, I tricked her. Everyone in the capital laughed at Nam Cam's makeup. The original Nam Cam could only cover her face and run away. Xiao Ruhan thought smugly, she won't be attending Bui Kok Suong's event this year. Without Nam Cam, I'm the phoenix unmatched by anyone. Just then, the sound of footsteps made her look up. Nam Cam gracefully ascended the stairs. Her green dress accentuated her fair skin and flawlessly delicate features. All the young ladies and gentlemen gasped in admiration. We haven't seen each other for a while. Miss Nam has become even more beautiful. I wonder what kind of powder she uses. It looks so natural. Shui Bao, carrying a bag, followed behind, thinking smugly they'd never guess. Miss made the lipstick herself. Hundreds of caddies of fresh roses, pressed into a single small jar, worth 1,000 taels and still hard to come by. Upon seeing her, Xiao Ruhan immediately rushed over, calling out, Gum Ni! But before she could touch Nam Cam, she was brushed aside. Nam Cam covered her nose and asked, what hair wax did you use today? The smell is so strong. It's making me uncomfortable. She thought angrily, get away from me, you pest. The original Nam Cam couldn't see through me, but you don't even know what you are. Xiao Ruhan fumed, but forced a smile and asked, perhaps you're just not used to the scent. It's because my mother didn't choose the fragrance. She takes care of all my clothes and accessories. It's so bothersome. Xiao Ruhan continued, Cam Ni, if your mother were still alive, you'd be suffering alongside me. She looked at Nam Cam smugly. But Nam Cam coldly replied, I admire that you have someone who loves you, but you envy my deceased mother. I wonder if your father regrets giving birth to you. This remark stunned Xiao Ruhan. Nam Cam walked over to a chair and said, Shui Bao. Shui Bao immediately replied, yes, Mississippi. She then upended the bag in her hands, surprising everyone. The contents spilled onto the table, much to Xiao Ruhan's chagrin, while Nam Cam calmly sat down. Everyone in the establishment began to gossip. That was truly astonishing. The fabric on Miss Xia is incredibly expensive, while what's on Nam Cam's is only fit for tablecloths and chair covers. The most embarrassing part was her ostentatious display. It wasn't even worth a pair of chopsticks from Nam Cam's house. Xiaoran, enraged, brushed past the young lady who had just spoken, bumping into her and causing her to spill her tea. Xiao Ruhan seethed, damn Nam Cam. She humiliated me in front of everyone. I'll remember this. She took a jar of wine and walked towards Meng Tianchu's room. Meng Tianchu's servant immediately stopped her, saying, young lady, please stop. Our young master is entertaining guests and cannot see anyone else. She smiled and said, I heard the crown prince is here. I've specially brought a jar of Bairizi wine to offer him. The servant blocked her, no way. Just then, someone inside the room spoke. Bairizi, now that a fine wine. Xiao Ruhan was startled and thought to herself, that voice belongs to one of the 4 young masters of Jinlang, Lu Qingxu. So he's here too. She immediately said, in that case, I'll see young Master Qingxu. She thought, as long as I can get inside, I can see Meng Tianchu. Meng Tianchu's servant understood her intention and replied, that's easy. Young Master Qingxu has always been upfront about his prices. Talking is 20 taels. Sending a love letter is 50 taels. If you want to drink and discuss life with him, whoever bids the highest price gets him. Xiao Ruhan was furious. She pulled out her checkbook and threw it at the servant, saying, 100 taels to let me in. Just then, someone called out, 200 taels. Her steps halted. She turned sharply and saw Nam Cam walking toward her. She was smiling brightly at Xiao Ruhan. Xiao Ruhan asked, I considered you a sister. Why are you against me? Nam-Kam replied, haven't I always been the one who appreciates male beauty? I know young Master Qing Shu is exceptionally handsome and free-spirited. I've admired him for a long time. Ruhan, could you yield to me? Xiao Ruhan angrily scolded, Nam-Kam, with your ruined reputation, do you think young Master Qing Shu would even look at you? Nam-Kam replied, Ruhan, instead of competing with me, why not just bid higher? She gritted her teeth and said, you, then immediately bid 500 taels. Nam-Kam looked at her bracelet and softly replied, 600 taels. Xiao Ruhan shouted, 800. Nam-Kam bid 900. She immediately raised the bid to 1,000 taels. Inside the room, Meng Tianxiu was eavesdropping. Nam-Kam thought to herself, so what if young Master Qing Shu is handsome? 1,000 taels gone just like that. Isn't Meng Tianxiu supposed to be the most handsome man in the world? I'm spending money to establish my foolish persona, to show my dislike for my future uncle. But what's wrong with this Xiao Ruhan? Ruhan you know. Then she pulled a check from her bosom and said, when it comes to money, you'll never outbid me. I'll give you this 1,000 taels. Just go. Staying here will only bring you humiliation. Nam-Kam's words astonished and amazed all the onlookers. Xiao Ruhan thought angrily, I've already lost face once in front of everyone. I absolutely cannot admit defeat now. She immediately pulled out a check and declared 1,001 taels. Eldest Miss Nam, why don't you take the money and leave? Sweating, she presented the check to Nam-Kam. This caused even more astonishment and gasp from the crowd. Nam-Kam stared at her for a moment, looked at the check in her hand, and then excitedly said, all right, I'll leave immediately. Shui Bao collected the money. Then, Nam-Kam turned and left triumphantly, leaving Xiao Ruhan and the other servants stunned and speechless. Meanwhile, Meng Tianxiu, inside the room, thought to himself, Nam-Kam got 2,000 taels from Xiao Ruhan with just a few words. It seems the rumors of her uselessness are false. Leaving like that makes sense. Shui Bao, having received the silver, her eyes gleaming, immediately ran after Nam-Kam, praising her, no wonder Master always gives you countless jewels and treasures. Money spent is so easily earned back. Xiao Ruhan, fuming, pointed at Nam-Kam and yelled, You stop right there. Nam-Kam turned around with a dazzling, perfect smile and said, don't mention it. Everyone calls us good sisters, after all. Xiao Ruhan was instantly speechless, unable to utter a word. Just then, a servant approached and said, Miss Nam, our young master invites you in. This startled Xiao Ruhan. While Nam-Kam asked, your young master wants to see me? The servant replied, yes. Nam-Kam excitedly asked, how much will your young master pay? The servant, though inwardly offended, maintained a polite smile and said, our young master doesn't require payment. Nam-Kam snapped her fingers and asked, oh, so it's free? At that moment, a crab leg flew out and hit the servant on the head, causing him to cry out. Shui Bao was startled by this. The servant clutched his head and said, ouch, that hurts. Nam-Kam, breaking out in a sweat, followed the servant inside. Xiao Ruhan tried to follow, but the servant immediately stopped her, saying, you cannot enter. Xiao Ruhan angrily asked why. I've already paid. Another 2,000 taels. Meng Tianxiu's servant pointed to the next room. Young Master Qing Shang has been in the next room the whole time. Xiao Ruhan, upon hearing this, was completely bewildered, her face darkening in disbelief. Nam-Kam smiled and said, ask and you shall receive. I wish Ruhan and young Master Qing Shang a pleasant day. If you could convey my affections to him, that would be even better. Xiao Ruhan angrily retorted, Nam-Kam, didn't your father propose a marriage for you to the Southern Beast King's manor? You have no shame. Oh, I understand now. Young Master Qing Shang is just a cover, isn't he? You probably know that Meng Shanshan isn't the Southern Beast King's biological son, so you want to marry the Crown Prince, right? Upon hearing this, Nam-Kam smiled and looked at her, thinking to herself, good idea. It seems breaking off the engagement has a new direction now. Seeing Nam-Kam's expression, Xiao Ruhan angrily said, Nam-Kam. She recalled how she had previously blocked someone's path, leaving them with no way forward. Sweating, she offered Nam-Kam money. Here, take the money and leave. To her surprise, Nam-Kam immediately replied, all right, I'll leave immediately. Xiao Ruhan repeated, you probably know that Meng Shanshan isn't the Southern Beast King's biological son, so you want to marry the Crown Prince, right? Nam-Kam cheerfully replied, good point. You're right. Xiao Ruhan, was left speechless. Nam Cam followed the servant into the room and glanced at Meng Tianxiu, thinking to herself, Meng Tianxiu, my future uncle, has given me 3 such thoughtful gifts. I naturally have to return the courtesy properly. She looked at the man before her. He was currently sitting by the window, calmly drinking tea. Upon seeing Meng Tianxiu's face, Nam Cam immediately connected him to the man she had encountered earlier in the bathroom. Realizing who he was, she was speechless. She immediately turned her head away, sweating as she thought, damn it, why is it that effeminate, flat-chested guy? She was about to sneak away when Meng Tianxiu asked, Eldest Miss Nam, why the rush to leave if you've already arrived? Hearing this, Nam Cam froze. Sweating, she thought, so we were already enemies. No wonder he's taking his brother's place and trying to pressure me into breaking off the engagement. Even better, the deeper the grudge, the better. With renewed vigor, she turned around and sat down in front of him, thinking, add a little more fuel to the fire, pour a little more oil on it. I have to force the Southern Beast King's manor to take the initiative to break off the engagement. She calmly picked up her teacup and drank, provoking Meng Tianxiu to angrily ask, where are your manners? Inviting a guest to sit while you've already started drinking shows a lack of proper upbringing, doesn't it? She set down her teacup and said, Young master, I am also considered your future sister-in-law. Considering the hierarchy, you should be the one personally offering me this tea. Meng Tianxiu was stunned. Nam Cam continued, I'm not holding it against you, yet you question my manners. Could this be the family tradition of the Southern Beast King's manor? The young master frowned upon hearing this. Nam Cam continued to smile mockingly. Oh, I forgot. Young master's health is delicate. If I anger you and something happens, your older brother will blame me. Meng Tianxiu angrily retorted, you threw away a fortune for another man. Your behavior is reckless. Your nature is wanton. On what basis do you think our Southern Beast King's manor will definitely marry you? You are simply not worthy of my older brother. Nam Cam laughed upon hearing this. The esteemed young Master Shan is just an illegitimate son of the king's manor. Marrying into our Nam manor wouldn't be so bad. So what's this about not being worthy? Meng Tianxiu's face darkened. He immediately stood up and walked towards her, startling her. He reached out and grabbed Nam Cam's neck, forcing her back towards a window. As her throat constricted in pain, she thought, wasn't he supposed to be frail? Why is he so violent? She immediately said, if you kill me, your older brother won't escape implication. He'll be gossiped about for the rest of his life for forcing his future wife to death. Meng Tianxiu angrily replied, if I wanted to kill you, I have 1,000 ways, and I can make sure my older brother isn't implicated at all. Nam Cam struggled to breathe, her body trembling as she gasped for air. Meng Tianxiu glared at her for a moment before releasing his grip. He turned and returned to his seat. Sitting down, Nam Cam coughed, startled, thinking I was careless. This man is extremely terrifying, extremely dangerous. She pulled out a chair and sat down, saying, murder in broad daylight is a crime, young master. It's best not to joke about such things. My heart is small. I can't help but be afraid. Meng Tianxiu stared at her, thinking, this eldest Miss Nam, although her voice is weaker, she still sits here without changing her expression. She truly has some courage. He picked up his teacup and asked, don't you like Qing Shang? If you take the initiative to break off the engagement, I will speak to him on your behalf. Nam Cam smiled and replied, Zhang Yang isn't so easygoing. It's best to forget it. Besides, I admire young Master Qing Shang, but I don't necessarily have to marry him. Occasionally spending a little silver to drink and keep him company is enough. Meng Tianxiu, hearing this, angrily crushed the teacup in his hand. Oh, you mean you intend to marry my elder brother? She responded coquettishly, my parents' orders, the matchmaker's words. I've always obeyed my father, so of course I have to marry him. However, my family are merchants, and we can't compare to the Southern Beast King's manor. If young Master Shan Sa already has someone else in his heart and doesn't want to marry me, then a letter of annulment delivered here, and I'll accept it. No fate, no marriage. Meng Tianxiu thought to himself, so the eldest Miss Nam doesn't want to marry either. She just wants the Southern Beast King's manor to initiate the breakup. He said sarcastically, a woman's reputation is important. If our Southern Beast King's manor initiates the annulment, won't Miss Nam be the subject of gossip? She smiled and replied, my reputation in Qingzhou City has long been the subject of gossip. If the Southern Beast King's manor doesn't find me suitable, then return the marriage contract and take the initiative to break off the engagement. Since I won't be your sister-in-law, we can dispense with the formalities. She stood up and bowed respectfully. Young master, please slowly enjoy your flowers and tea. Excuse me, she added. When you come to the manor to return the marriage contract, I will serve you tea again. Meng Tianxiu remained silent. Nam-Kam turned and said, if the young master feels unwilling, I'm also willing to entertain you. At worst, I'll just be your sister-in-law after all. She thought to herself, let's wait and see what happens. The next day, Shui Bao held a letter on which was written, Wind and moon, cold and desolate, Hongju Tower. A table of fragrant tea and fine wine. A cup respectfully awaits the arrival of the beauty. Shui Bao gave the letter to her. Miss, do you want to go? She took the letter. This is less an invitation and more a summons. Shui Bao asked, puzzled a challenge. Although young Master Qing, Shang, doesn't like Miss, there's no deep hatred between you. She replied, of course not. It must be, well, let's just say I'll treat it as if it were from him. She remembered Meng Tianxiu's face and smiled. At Hongju Tower, Nam-Kam, wearing a veil, pushed open the door and entered. Young Master Qing Shang was already waiting inside. He was admiring the scenery outside. Hearing the sound, he immediately turned around and asked, Miss Nam, you've arrived? Nam-Kam gave a gentle, flowing curtsy. Young Master Qing Shang. He immediately took her hand, pulled her closer, and said, no need for formalities. Come, let me show you to your seat. Nam-Kam, feeling his hand on hers, thought to herself, he's holding my hand already? It seems this scoundrel doesn't consider me a proper young lady at all. Qing Shang said with a smile, the tea and wine are ready, and my friends are about to arrive. Nam-Kam asked in surprise, there are others. He replied, what? You don't like it? Then I'll tell them to go back. She quickly said, no need. Just, young Master Qing Shang, please don't reveal my true identity. Sitting down, she continued, although I admire you, I don't dare to have any unrealistic hopes. After all, I'm already betrothed. Hearing this, Qing Shang smiled smugly, thinking to himself, if there aren't many people, how can everyone mock her? Tianxiu is still waiting. He then replied, all right, I won't tell them you're a Nam-Kam. You're wearing a veil, so no one will know it's you. She smiled and replied, thank you, young Master Qing Shang. But inwardly, she was already feeling nauseous. After a while, 2 more men entered the tea room and asked, young Master Qing Shang, haven't you always favored courtesans? Why are you starting to poke fun at someone with a bodhisattva's heart? Laughter echoed throughout the tea room. Qing Shang sighed. It's not that I like her, it's that she admires me. Immediately, a young gentleman said, plenty of women admire you. Today, someone even paid to see you. Is this one any different? Nam-Kam lifted her teacup. I think I should take my leave. Just then, several women entered through the doorway. They said, young master, we're here. Immediately, the 2 women rushed to embrace the remaining 2 men. The men called out, Xiang, Xiao Shui. Seeing this, Nam-Kam thought to herself, so that's how it is. Once word gets out that I was keeping company with these women, entertaining these young masters with drinks, even if the Southern Beast King's manor doesn't actively break off the engagement, the Nam family won't have the face to marry me off. At this moment, the woman named Xiang looked towards Nam-Kam and said, what kind of peerless beauty is young Master Lu hiding? Why won't you let us have a look? Qing Shang put his arm around Nam-Kam's shoulder and asked, isn't the young miss shy? Why would she be like you? La. Hearing this, Xiang replied, is sheltered young miss coming to Hongju Tower to have fun with us? She must be the first in Qingzhou City. Isn't that Nam-Kam? She pointed towards Nam-Kam, and the whole room burst into laughter. Qing Shang immediately reached out to lift her veil, saying, we'll see if it's her or not. She said, don't. Qing Shang chuckled, be good. If you don't show your face, don't blame me for making things difficult for you. Nam-Kam sighed and said, young Master Qing Shang, I don't care about gossip, and I didn't lower my veil on my own accord. But I also want to ask you something. Are you sincere towards me? Qing Shang broke out in a sweat, thinking to himself, regardless, even though Nam-Kam is good for nothing, she's very beautiful, and she's Meng Tianxiu's future sister-in-law. Taking advantage of this situation won't hurt me. He immediately took Nam-Kam's hand, smiled, and asked, of course I like you. Do you see any other women beside me? Right now, I only have you. Xiang immediately clapped her hands and exclaimed, young Master Qing Shang wants to turn over a new leaf. The room erupted in laughter. Nam-Kam thought to herself with amusement, this mask cost me several hundred taels. I wonder if it will bring everyone a pleasant surprise. The people in the room were now incredibly excited. Meanwhile, Meng Tianxiu was drinking tea in the next room, separated from them by only a screen. His servant was also hiding behind the screen, peeking at the scene inside. side. He was enjoying the show when he suddenly froze. Those in the room also froze. Nam-Kam lifted her veil, and the people in the room immediately trembled in fear, some running away, others retching. The women in the room screamed in terror. Nam-Kam walked closer to Ching Shang and said, "It's my fault for being so ugly." Fortunately, young Master Ching Shang doesn't mind. "Only with your acceptance do I have the courage to continue living. Shang Shang, I love you." Upon hearing this, Ching Shang trembled, then spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. He wailed, "Ruined, ruined. My lifelong reputation is ruined by her hands." Nam-Kam approached Ching Shang and asked, "Shang Shang, what's wrong?" He scrambled up and yelled, "Mother, save me," then immediately ran out of the room, yelling, "Meng Tianxu, you bastard." Ching Shang ran to the next room, but found no one there. Only a teacup, still with some water in it, remained on the table. Ching Shang thought fearfully, "Where is he? He's run away." Nam-Kam also approached Ching Shang. Ching Shang hurriedly covered his face. Nam-Kam glanced at the teacup and the spilled tea on the table. She imagined Meng Tianxu spitting out his tea upon seeing this face and felt a surge of satisfaction. The one who was watching the show just now seems to have been frightened as well. Ching Shang quickly moved away from her. Seeing her advance, he said, What do you want to do?" His eyes were squeezed shut, as if looking at her would kill him instantly. Nam-Kam thought smugly, "I'm always the one playing tricks on men. No one can make a fool of me." She immediately told him, "I'll ask you a few questions, and you must answer truthfully." Meanwhile, Meng Tianxu sat scowling in a large palanquin carried by 8 men. His attendant beside him was still frightened, thinking the young master's trick seems to have backfired. Miss Nam's reputation is unharmed, but young Master Ching Shang has become the talk of the town. His reputation is completely ruined. Suddenly, he saw Shui Bao standing waiting for them. He was startled. "Oh dear, we've just returned from Hongju Tower, and she's already waiting here." Shui Bao stepped forward and handed a letter to the attendant, saying, "This is an invitation from my mistress, inviting the young master to Mount Bluffing outside the city in 3 days." The attendant hurriedly accepted it, received. "I will pass it on to the young master." He watched Shui Bao leave, then ran to give the letter to Meng Tianxu. "Young master, an invitation from the Nam residence." "No, it's a challenge." Meng Tianxu had just stepped out of the carriage. Hearing this, he sneered and replied, "Accept the challenge." The attendant looked at him and nodded. "Yes, young master." 3 days later, Meng Tianxu sat in a roadside tea house at the foot of the mountain, followed by 2 attendants. A huge, gilded carriage, looking extremely luxurious, approached. It was Nam-Kam's carriage. Meng Tianxu looked up and scoffed upon seeing the carriage, ostentatious. His close attendant thought to himself, after hearing him, "This useless young miss doesn't seem easy to deal with." Today, she even brought the hot-tempered Hongling. It's best if the young master doesn't underestimate her. Nam-Kam extended her hand from the carriage. Shui Bao immediately stepped forward to help her down. Nam-Kam looked up and glanced at Meng Tianxu, who was also looking at her. Their eyes met, sparks flying as if they were about to clash. As Nam-Kam was about to step down, a servant from the carriage rushed forward and knelt down to serve as a footstool for her. The sudden kneeling startled Nam-Kam. She recovered quickly and calmly stepped on the servant's back to get down. She gave Shui Bao a look. Although she didn't say anything, Shui Bao, having served her for many years, immediately understood her meaning. She immediately took out some loose silver and tossed it to the servant who had just acted as a footstool. The servant immediately said cheerfully, "Thank you, eldest Mississippi." Hong Ling, Meng Tianxu's servant, witnessed this scene and angrily said, "You could have simply lowered the carriage step. Why humiliate a servant? Servants are also born and raised by parents." Nam-Kam, after hearing this, walked closer and said, "I followed the example of how money was stolen. I didn't force him." Meng Tianxu's face darkened upon hearing this. Nam-Kam then asked, "Why so shocked?" The servant who had acted as her footstool, hearing her question, replied, "I volunteered." "Thank you, eldest Mississippi. It was entirely my own free will." Seeing his reply, Nam Cam immediately praised him good. This made Hong Ling extremely angry, but she couldn't do anything. Nam Cam's servants, on the other hand, were extremely smug. Hong Ling and Meng Tianxiu's close servant immediately began whispering to each other. Meng Tianxiu stood up, looked towards her, and thought, she's putting on an act. Nam Cam thought angrily, this little uncle's expression is a bit strange. It doesn't seem like he's used to my methods. He's probably evaluating my acting skills. She pointed forward and said, there's a temple to the Holy Mother on Mount Boifeng. Sincere prayers there are said to be answered. Would the young master be interested? He then asked, what does the eldest miss of the Nam family wish to pray for? She replied, marriage. The two looked at each other, sparks of animosity flashing between them. He looked at her and thought, the invitation has already been extended. If I don't agree, wouldn't I be letting her down? Inside the Guanyin Temple of the Holy Mother, Nam Cam and Meng Tianxiu walked in. Upon seeing them, the abbot immediately said, honored patrons, it is almost time for the meal. Please dine first. Nam Cam nodded in agreement. Shui Bao immediately ran over and handed the incense offering to the abbot, saying, Master, inside the offering are many banknotes. The abbot immediately put away, smiled, and said, Amit Ba, please follow me. Nam Cam respectfully nodded and followed the abbot inside. At this moment, Shui Bao ran over and called Jinghua. Jinghua asked Sister Shui Bao, what are your instructions? Shui Bao continued, on the way up the mountain, Miss learned that your mother is ill and your family is short of money, so she thought of a way to earn some for you. This is money for you to buy medicine. Shui Bao handed a bag of silver to Jinghua, who was startled. Shui Bao continued, Miss said that a man with his head held high should not kneel before others. Jinghua, hearing this, felt embarrassed. The eldest miss treats me like this. I would willingly be her ox or horse for the rest of my life. Shui Bao smiled. Miss also said that if you insist, she won't stop you. It's just that you need to eat and drink well and be healthy. Jinghua, upon hearing this, was deeply moved and shed tears. Shui Bao continued, You're so thin now. She feels you're frail. Hearing Shui Bao's words and realizing Nam Cam's concern for him, Jinghua looked towards Nam Cam and thought, it seems the eldest miss is not as the rumors say. Inside the guest room, beautifully arranged vegetarian dishes were brought out. Shui Bao stepped forward, served Nam Cam some food, and praised, Miss, under your plan, this jiang mango is becoming more and more beautiful. Before, the lotus root we ate was just a plain slice, nothing special. Shui Bao compared the vegetarian dishes from the past to the present, reminiscing about them, and found that the food was indeed much more delicious. Hong Ling, beside Meng Tianxiu, sighed disdainfully and said, Vegetarian dishes have always been difficult to make elegant. They're nothing rare on the banquet table of the Duke of Tonin's residence. She also picked up a piece for Meng Tianxiu and said, It's just barely passable in this desolate Mount Gu. Meng Tianxiu ate the lotus root, his heart blooming with the thought, delicious. The firm texture and sweet fragrance of honey and osmanthus flowers blend in my mouth. Not a bad change. However, he glanced at Nam Cam and said, It's certainly high quality, but it's still a bit short of perfection. Nam Cam, hearing this, put down her chopsticks and glanced at him, expressing, Oh, do you have any brilliant suggestions? Meng Tianxiu instructed, Go to the dining hall and bring some hawthorn cakes here, cut into small pieces. Only then will the flavor be perfect, reaching the peak of culinary excellence. Hong Ling, pleased, turned and left. After the hawthorn cakes were brought, Meng Tianxiu gestured to her, inviting her to eat. Nam Cam put a piece in her mouth, surprised by the thought, delicious. But she still maintained an unconvinced expression in the face of Meng Tianxiu's smugness. After eating, Nam Cam went to a small temple to check her marriage prospects. She began to shake a container of fortune sticks. One stick fell out. As soon as she picked it up and looked at it, she immediately put on her haughty, theatrical expression and gasped, feigning extreme fear. Shui Bao ran over in fright and asked, Miss, what's wrong? Nam Cam, using her superb acting skills, cried, It's Xia, that name. She secretly wiped away tears, thinking to herself, a marriage proposal to Xia. I'm sure the news will spread tomorrow, saying that my birth chart is incompatible with his, and our families will be in disharmony. Meng Tianxiu, watching from the side, thought in surprise, she's quite the actress. Shui Bao rushed to comfort her, Miss, don't worry. There must be a solution. She nodded in agreement. Shui Bao then went to the fortune teller and said, "Master, please." The fortune teller, after examining the stick, broke out in a sweat and said, "The decree is clear. It's not transforming, ultimately not disastrous." The eldest miss asked about marriage. If she stays with Xia, if her own timeline intersects, the birth charts will be incompatible. Forcing a marriage with the groom will disturb the ancestor's peace. If she is not yet betrothed, when she grows older, she will need a marriage remedy pill this year. Don't overthink it. Meng Tianxu glanced at her, seeing her smug smile, thinking, "I could be your brother-in-law. How surprising." She wiped her tears and asked, "Master, what should I do?" Shui Bao also anxiously asked, "Master, you must have a solution, right?" The fortune teller replied, "Of course. Since it's a marriage, think of a way to prevent the princess from canceling it." Nam Cam and Shui Bao were left completely bewildered. "What?" The master continued. "If you're not yet married, why perform such an act in broad daylight?" Nam Cam thought angrily. "According to this slip of paper, you're the one who needs to take action." Shui Bao thought. It was clearly all settled. The money was paid. The abbot said he would help. How did it turn out like this? Nam Cam glanced at Meng Tianxu, who was smirking smugly. Did he really have the stomach to benefit from me and then tell Meng Tianxu? I have to do it myself. Shui Bao continued to think. It was clearly all finished. The money was given. The abbot said he would definitely help. How did things become like this? Nam Cam glared at the smugly smiling Meng Tianxu. Could he really be so thick-skinned? He took advantage of me and then told Meng Tianxu. Meng Tianxu spoke up. This holy mother is like the full moon, so she must be a whole body of white jade. Hearing this, the master immediately put his hands together. Amipa. Meng Tianxu then turned and said, "After all, it seems eldest Miss Nam wants to stay at Qingdang Temple for 10 years before returning." Nam Cam gritted her teeth and remained silent, fuming. She thought angrily, "Even if you win, I won't let you be comfortable." Half an hour later, Nam Cam and Meng Tianxu walked outside. Meng Tianxu stepped forward and asked, "Did eldest Miss Nam specifically ask me to come here alone to push me down Mount Beifeng?" That would be the kind of retribution that Yi Zhe wouldn't want the most. Nam Cam thought angrily. A sick man actually dares to come and say such things. She tossed her hair and said to Meng Tianxu, "It's too windy here. I don't need to do it myself." Meng Tianxu smiled after hearing her words. "The person with the most free time in the Prince of Thunan's residence is me. If eldest Miss Nam wants to continue playing, I will accompany you, no matter how long." Unexpectedly, Nam Cam began to put on an act, her tears falling like pearls as she asked Meng Tianxu, "Your Highness has already deceived me to this extent. What else can I say? Tomorrow, the entire Qingzhou city will know that my Nam Kamer's 8 characters are too strong, and not only can I not marry into the Prince of Thunan's residence, but I also cannot marry within 10 years. Seeing Nam Cam crying so heartbrokenly, Meng Tianxu was startled and thought, "Is she really crying?" Seeing that he believed her tears, Nam Cam continued her act, wiping her eyes. "Father definitely won't have the face to force this marriage. He'll definitely want to break it off himself." Hearing Nam Cam's sorrowful tone, Meng Tianxu thought to himself, "She is a woman after all. Was I too much just now?" Realizing that this affected Nam Cam's reputation, Meng Tianxu hurriedly stepped forward to comfort her. "Don't cry anymore. What happened just now won't get out. As long as the Nam family initiates the break-off, you can make 3 requests of me, and I will compensate you." Upon hearing this, Nam Cam reached into her sleeve pocket and grabbed the pouch of peach blossom powder she had prepared. Meng Tianxu, still unaware of what was about to happen, bowed and said, "We both have our difficulties. I have offended eldest Miss Nam." He looked up and saw her triumphant smile, completely puzzled. Before he could understand what was happening, Nam Cam threw a pouch of powder at him, revealing a wicked smile. He immediately covered his nose, thinking, tricked again by this cunning woman. Nam Cam thought triumphantly, "Honestly, Meng Tianxu really is allergic to peach blossom powder. Whether the engagement is broken off or not, I'll get revenge for the humiliation last time first." Meng Tianxu, as if realizing something, said in shock, "Don't move." Nam Cam was startled. At this moment, a snake was crawling out from beside her feet. She trembled. Could it be a snake? A snake! The snake flicked its tongue towards her. For her, the most terrifying creature was a snake. She immediately ran frightened towards Meng Tianxu. He reached out and lifted her onto him. she screamed. Seeing this, Meng Tianxiu worriedly thought, men and women shouldn't touch. Let go. She's afraid of snakes. No, I have to throw her. But at this moment, her sleeves were covered in pollen, making him cough. She startled and said, young master, you must persevere. Don't drop me. Young master, don't break off the engagement. I am your future sister-in-law. Are you so heartless as to let me die in the snake's mouth? Break off the engagement. I'll grant your wish. Don't harm me anymore. My older brother is also your benefactor. But is this how you repay kindness with resentment? Meng Tianxiu gasped due to his pollen allergy, his whole body trembling, causing Nam-Cam to slowly slide down. She looked down at the snake below and fearfully thought, I'm done for. I'm really done for. Then Meng Tianxiu, no longer having enough strength, let go of Nam-Cam, causing her to fall to the ground. The snake seized the opportunity and lunged. She was terrified. It bit her leg. Seeing this, Nam-Cam fainted from excessive fear and collapsed. She glanced at the frightened Meng Tianxiu. This situation is probably a draw. Oh no, it's probably tie, both injured. After a while, Meng Tianxiu's servant helped him up. He worriedly cried for his master and asked, damn it, what did your young miss do to our young master? Shui Bao ran to Nam-Cam and yelled, Miss Mississippi. Shui Bao also hugged the unconscious Nam-Cam and angrily asked, you despicable villain, how could your young master let a snake bite our young miss? Meng Tianxiu's servant cried and said, our young master is good or bad? Shui Bao retorted, our young miss is dying. At this moment, the abbot hurriedly ran over and said, stop making noise, quickly save them. He glanced between Meng Tianxiu and Nam-Cam and thought, both sides are patrons, both generous. For the sake of the Holy Mother Temple receiving more incense offerings, nothing can happen. Otherwise, who will come to worship in the future? Truly Amitabha. Inside Nam-Cam's resting room, Shui Bao brought her medicine. Miss, the medicine is ready. Nam-Cam sat on the bed, holding the bowl of medicine, emitting a bitter smell that made her grimace. She held the bowl of medicine, closed her eyes, and drank, thinking, even if his asthma acted up, couldn't he have chased me away another way? Did he have to hit the snake's head? Didn't he see me get bitten by the snake? Shui Bao worriedly and hurriedly gave her sweets. Miss, quickly eat some to mask the bitter taste. She fearfully recalled being bitten by the snake. It caused me to be tormented by nightmares at night. During the day, I'm ravaged by this bitter and sour medicine. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. She cursed Meng Tianxiu's family for 18 generations. Suddenly an idea came to her. She opened the door and called, Zhenhai. Immediately a plump bird flew over and perched on her hand. She happily said, raised a pigeon for thousands of days. Use the pigeon for a moment. You run an errand for me. She tucked the letter into the pigeon's leg and let it fly off to deliver the letter. At the same time, in Meng Tianxiu's room, he received the letter, coughing and cursing, pretending to inquire, apologizing. In reality, she's reminding me of the scolding, harboring intense undercurrents, brilliant lotus flower, vomiting fragrance. 8 pounds, bring paper and pen. I must reply to the letter. His servant obeyed and immediately released the pigeon. The two sides continued to send pigeons back and forth to deliver letters to each other, making the pigeon look extremely tired and listless. In Nam-Cam's room, she was lying on the bed resting and asked Shui Bao, why hasn't Zhenhai returned yet? Shui Bao, who was cleaning the room at the time, replied, Miss, the letter you gave to the young master yesterday had peach blossom pollen on it. Shui Bao imagined Meng Tianxiu collapsing as soon as he opened the letter and continued. The young master's illness suddenly worsened. Today, a doctor was called in for treatment. How could the young master have the energy to reply to your letter? Nam-Cam immediately sat up and asked who told him call my Zhenhai fat, saying it was a fat pigeon. Shui Bao pouted after hearing this. Zhenhai does look like a plump pigeon. Nam-Cam, after hearing Shui Bao's words, her head filled with question marks, looked at Shui Bao with an incredulous expression. Shui Bao thought to herself, Miss, you really are? The young master is quite pitiful. Just then, someone carrying a food box came and knocked on the door. Eldest Miss, the Wong Manor sent someone to deliver food. They said it was to apologize to eldest Mississippi. Nam-Cam became wary upon hearing this. The servant continued to explain, the food is emerald snake soup and pigeon tofu pudding. The snake soup is meant as revenge, to nourish eldest Miss's body. It's a sign of concern. Shui Bao immediately cried out, Jinhai, you've finally become a pot of soup. Nam Cam, furious, got out of bed and asked, Shui Bao, help me up quickly. I need to return the favor. Shui Bao asked in confusion, Miss, what kind of gift? Shui Bao cried inwardly. The pigeon has already been cooked. Surely, Miss isn't asking me to deliver the gift myself? I'll definitely be captured. At this moment, in the Thunan manner, Meng Tianchu's servant looked at the pigeon. Why has this pigeon gotten fatter? The servant gave Meng Tianchu his medicine, and he asked him, has the pigeon's soup been delivered? The servant replied, yes, it has been sent. Meng Tianchu continued, has the Nam Manor sent a return gift? The servant reported, young master, please stop this back and forth with the eldest miss of the Nam family. I couldn't understand what was written on the pigeon, but this time your expression was very strange, a bit angry and also a bit amused. You hate her, yet you long for her. You've been hit with peach blossom pollen twice already, and you still sent soup. What if she does it again? Meng Tianchu immediately threw something at his servant and scolded, why are you so talkative? Where's the thing? Bring it here. The servant, touching the bump on his head, tearfully retrieved the item. Meng Tianchu angrily thought to himself, whether or not the engagement is broken off is a matter for later, but I must regain my face. Infatuated with men, rebellious, and full of schemes, the servant timidly brought the item and handed it to him. He took the box and thought to himself, you're as cunning as a fox, always scheming, and you love to act. How could someone like you marry my elder brother? He smiled and asked, could it be peach blossom pollen again? Could it be peach blossom pollen again? His servant reminded him, young master, be careful. What if it is again? He swallowed and thought, could this young lady truly be the shame of my life? Men's will to live is truly strong. He opened the box. Inside was a sachet, and on the sachet was written, this sachet is a gift for you. I admit defeat. Don't worry, there's no peach blossom pollen. Meng Tianchu tore open the letter and said, indeed, there's no scent of peach blossoms. His servant asked, young master, isn't this the sachet we sent to the Nam Manor? He picked up the sachet, wondering what she had put inside. He turned it over and brought it closer. On the back it said, idiot, you believe everything. He immediately threw it away. On the inside of the lid, there was another line of text. You're so gullible. His servant picked up the sachet and said, young master, there's no peach blossom pollen. Don't worry. He gritted his teeth and snapped, cut this sachet up. I don't want to see it again. His servant called back, young master. He angrily urged, just cut it. The servant hurriedly said, I'm cutting it. I'm cutting it. Young master, please calm down. If you get agitated, your shortness of breath will act up again. Ever since young master met the eldest miss of the Nam family, you haven't been the same confident and composed young master. The one who used to call the wind and summon the rain in Jinling. This time, you must be extremely angry. Just as the servant cut the sachet open, peach blossom pollen flew out from inside, and 2 pieces of paper appeared. They read, so clumsy. If you had cut it open slowly, wouldn't everything have been fine? Sorry, you'll have to stay in bed for 2 more days. Meng Tianchu smelled the peach blossom pollen and gritted his teeth that I've fallen for this trick 3 times. He ground out her name, Nam Cam, I want to kill you. Then he covered his nose. In Nam Cam's room, she picked her ear and said excitedly, it's a pity I can't see his furious, yet helpless expression with my own eyes. A few days later, Nam Cam paced in her residence and exclaimed, I'm bored. Shui Bao, following her, asked, Miss, the young master was taken back to Jinling for treatment just a few days ago. Surely you don't miss him already, do you? She held her head and said, my lonely prayers have gone unanswered. You don't understand. With this sickly little uncle around, I still have the interest to spar with him. The others are just too boring. Shui Bao looked at her worriedly and thought. Before the master left for the capital, he instructed me to make sure Miss stays happy. Otherwise, the remaining toxins won't be purged and will cause future problems. Nam Cam continued, I miss Zhenhai a little. Shui Bao thought to herself, that's right, Zhenhai is gone, but there's still Jingwei. So Shui Bao excitedly suggested, Miss, let's go to the stables and see Jingwei. Nam Cam immediately nodded, all right. I've been lying down for days now. I don't even know if he's gotten fatter or thinner. Let's go take a look. Then she immediately went to the stables with Shui Bao. The people in the stables immediately bowed and greeted. Eldest Miss. There was a horse with a slender waist, a muscular build, and glossy fur, wearing a very confident smile. Nam Cam looked up. This young man looks familiar. He seemed like a smart and honest person. Why does he look so troubled now? Suddenly, the steward kicked the young man, causing him to drop his brush. He hurriedly called out, "Eldest, Miss." Nam Cam glanced coldly at the person in front of her, her sharp voice ringing out, "What is it? Do you not see me?" The man startled, his whole body trembling. In that moment of confusion, he hurriedly knelt down and bowed, his face filled with panic. He lowered his head and his voice trembled. "I apologize, eldest Mississippi. I was momentarily lost in thought and didn't notice you. I beg for your forgiveness, eldest Mississippi." Nam Cam didn't respond immediately. She just stood there, her cold gaze fixed on him, causing the air to freeze. After a few seconds of silence, she softly said to the servant, "Come with me." The servant immediately stood up respectfully and followed her without a moment's hesitation. Seeing this, the surrounding servants began to whisper amongst themselves, "Being called away like that definitely means punishment. The eldest miss is so bored in the residence." Finally found someone to vent her anger on. Hearing these words, Nam Cam secretly sneered in her heart. "I'm going into a room to think. It was the original host who was fierce. What does it have to do with me? Now, everyone in the residence is certainly afraid of me, but this is only because Namtak's son dotes on me. I want to live peacefully as a salted fish, but I also have to be strong myself, otherwise I won't have enough security. Anyway, since I have nothing to do, I'll start by gathering a few loyal and capable underlings." She led Jing Hoa into a quiet room. She sat down and ordered sit. Jing Hoa remained fearful, shaking his head repeatedly. "This servant doesn't dare." Nam Cam furrowed her brow. Her tone softened as she asked, "Jing Hoa, how is your mother's health? Is she taking her medicine?" Jing Hoa looked up in surprise. He hadn't expected the eldest miss to remember who he was, let alone inquire about his family. He stammered, "Huh? She's taking her medicine. But recently things haven't been peaceful at home, and mother is worried and refuses to rest properly. No matter how much I try to persuade her, it's useless." Nam Cam nodded and continued to ask Jing Hoa what happened at home. Jing Hoa bowed his head submissively, his voice hesitant as he replied, "Well, it's not really a big deal. I'm afraid of bothering the eldest miss with such a trivial matter." Jing Hoa breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "I thought the eldest miss wanted to punish me. I didn't expect." Nam Cam then asked, "Well, are you going to be stubborn and not tell me?" Looking at Jing Hoa's embarrassed expression, Nam Cam couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I'm afraid he's embarrassed, so I've already given him an opening to talk about his family matters. But he still doesn't dare to speak. Jing Hoa flinched. Finally, he spoke, his voice slow and tinged with bitterness. "This is a long story. My family lives in Kolin village outside Tanchao City. Our village has had poor harvest for the past 10 years, so it's very poor. My older brother, Nam Jia, went to Tungjiang to work as a laborer. But every trip, he has to pay a lot of money to the foreman. And after a while, the money wasn't enough. He hasn't been paid in 6 months. Now, there's nothing left at home." Hearing this, Nam Cam's eyes darkened slightly. She thought for a moment and then said, "The northern canal is blocked at Tanchao. We're the most severely affected by the silt, and boats can hardly pass. To avoid affecting the grain intake for this year's harvest, the court has issued an edict ordering Tanchao to establish a maritime bureau and switch to sea routes. It's like taking away our rice bowl, leaving us with nothing." Jing Hoa nodded, his face etched with helplessness. "Indeed," he said, "the gang leader told the brothers to fend for themselves. But my older brother insisted on loyally following the boat owner." He paused, recalling the boat owner's words, "I'd rather die than become a ghost with you brothers. Go, press your hand on this paper. From now on, everyone is on their own. You are no longer members of the Brotherhood." After hearing this, Jing Hoa's brother, Jing Shan, immediately knelt down and said, "Gang leader, Jing Shan is willing to follow you through thick and thin." Jing Hoa continued, his voice slow and heavy with worry. "Because of this, mother refused treatment, wanting to force my elder brother to leave." Hearing this, Nam Cam nodded slightly, a thoughtful look in her eyes. She asked, "So if your brother leaves the gang, what can he do?" Jing Hoa replied awkwardly, "With our status, we can only be servants." Nam Cam pressed further, her tone sharper. "Staying in the merchant gang is about brotherhood, a bond as close as limbs. How can you rely on loyalty to a single leader?" Her blunt words startled Jing Hoa. He looked up at Nam Cam, a mixture of doubt and admiration in his eyes. He thought to himself, the eldest miss is right. Nam Cam, seeing the subtle shift in Jing Hoa's expression, smiled faintly, thinking he's a smart one. It won't hurt to give him a little more to consider. She continued, moreover, I feel the merchant gang won't disband. They've operated for hundreds of years, feeding countless mouths, and many officials rely on their molting, the skimming of profits from maritime trade. This sea route is their lifeline. The interests of the majority lie in their financial gain. Hundreds of years of operation aren't just a few banana leaves that can be discarded so easily. This merchant gang seems to have some tricks up its sleeve. These words made Jing Hoa contemplative. He nodded, silently agreeing with her reasoning. After seeing Jing Hoa off, Nam Cam returned to her room. She took out paper and a brush and began to redraw the transportation routes in the area. After finishing the drawing, she picked up a book and read, thinking as she did, the merchant gang won't disband, but sea transport won't be viable forever. Eventually, everything will shift to the northern land routes. But the road outside Tanchao City is severely congested. The court is spending a fortune to address it. It might be worth exploring alternative routes. Diverting a section northward would save time and effort, a one-time investment for long-term benefits. Considering the terrain, water flow, and the villages, some sacrifices might be necessary. The Gulin village area seems the most logical choice. If I could find a reason to buy the entire Gulin village and wait for the imperial decree to redirect the canal through it, the land price will skyrocket. Then, I'll just rake in the profits. Gulin could even develop new docks, becoming the premier port in the southern mainland. The transport and distribution of Huai salt would all be centered there. This idea filled Nam Cam with excitement. She imagined Gulin transformed from a dilapidated rural village into a bustling commercial hub. Shui Bao, standing beside her, saw her mistress's radiant smile and asked curiously, Miss, what are you planning with all this? She replied cheerfully, buying land. Shui Bao's eyes widened in surprise. Buying land? Miss, are you joking? You just heard what I said. That place is flooded year-round. It's impoverished. The villagers are practically starving to death. What's the point of buying land there? Nam Cam smiled faintly, speaking with confidence. Gulin village unearthed a hot spring a few years ago, so I think there must be a natural hot spring underground. I want to buy all the land there and build a huge bathhouse. Hearing this, Shui Bao was so astonished she was speechless. Gulin village isn't small. How much money would it take to buy it all, just to dig a natural bath? This is way too extravagant, Shui Bao said. But miss, we don't have that much money. Nam Cam asked in surprise. Didn't father say I could spend freely before he left? How much is left in the treasury? Go ask third uncle and take it. Shui Bao broke out in a sweat as she replied. Miss, master isn't here. The main treasury can't be touched. I'm afraid even all the silver in the small treasury won't be enough. Third uncle hurriedly chased after Nam Cam, calling out in a panic. Eldest miss, we can't sell them. We can't sell them. Don't sell. Standing calmly in front of the pawn shop counter, Nam Cam replied, it's just a pawn shop. Third uncle wiped his sweat and advised her, eldest miss, please wait a few months. Wait until the end of the year when the shop collects its earnings, or wait for master to return home and open the main treasury for you. These antiques are master's beloved collection. There can't be any mishaps. Nam Cam thought to herself, if I wait for father to return from the capital, I'll miss the best time to buy. It must be settled within a month. Thinking this, she came up with a plan. Clutching her chest, she began to act. Oh, my chest hurts a little. Third uncle, could it be that the poison in my body hasn't completely dissipated yet? Third uncle, hearing this, anxiously called out, eldest miss. She turned, pretending to be unsteady, and asked weakly, third uncle, am I dying? I really want to see father one last time. As soon as third uncle heard her say she was dying, he immediately gave in and ordered, someone, take this porcelain vase to the Baoyang pawn shop. Tell them it belongs to the Nam residence, and we will definitely redeem it. It cannot be sold outright. Suddenly, Nam Cam stretched out her hand, startling third uncle. She looked at him and smiled, saying, one isn't enough. Take them all. Third uncle was shocked. Huh? After a while, third uncle stood beside Nam Cam, weeping as he watched the servants pack the items in a chest to be taken away. Nam Cam called to him. Third uncle. He sobbed. Eldest miss, do Do you have any other instructions? Nam Cam winked. How much do you think fourth concubine would fetch? As soon as third uncle thought of fourth concubine, who was probably sneezing from being mentioned, he was so angry he nearly spat blood. He resolutely said to Nam Cam, "Eldest miss, I will find a way to gather whatever remaining funds are needed. I will definitely get enough." Hearing this, Nam Cam covered her mouth and laughed. Third uncle cried silently to himself. As for fourth concubine, let her stay and warm master's bed. His heart will surely turn cold when he returns. At the Nam residence, in Chiao Foreign's courtyard, fourth concubine and a servant rushed in, pushing open the door and calling out, "Foreign, how can you still sit there calmly? Nam Cam is about to take all the money in the house." Seeing her shout, Chiao Foreign's personal maid furrowed her brows and reminded, "Fourth concubine, please lower your voice. Foreign is still copying scriptures." Hearing this, fourth concubine was incredibly angry, her lips twitching. But unable to do anything else, she had to follow the maid to her seat. She sat down, adjusted her hair, and thought angrily, what kind of foreign is she? She's just a concubine. The Laoye only has the first wife in his heart. He said he wouldn't take another. Does she really expect to become the official wife one day? She continued, speaking to Chiao Shi. Now the whole of Tan Chao knows that Nam Cam is acting recklessly and is about to squander the Nam family fortune. Today she's selling antiques. Tomorrow, won't she want to sell the farmlands and shops too? How can this be allowed? Chiao Foreign finished copying the scriptures, put down her brush, and said, "You should also use your brain a little more. Laoye would favor you more." Before leaving, Laoye instructed us to comply with Nam Cam. Nam Cam wants silver. How can we refuse? Besides, those antiques are just being pawned. We'll just redeem them when Laoye returns. Hearing this, fourth concubine broke out in a sweat and asked, "Foreign, you're spoiling her too much." She thought to herself, the Nam family's eldest son is her own. Nam Cam squandering the fortune like this, when it's handed over to her son, there might be nothing left. Yet, she doesn't seem to care. Chiao Foreign propped her chin and sighed. If she likes it, let her be. I'm not worried about anything else. Just that with such extravagance, if the Nan Wang residence finds out, what if the marriage falls through? Fourth concubine immediately replied, if it falls through, it falls through. The Nam family doesn't only have her as a daughter. There's my Fu-Nu. Suddenly, she realized something that's right. The Nan Wang residence doesn't need a daughter-in-law like her anymore. The one of suitable age. Isn't it just my daughter? Eldest young master son, Sach isn't even the Wang Ye's biological son. Although Fu-Nu is a concubine-born daughter, she's still a good match. My Fu-Nu has been suppressed for so many years. It's time she got what she deserves. She calmed down and said to Chiao Foreign, so, I shouldn't stop her, I should even help her? She joyfully picked up her teacup, sipped, and thought, Nam Cam definitely doesn't have enough money. But she can use the shops as collateral to borrow money. Just then, Chiao Foreign's personal maid reported, eldest miss asked third uncle how much fourth concubine is worth. Hearing this, she was startled and spat out her tea. Angrily slamming the teacup on the table, she gritted her teeth and thought, just you wait and see, I'll make her drown in debt and ruin her reputation. Inside the Nam residence, Nam Cam sat in her room, calculating and writing. She thought angrily, damn it, why isn't there a computer? Shui Bao, beside her, asked, Miss, is the money to buy the land enough? She replied, how could it be enough? Fourth concubine lent me money for business, as much as I want. But if it doesn't work out, I'll have to use the silk from the Nam family's village workshops. She recalled fourth concubine saying to her, I have an acquaintance who specializes in lending money. Your current business venture, once it yields some returns, can resolve eldest Mrs. initial capital issue. She had asked, that's usury, isn't it? I don't dare. Fourth concubine replied, don't worry, Mississippi. I can help you negotiate a lower interest rate, but you'll still need collateral. She then said, here, although it's in my name, these are few shops. Fourth concubine smiled. Come in. What's there to hesitate about? It's not like I'm selling you anything. You just need to sign a loan agreement. It's even simpler than your mortgage. Nam Cam smiled in response. Then I must thank fourth concubine. But inwardly she scoffed. Shui Bao, hearing this, quickly said, this is clearly a trap, miss. Don't fall for it. Nam Cam smiled. Of course, your clever miss knows what to do. I won't just borrow. I'll borrow a lot. Shui Bao anxiously asked, aren't we going to the silk workshops? The silk is about to disappear. Fourth concubine wants to drown me in debt. With my reputation already damaged by the Nan Wang residents withdrawing their marriage proposal, I saw through her little scheme long ago. She continued, don't worry, I'll put this money into the money house. After one transaction, I'll make a profit. Don't you want money? Shui Bao asked. What do you mean? Nam Cam replied. For example, if I borrow 10,000 taels of silver through fourth concubine, and when I repay her with interest 11,000 taels, I can put the 10,000 taels into the money house and earn 13,000. So I still give fourth concubine 11,000, and I can still earn a profit of 2,000 taels. Shui Bao, feeling dizzy, asked, Is that even possible? Nam Cam smiled and replied, I'll buy you new clothes for the new year. Be good. Just then, Jinghua knocked and entered, saying, Eldest miss, I've returned. Nam Cam said, What's the rush? Have some water first, then talk. Jinghua replied, Thank you, eldest Mississippi. I've had Jinghua learning management alongside third uncle for a while now. Today, she's really changed. She's a quick learner. Jinghua accepted the water from Nam Cam, drank it, and wiped her mouth, saying, Eldest Miss, Gulin Village has a total of 56 households, including ours. I've negotiated with 50 of them. The price you offered is good, and it doesn't disturb the ancestral graves. Nam Cam asked, Whose house did we acquire? Jinghua replied, The Xia family. Xia Miss's twin brother now works at the Maritime Bureau, handling grain shipments to the north. He's a prominent figure now. Everyone is fawning over him, and so is Xia, Mississippi. Nam Cam thought. After the Gue Xiong Pavilion incident, Xiaoru Huan kept to herself for a while. Now that her brother is in a position of power, she's showing off again. Everyone knows I want to buy Gulin Village, and she wants to pay a higher price to buy those 5 households. Nam Cam set down her teacup and waved her hand, saying, Let it be. It's not peaceful there anyway. Jinghua replied, Those 5 households are always boasting about how their land fetched a high price, making the other families feel resentful and unfair. But eldest miss, don't worry, I'll handle it. Nam Cam sighed in relief. I'm asking you to work, not to fight. Nam Cam thought angrily. Increasing the offer is out of the question. This won't end well. Xiaoru Huan will just profit. My 5 households. What should I do about those 5 households? Suddenly, a mischievous smile spread across her face, startling Shui Bao. Shui Bao said with a smile, Don't worry, Miss has a plan. Xiaoru Huan is definitely doomed. Jinghua nodded in agreement. A few days later, in Gulin Village, Jinghua unfurled a blueprint, a design for a luxurious outhouse. In front of her, many workers were beginning construction. At that moment, several villagers ran out, yelling, You're digging latrines around our houses. The stench will be unbearable. How are we supposed to live? Jinghua immediately put away the sketch and bowed, saying, This land was purchased by the Nam family. The 5 households to the west, eldest Miss originally intended to buy them for outhouses. Eldest Miss said that Miss Xia, who's fighting her over outhouses, is a good sister, so she'll graciously yield. The villagers then asked, What does that mean? Miss Nam bought the whole village, surrounding our few households. Can't she just build whatever she wants? Jinghua replied, That's correct. The 5 villagers huddled together and whispered, Then what are we supposed to do? Let's move quickly. This isn't good. Miss Xia told us to stay and show off for a few days. What's there to be afraid of? Miss Xia already gave us money. Besides, the Nam family isn't easy to mess with. Let's just leave it. Jinghua thought to herself, The land Miss Xia bought at a high price will soon become a latrine pit. More importantly, no one will dare to build houses here anymore. Who wants their house surrounded by waste? Eldest Miss's method is truly effective. Later, Jinghua returned to report. It's just as you predicted, eldest Mississippi. The 5 households to the west have moved out. As for the other households, I followed your instructions, comforting them first and reasoning with them. For those who were difficult, I directly confronted them, saying the contracts were signed and they'd have to pay penalties if they backed out. Using both hard and soft tactics, everyone honestly took the money. Now the renovation of Gulin Village is proceeding very smoothly. Shui Bao immediately gave Jinghua a thumbs up after hearing this. Nam Cam said happily, Well done. Now I can focus on building my personal hot spring. A few days later, inside a shop, Shui Bao said, Shopkeeper, if you're not too attached to this item, please give us a new price. My miss likes this incense burner and wants to place it at Beauty Lake. Just name your price. The shopkeeper said this. Shui Bao recalled Nam Cam telling her, I've decided. My lake will be called Zephyr Lake, commonly known as Beauty Pool. Shui Bao thought to herself, ever since we started digging the hot spring for the lake. Miss has been buying things every day. But today is strange. Every item Miss looks at, the shopkeeper refuses to sell. The shopkeeper of the Rue Fam Hien spoke up. Our incense burners are exquisitely made. Although rare, they're not unique. Why does the eldest Miss insist on this one? If I could sell it, why wouldn't I sell it to you? Nam Cam finished her tea and looked into the cup, thinking, it seems it's not about the money, but that the shopkeeper doesn't dare to sell it, or rather, doesn't dare to sell it to me. She put down her teacup and asked, what if I say I insist on buying it? The shopkeeper trembled upon hearing this. At that moment, Xiao Ruhuan walked in and asked, something I have my eye on, who dares to snatch it from me? The shopkeeper hurriedly said, Miss Xia, another one, they're both people. I can't afford to offend. Nam Kim spoke up sarcastically. I smelled something strange and wondered who it could be. Turns out it's Ru Huan, my dear sister. Xia Ru Huan thought angrily, insulting me again. Nam Cam, I just want to tear your face apart. She strutted inside and declared, I have my eye on this. Send it to the Maritime Bureau for my brother. The shopkeeper hastily replied, yes, yes, yes. It'll be wrapped and delivered first thing tomorrow morning. Nam Cam glanced outside, seeing several people who resembled Chao Ding. If that's the case, she coughed and stood up, saying, Xia Ru Huan, you always antagonize me. But anything I set my sights on, even if they're forced to, this shop won't sell it to me. What makes you so arrogant? Is it because your brother works at the Maritime Bureau? She laughed smugly and asked, so what? Can you possibly deny that you rely on your father's influence? The east wind overwhelms the west wind. Just accept your fate. Nam Cam retorted, my family has served the palace for hundreds of years. What's so special about your Maritime Bureau? It's just a fleeting gust of wind. Xia Ru Huan sighed and thought, Nam Cam, just keep being arrogant. Then she said aloud, today, you're nothing but scattered sand, a family about to vanish like smoke. Transportation is controlled by the imperial court. You call your family an established clan? Even if you are now, you won't be in the future. Today, Xia Ru Huan has humiliated Gao Bang in front of everyone. You have no way out. All I have to do now is wait for the right opportunity to carry out the next step of my plan. Nam Cam immediately turned to the shopkeeper and said, Shopkeeper, this bronze incense burner belongs to me. Miss Xia can take it if she likes, but I'll get it back next year at the latest. Xia Ru Huan, hearing this, angrily snapped, Nam Cam, what do you mean by that? Are you insulting my brother, or are you insulting the Maritime Safety Bureau? Nam Cam walked past her coldly and said, ancient trees have deep roots and their descendants don't scatter. Some upstarts are merely houses of cards. A single cold rain will bring them crashing down. Xia Ru Huan gritted her teeth and retorted, what about your future? Nam Cam, we'll just wait and see. Nam Cam walked on smugly, saying, I won't waste my time waiting with you. You're not worth it. Xia Ru Huan thought angrily. She clearly came here to humiliate me. Why am I the one feeling so upset? The Xia family controls the Maritime Safety Bureau. As long as this sea shipment of grain is successful, the imperial court will definitely reward the Xia family. But there's one crucial condition. The sea transport must succeed. Half a month later, Nam Cam was in the Nam residence. Walking along the path, she frowned, thinking there's been a problem with the shipment. Sooner than I expected. The goods were heading north when they encountered bandits and a storm. The entire fleet was wiped out. The Maritime Safety Bureau is being held responsible. Xia Ru Huan's brother, Xia Rongshan, was immediately dismissed from his post. The cabinet ordered the canal governor to take over the matter overnight. The first step is to demand that Qingzhou switch to canal transport and continue shipping grain by river. The Xia family must purchase grain themselves and transport it to the capital before the Lunar New Year or face severe punishment. Nam Cam pushed open the door and entered the room. So. The Xia family is facing bankruptcy and will even have to borrow money to buy grain. She walked further inside. The owner of the Qingzhou grain store, Lu Jiu, immediately bowed and said to her, Miss Nam. Xia Rongshan also bowed, saying Miss Nam. Xia Ru Huan also said awkwardly, Gum Ni. Nam Cam glanced at the incense burner, thinking to herself, it's quickly returned to its original owner. She turned to Lu Jiu and said, Shopkeeper Lu, you are older and a respected figure. Please have a seat. Lu Jiu replied, I'm a guest. I wouldn't dare presume. With Master Nam absent, Miss Nam is the head of the household. She smiled and said, I also have my brother-in-law. I'll rely on him to bring honor to our family in the future. As a woman, Even if I don't marry well, I wouldn't dare to shoulder the family burden. Besides, my brother-in-law does business overseas. He's practical and diligent, not someone whose fortunes rise and fall so easily. She sat down and gestured, "Everyone, please sit." Everyone in the room sat down. Xiaoru Huan fumed silently. If it weren't for needing to borrow money, I wouldn't have to bring my brother here to be humiliated. Everything I've endured today, I will repay you for in the future. Nam-Kam said, "Ruhuan, we've been close friends, sisters for many years. I truly can't bear to see your family fall into ruin. But you know, all the money I have has been used to buy land. I don't have much cash on hand." Lu Jiu quickly interjected, "Once the redevelopment starts, the compensation for the land under the eldest Miss's name will be double the purchase price." "Congratulations, eldest Miss. You've made a profitable investment." She smiled smugly after hearing this. Xiao Ruhuan glared at her, gnashing her teeth, but remained silent. At this moment, Xiao Rongshan stepped forward and said, "If the eldest Miss can help us, I would be truly grateful. Could we borrow against the deeds of Gulin Village, using my name for a bank loan? The Xiao family will bear part of the interest. The Nam family's eldest Miss and a private bank can each take half. How about that?" He thought to himself, the land in Nam-Kam's hands could be worth 5 or even 10 times more in the future. After Gulin Village closes, I can use Nam-Kam's land as collateral for a loan, pretend to repay it in the future, and then conspire with the bank to seize the land. I can make a fortune. Nam-Kam listened, fell silent for a moment, and then said with a cold laugh, "Young Master Xia, are you underestimating me or overestimating yourself?" She looked at him coldly, making him startle and think, what does she mean? Is that a joke? But does she know my scheme? Impossible. He hurriedly said, "How about 2 shares of the profit? Or is the interest rate not high enough? Please reconsider." Nam-Kam picked up her teacup and said, "Master Xia, didn't you come here with your roommate to discuss business with me? How's it feel to do business with me? Not only do you want to borrow money, but you also want to seize my land. If you had such a plan, why let pirates get the better of you and bring the Xia family to this state?" Xiao Rongshan, upon hearing this, angrily shouted, "You." Nam-Kam calmly took a sip of tea. Seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, Xiao Ruhuan hurriedly knelt down and pleaded, "I was wrong before. I've offended you in many ways. Please forgive me. As long as you help the Xia family overcome this crisis, I, Xiao Ruhuan, will be your dog from now on, doing anything you want. Please," she cried and begged. After finishing her tea, Nam-Kam calmly set the cup down and asked, "What use do I have for a dog?" Xiao Ruhuan thought, no matter how low I stoop, Nam-Kam still refuses. Lu Jiu then spoke up. "It was all a misunderstanding before. Miss Nam is magnanimous and certainly won't hold it against them. How about this? For the Nam family's sake, I'll persuade the major merchants to compromise on the price and help you overcome this difficulty first." She said with a smile, "Shopkeeper Lu, if you're willing to help, why not have the price? That will be truly timely assistance." Lu Jiu faltered and said, "But those merchants won't miss the opportunity to crush the Xia family. They've increased prices across the board, nearly driving the old man of the Xia family to hang himself." Lu Jiu hurriedly added, "We still have to get through the winter in Qingzhou. The farmers have almost paid for their grain. If we collect taxes again, the price of grain certainly won't decrease. 3 taels and 2 mace, but for eldest Miss Xia, I can lower it to 3 taels, 2 taels, and 6 mace. I can't go any lower." Nam-Kam replied, "Otherwise, I'll have you thrown out of the grain store. I still have other options. I really can't stand the bullying tactics of the grain store." She sighed and said to Lu Jiu, "When that happens, Shopkeeper Lu, don't be angry and say the Nam family disregarded your business." Lu Jiu gritted his teeth in anger after hearing this and thought, this girl is too arrogant. Getting it a bit cheaper is already giving you face, yet you still dare to be so haughty. Nam-Kam, looking bored, waved her hand dismissively. "If Shopkeeper Lu isn't willing, then please leave. I'll discuss the upcoming business with the Xia family. It has nothing to do with you." Hearing Nam-Kam's dismissal, Lu Jiu slammed the table in anger and cursed, "You ignorant girl. Without our grain store, what good is all your money? What the court needs is grain, not your money." Nam Cam smiled, resting her chin on her hand, and shrugged. Then shopkeeper Lu can just hug that pile of grain and live off it. There's plenty of time. That's a good idea too. Except by next year, it'll be old grain, and no one will want it even for 2 taels and 4 mace. She then said, Shui Bao, see the guest out. Shui Bao, standing beside her, immediately responded respectfully, yes, Mississippi. Then she gestured towards him, indicating for him to leave. Lu Jiu, seeing this, was so angry he couldn't speak. He then spun around and left in a huff. Xia Rongshan was startled to see him leave. Xia Ruhuan cried out in alarm. She tearfully reproached Nam Cam. If you do this, we're definitely doomed. She thought to herself, Nam Cam has offended the grain store. They'll definitely hold firm on the price. What are we going to do? Nam Cam, resting her chin on her hand, said to her, no, if you're doomed and I'm momentarily happy, what's the point? She then sat up straight and said confidently, business is more important. Now is the time to discuss a serious transaction. Hearing this, Xia Rongshan asked in astonishment, do you have grain? She replied, regarding the grain, Master Xia, don't worry. Since I'm discussing this business with you, I naturally intend to help you. I'm not trying to trick you. Xia Rongshan then asked, what does eldest Miss Nam want? He thought to himself, what she wants isn't just money. Sure enough, she said, what I want is very simple. All the tools, equipment, and ships of the Maritime Bureau, including the person in charge and experienced crew members. Xia Rongshan broke out in a sweat, thinking, a foolish young miss who only cares about clothes and jewelry wants these things? Seeing he hadn't replied, Nam Cam continued, anyway, after this trip, the Maritime Bureau will be happily shut down. You'll have to deal with those ships on behalf of the court, so you might as well give them to me now. Xia Rongshan frowned, thinking those Maritime Bureau assets can be sold for a high price later. Agreeing with Nam Cam now means selling them to her cheaply. Nam Cam continued, I'll handle the grain matter for you. Hearing this, Xia Rongshan thought to himself, distant water can't put out a nearby fire. The most important thing now is to gather food supplies. So he asked, do you want to profit from the price difference? Nam Cam chuckled disdainfully and asked, heavens, do you think I'm greedy for those measly coins? Xia Ruhuan, still confused, asked then why. Nam Cam glanced out the window, mentally calculating. The Nam family can dedicate their lives to the imperial court, all honor and disgrace bestowed by the heavens. I'm not like that. I don't have that sense of security. She immediately responded in line with her established persona of a prodigal young lady. Of course, it's because I like imported goods. Perfume, soap, skin cream, beautiful rugs. Once I buy a ship, won't I be able to buy whatever I want? After hearing her explanation, Xia Rongshan said, as long as eldest miss can help the Xia family overcome this crisis, this deal is certainly something the Xia family cannot refuse. He breathed a sigh of relief after understanding her objective. Truly the #1 spendthrift of Qingzhou. Seeing how easily he believed her, Nam Cam giggled, making the Xia brothers' faces stiffen. After speaking with the Xia brothers, Nam Cam hummed a tune as she walked back. Tui Bao, following behind, furrowed her brows in thought. Miss has already bought a mountain of imported goods. Even the smallest items cost a fortune. I can't believe she's buying a whole ship this time. With so much effort and money spent, how much face powder could she buy? However, as long as Miss makes moves I don't understand, there will definitely be good results. Thinking this, Tui Bao hurried forward and asked her mistress, Miss, where are we going to find food supplies now? The food we have at home will only last through the winter. Nam Cam smiled after hearing this and said, I never said I was going to touch our family's food supplies. She thought to herself, I'll have Qian Hoa make a trip for this. Tui Bao stammered worriedly, Then we'll offend the grain store. We can't buy food anywhere else. Nam Cam laughed and asked, do you really think the grain store has a monopoly? There's another place with food, and they're much easier to talk to. Tui Bao gasped innocently, who? Nam Cam winked and replied, the Chow gang, silly. Tui Bao's heart pounded as she thought, I think I'm falling for Mississippi. 3 days later, at the Nam residence, Qian Hoa was sitting in the tea room waiting. Suddenly, the door was flung open, startling him. Seeing her, he quickly stood up and called out, Eldest Mississippi. Nam Cam, dressed in men's clothing, strutted in and asked, showing off her outfit, well, not handsome. How do I compare to Man Thien Ku, the #1 elegant young master? Qian Hoa gaped at the sight, completely shocked. Nam Cam snapped her fan closed and said, let's go, Chow Gang's Tung Jong. Qian Hoa asked, startled, eldest miss, how did you know? He thought to himself, is eldest Miss a fortune teller? I haven't even said anything, and she's already changed her clothes. Kinhoa spoke up. Elder Wei of the Tongjiang gang said they have grain and are willing to negotiate. They just hope Miss will be discreet. They don't want outsiders to know. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere fell silent. Nam-Cam looked out the sky and thought to herself, it looks like it's going to rain tonight. I really like this outfit, too. What a shame it'll get ruined. Jingyi nervously called out, eldest Mississippi. She smiled and replied, it seems if I hadn't spoken to you, you would have worried the entire journey. As she walked out, she continued, Tongjiang produces rice, but the Qingzhou section of the river is blocked due to this year's floods. Sea transport is scheduled for early autumn, the 8th month. The Chao gang definitely has some rice reserves. This year, without the canal for transport, many within the gang are struggling to make ends meet. They still need to secure some resources, and what they lack most is money. Jing, he respectfully replied, my brother said the gang is almost unable to hold on, and it will be difficult to get through this year. She listened, and then said, that means they'll have to sell that batch of grain no matter what. The question is to whom? Jingyi then asked, the Xia family? Nam-Cam sighed and asked, are you sure? Xia Huan spoke so insolently. The Chao gang leader has no heirs, so even if they want to sell, they have to save face, right? Jingyi asked cheerfully. So, Elder Wei, knowing that the Nam family is collecting grain, secretly invited someone to negotiate. As long as it's not bought under the Xia family name and doesn't damage the Chao gang's reputation, this deal can be negotiated. Nam-Cam smiled and replied, exactly. She recalled Xia Huan's words in the shop. The Chao gang is like dust. Just a gust of wind will blow them all away. It was the court that said, our family is... She thought to herself, back then, Xia Huan dug her own grave, offending the Chao gang in front of everyone. On the other hand, I helped the Chao gang with sea transportation. People in the Jianghu value loyalty. Although it's a small matter, it's time to use that favor. Today, going to Tongjiang, I'll act humbly and achieve a swift victory. She and Jing, he walked towards the carriage. Shui Bao was waiting there anxiously and asked, Miss, is it really enough to just bring Jingyi? She got in the carriage and reassured Shui Bao, don't worry, just do the task I gave you at home. Shui Bao replied with an affirmative and watched the carriage depart. That evening, Nam-Cam's carriage arrived. Jingyi got out and held an umbrella for Nam-Cam to disembark. As soon as she got out of the carriage, she immediately ran to the pier and boarded a boat. The boat set off into the night. Nam-Cam sat in the cabin, hugging herself and shivering, thinking, no wonder they say the South is cold and damp. As soon as it rains and the wind blows, it gets freezing. If only I had brought a cloak and a hot water bottle. She imagined herself with a cloak and a warm hand warmer, and a happy smile spread across her face. Suddenly, she remembered Meng Tianxiu's face and laughed inwardly, thinking, no, that would make me look like a frail young master, not someone from the Jianghu discussing business. And why am I suddenly thinking about that sickly uncle? I wonder if he's recovered, recuperating in Jinling. I wonder if he misses the good times in Qingzhou. I also wonder if he remembers me, his slightly superior rival. Nam-Cam sat with her chin in her hand, unable to stop thinking about Meng Tianxiu. After a while, Jingyi spoke, Miss, we've arrived. The two of them proceeded to the Tongjiang gang. Hu Laojui, the leader of the Tongjiang gang, saw them and greeted them. Friends, you've had a long journey. Please come in and have some tea. Jingyi was about to enter with her when someone stopped him. Young man, please wait. He glanced at Nam-Cam, who nodded back at him. Then, she went with Hu Laojui while he was escorted away by others. Hu Laojui and she exchanged glances for a moment. She gave a very confident smile, and then Hu Laojui led her inside. Elder Wei, the Tongjiang gang leader, greeted. Miss Nam has graced us with her presence. We are extremely grateful, extremely grateful. Nam-Cam returned the greeting that I have a fiery temper and have never shown much respect for formalities. It is Elder Wei who is gracious enough to overlook this and agree to meet with this junior. Hu Laojui invited her to sit, and Elder Wei turned and sat down, saying, that day, when Miss Xia insulted our Chao gang, Miss Nam spoke up in our defense. I have always remembered this kindness. And even Jing Shan and our gang listened to you and stayed, which is why we were able to overcome that hurdle. Outsiders say all sorts of things about Miss Nam, but I don't see it that way. You are intelligent and perceptive, second to none. She laughed upon hearing this. Elder Wei flatters me. Elder Wei spoke to her seriously. Miss Nam is surely aware of our current difficulties. We have no choice but to sell the grain reserves in our gang. We've already contacted several warehouses, but they are all offering very low prices. At those prices, I'd rather sell to you. He slammed his hand on the table in frustration. Namcam thought happily, with Elder Wei slamming the table like that. This deal is as good as done. She spoke up. Well then. She paused and glanced at Hu Laojui. Seeing him staring intently at her, she thought to herself, it seems Hu Laojui has something on his mind. Is there something I haven't considered? Namcam said to Elder Wei, I am honored by your high regard, and the head of the house also calls me a friend. So, as friends, I value loyalty above all else. I need to understand the gang's difficulties. Whatever the grain is worth, I will buy it at that price. This is the principle of friendship and also my sincerity. As she spoke, she glanced at Hu Laojui. Hearing this, Elder Wei looked at Hu Laojui and said, Laojui, remember this. Miss Nam is now an external friend of our Tongjiang. Although she hasn't crossed our threshold officially, she is still considered one of our own. If there's anything she needs help with, we must not refuse. Hu Laojui immediately replied, Rest assured, Elder Wei. Namcam thought, there's a hint of hesitation in Hu Laojui's eyes, and it's not about the price. Elder Wei said to her, I have made this friend. As for the grain, Miss Nam can discuss the details with Laojui. Hearing this, she asked him, Uncle Gio, is there anything else that concerns you? Hu Laojui, upon hearing her question, clenched his fists in anger and said, Miss Nam, just thinking about how those people at the Maritime Bureau bullied our Chow gang is unbearable to me. Elder Wei sighed upon hearing this. Namcam frowned and twirled a strand of her hair, thinking to herself, it seems this Laojui isn't content with simply helping the Xia family. He wants the Xia family, the Maritime Bureau, and the Transportation Bureau to all go down together, never to rise again. Thinking deeper, the grain ship encountered pirates and storms not long after setting sail. If it wasn't a coincidence, then someone must have had a hand in it. Most likely, Hu Laojui is afraid the Xia family will return seeking revenge. After this, there will be no more talk of sea transport. As for the Xia family's disrespectful words, they could be disciplined behind closed doors, but in public, we should still help them. Hu Laojui frowned in confusion after hearing this. Miss Nam, what do you mean? Namcam opened her fan and replied, My father once said, when it's time to stop, you should stop, not only to save face in the future, but also to leave yourself a way out. The Xia family surviving this disaster is fortunate. If their entire family is affected, who knows, they might harbor resentment and relentlessly hound the Chow gang. Hu Laojui slammed the table in anger after hearing this and asked, How dare they? Namcam continued to explain, Why wouldn't they dare? The previous incident at sea had nothing to do with the Chow gang. But this time, if there are any discrepancies in the grain compensation, the Xia family could claim that errors occurred during the Tongjiang gang's transport to the sea when they receive the grain. If the higher-ups get angry, who knows, the Chow gang might be punished as well. Wouldn't that make things worse? Hu Laojui was stunned after hearing her analysis. Elder Wei spoke up. Laojui, you've always been straightforward. You know it's for the greater good. If you have any reservations, just say it. Hu Laojui replied, Elder Wei, there's something I've been keeping from you. Actually, this batch of grain has already been bought by someone. Both Elder Wei and Namcam were startled and asked, What? Elder Wei slammed the table angrily and asked, Who? If it's already been sold, why hide it and invite the Nam family here to discuss? Hu Laojui replied, The buyer said that as long as Miss Nam comes to the Tongjiang gang, he will purchase the grain at double the price. If she doesn't come, he doesn't want it anymore. I also wanted what's best for the gang, to earn more money for the brothers to celebrate the new year. Elder Wei scolded, You're being foolish. Namcam frowned and thought, that person anticipated I would take this step. He's forcing me into a corner, victory or defeat hanging on this single move. Haha, someone is back for revenge. The image of Meng Tianxiu immediately appeared in her mind. Hu Laojui said to Elder Wei, Elder Wei, you are right. Miss Nam has shown such sincerity. We can't let the Chow gang lose face. I'll go and refuse the offer right away. Just at that moment, Meng Tianxiu walked in and said, In business, consistency is key. The Chow gang is so large, yet they go back on their word. The three people in the room were startled upon seeing Meng Tianxiu. Hu Laojui's jaw dropped as he thought. It was always handled through intermediaries. I never expected the person behind it all to be the prince of Nanwang's son. If I had known it was him, I wouldn't have dared to get involved. Hu Laojui hurriedly stood up and bowed. Greetings, Your Highness. Meng Tianxiu smiled and replied, no need for formalities. Nam Cam rested her chin in her hand, looking at him with feigned boredom. He glanced at her as she glared back. Meng Tianxiu stepped forward and bowed to Elder Wei. I apologize for this sudden intrusion, Elder Wei. Elder Wei coughed repeatedly upon seeing him, thinking to himself, this Hu Laojui, one side I can't offend, and the other is the Nam family, with whom I sincerely wish to build relations. Now I've climbed onto a tiger's back and it's hard to get down. What should I do? Meng Tianxiu looked at Hu Laojui and said, the written agreement from before, there's no need to bring it out. Matters that can be resolved with words needn't be made so unsightly. Seeing the situation take a turn, Elder Wei hurriedly made an excuse to leave. This old man is advanced in age and lacks the energy for this. You two can discuss amongst yourselves. Hu Laojui panicked at this. Nam Cam bowed and said, take care, Elder. Hu Laojui could only reply, rest well, Elder. After seeing Elder Wei off, he turned around and thought to himself, I thought the buyer was just an ordinary merchant. I want to take this opportunity to squeeze some money out of the Nam family. Now it seems, unless the young master speaks, we won't be able to do this deal with the Nam family. At this moment, Meng Tianxiu spoke up. The tea is cold. Would you mind brewing another pot, steward? He then turned and cheerfully asked, snatching this deal from eldest Miss Nam, I should offer wine instead of tea as an apology. Perhaps you're not reconciled to this? Do you still want to discuss the deal with me again? Hearing this, Nam Cam put her hands on her hips, fuming. If I had known my uncle was coming, I wouldn't have dressed like this. I am no tal presentable. Seeing the two facing off, Hu Laojui thought to himself, last time, these two were carried back to Qingzhou City from North Peak Mountain, causing quite a stir. It seems this time the young master is targeting eldest Miss Nam. He hurriedly picked up the teapot and made an excuse to leave that I'll go pour the water. I'll be right back. Once outside, he thought to himself, a personal grudge. Why drag the Chao gang into this? Back in the room, only Meng Tianxiu and Nam Cam remained. Meng Tianxiu calmly sat down and asked, eldest Miss Nam, are you well? Nam Cam also sat down and replied, I should be the one asking you that. Seeing that uncle is still alive puts my mind at ease. He chuckled and said, the words have been spoken, the blows have been dealt. Surely eldest Miss Nam won't admit defeat here. She thought to herself, forget it, what's the harm in taking a step back? The important thing is to secure this batch of grain. She sighed and replied, to have food at my fingertips and let it slip away, I admit defeat. You sell me the grain, and I promise you, I will initiate the breaking off of the engagement. Meng Tianxiu was suspicious upon hearing this. Last time Nam Cam admitted defeat, it resulted in me being sent back to Jinling to recuperate. Now she's using the same trick again. Does she truly want to break off the engagement? Seeing his suspicion, she gave a wry smile and asked, once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a rope. Whether I win or lose is all up to you. She sighed, that you've calculated every step I take with precision. You must already know about the documents I signed at the customs office. Regarding the Xia family's grain, I must succeed. Otherwise, those documents will be for naught, and the granary will become a laughingstock. I can't swallow this resentment. Rather than lose the granary, I'd rather lose to you, young master. Consider it an apology for my past actions. She put on a pitiful and vulnerable expression, pleading with him. Meng Tianxiu spoke to Nam Cam indifferently. It seems these are your true feelings. He thought to himself, but it can't be that simple, can it? If I hadn't returned to Jinling this time and investigated Nam Cam, I don't know how much longer I would have been fooled by Qingzhou City's #1 fool. Nam Cam continued her pitiful act, saying, so, I've lost. I'm completely convinced. But is it possible to cancel the engagement? My father has hidden this debt of gratitude for years, and it's a disadvantage for me. How does the crown prince intend to compensate me? He tapped the table and asked, what do you want? Nam Cam replied, the grain of Tengjiang will be collected by my Nam family. He said, we're not discussing this anymore. You can't make decisions about the debt of gratitude on your own. In that case, she said, I'll break off the engagement. The Nam royal mansion can choose another girl of suitable age to marry. My younger sister, Nam Fu Tu, is a suitable choice. He firmly replied, no. She then asked, you think I'm not worthy of your older brother, but my younger sister is skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Her appearance is also incredibly refined, and her personality is gentle and warm. Why not? He listened, fell silent, then propped his chin on his hand and sighed. He thought, the bottom bottom line is, I think my older brother should marry the girl he loves, not just have someone randomly chosen and forced upon him. But these words couldn't be spoken to Nam-Cam. She moved closer and asked, Crown Prince, allow me to ask a bold question. Are you truly here for Sean Satch or for yourself? He furrowed his brow and asked, what are you trying to say? She reached out and touched his wrist, asking, Crown Prince, do you like me? He froze at her words. The atmosphere, which seemed filled with pink bubbles, was actually Nam-Cam intensely staring at Meng Tianxiu, while he remained as steady as Mount Tai. She turned away, saying, so, the Crown Prince doesn't want me to marry your older brother. I thought you liked me and couldn't bear to let me go. She blushed, thinking to herself, darn it, the seduction failed. Meng Tianxiu told her, while Hu Laojui hasn't returned, eldest Miss Nam, refrain from speaking unnecessary words and quickly state your conditions. Like Nam-Cam? If such a day ever comes, may the heavens strike me down with lightning. She then said, my father said that in a few days, young Master Sean Satch will officially come to our house to finalize the marriage arrangements. I heard that the princess consort will also accompany him. Surely, the crown prince will allow me to meet young Master Sean Satch once beforehand, right? What if he falls in love with me at first sight? What if he really likes me? You're making me break off the engagement. Wouldn't that ruin your older brother's marriage prospects? He picked up his teacup and thought to himself, love at first sight is just a superficial excuse. How could a good person say such a thing? He said, my older brother is courteous and well-mannered. Even if he's not satisfied, he won't say it. She replied, so if I directly break off the engagement in front of everyone, perhaps the princess consort will blame young Master Sean Satch, thinking he didn't handle things properly and didn't care about me, which led to me impulsively breaking off the engagement. After all, I'm known for being difficult. He scoffed after hearing this and said, you're self-aware, aren't you? She continued, it's better to return the next day and say that due to some unforeseen circumstances, I missed the proposal at the royal mansion. It won't have anything to do with young Master Sean Satch. As for me, at worst, people will just say I deserve it, and they won't say anything too harsh. He asked her, what are you planning? She gave a wicked smile and said, me? Well, that depends on what my fourth aunt is planning. Fourth aunt will probably have this expression when she gives a beau the peach blossom. The fox has to go out and play her tricks again. At this moment, inside the Nam mansion, fourth aunt received a secret letter which read, eldest Miss Nam-Cam has secretly gone to Tongjiang tonight. She read it and wondered, what is she doing sneaking off to Tongjiang at a time like this? In 2 days, the Southern Prince's manor will be here to discuss the marriage. That's right. If I can take this opportunity to prevent Nam-Cam from returning, everyone will definitely think she ran away to avoid the marriage. She thought gleefully, by then, the Southern Prince's manor will certainly be furious. A young lady from a respectable family running away from home, with such a terrible reputation, who would still want her as a daughter-in-law. But father isn't home, so they probably won't go so far as to break off the engagement. Then, I'll beat the drums for Princess Fu too, and she'll definitely seize the opportunity to marry into the Southern Prince's manor. She tossed the paper into the fire and smiled wickedly, thinking, I'll immediately send someone to Tongjiang to act, to delay Nam-Cam. She'll definitely miss the marriage discussion that day. The next evening, Nam-Cam and Meng Tianxiu sat in the carriage. She lifted the curtain to look outside, while Meng Tianxiu glared at her, thinking Nam-Cam had her attendants leave before dawn. What is she scheming this time? I have to go back to break off the engagement anyway. Might as well go with her. It's better than letting her, a woman, travel alone. Nam-Cam looked outside and thought, breaking off the engagement is out of the question. I can't arrive early, and I can't arrive late. If we take the mountain road and cause him a little trouble along the way, we'll arrive tomorrow night. It's just, she recalled what she had said to Shui Bao earlier. I'll go see Jingyi first. You prepare the carriage and wait for me at the side gate. Shui Bao had said worriedly, miss, do you really want to go yourself? What if? Nam-Cam had smiled and replied, the Chao gang values righteousness above all else. Only by going myself can I show my sincerity. Don't worry, I'll be back before dawn tomorrow. Shui Bao, trusting her, replied yes. Nam-Cam, imagining Shui Bao's worried and dejected expression, sighed and thought, suddenly changing the plan, Shui Bao must be very worried. Then she dropped the curtain, hugged herself, and said, it's so cold. When I came, disguised as a man, dressed so dashingly, I didn't even bring a coat. Now I have to go back in the middle of the night. I'll freeze to death. Mang Tianchu paused, thinking, what is eldest Miss Nam up to now? He reached out, opened the luggage chest, took out a coat, and offered it to her. He said, here. She hesitated and said, this. Is there a clothing store nearby? I'll just buy one. He pressed it in her hands and said, too much trouble. It's just an ordinary thing. Eldest Miss Nam shouldn't mind. She hugged the coat and said happily, I don't mind. I like it very much. Thank you, Your Highness. He saw the look in her eyes and paused, thinking, what's with that look? Clearly, I've won in this situation, yet I feel strangely uneasy. Women are truly hard to understand. He worried silently while Nam-Cam calmly put on his coat. The carriage continued on into the night. Inside the carriage, he glanced at the sleeping Nam-Cam, that if I think about the rumors surrounding Nam-Cam, which ones are true? Perhaps only this beauty is somewhat real. The carriage hit a rock and jolted, causing the sleeping Nam-Cam to sway and softly moan. Seeing this, Mang Tianchu quickly reached out to steady her. His hand touched her soft face, startling him. Nam-Cam cried out again, shivering from the cold. He quickly retracted his hand, causing her to hit her head on the seat. Seeing this, he covered his face and turned away, unable to look at her. Rubbing the forming bump on her head, she looked at him questioningly. What happened? Seeing her awake, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and turned to ask the driver, why did you brake so suddenly? The driver, startled, thought, what's going on? I was driving normally. It's a bumpy mountain road, and now he's blaming me. He hurriedly replied, young master, I was wrong. I'll drive more steadily. Suddenly, a scream from inside the carriage made the driver jump, thinking I'm doomed. The young master is about to get angry, but why doesn't he seem to be reacting? Just then, Nam-Cam's voice came from inside. Ouch. Be gentler. Slow down. Mang Tianchu quickly said, don't move. She retorted, if you don't slow down, I'll definitely have to move. At that moment, she fell against him. Blushing, he thought, I've never experienced such an awkward situation. He recalled the carriage jolting, causing Nam-Cam to fall against him, her hair getting caught on an accessory on his robe. He was now trying to untangle her hair. She cried out, stop pulling. You're too rough. It hurts. Flustered, he said, it's tangled. She exclaimed in a panic, don't tangle my hair. My ancestors said blood can be shed, but hair cannot be messed with. He was reaching for his dagger at his feet, intending to cut the tangled hair, but stopped upon hearing her words. Which ancestors? He asked. She paused, then declared dramatically, well, you must have heard this one. Every strand of hair, every inch of skin on our bodies is a gift from our parents. He pulled out his dagger and cut the tangled strands. She said angrily, I haven't even asked my father. How dare you just chop it off? Don't rush. Take your time, and it can definitely be untangled. After cutting the hair, he sighed in relief, while Nam-Cam was devastated. She calmly tucked the remaining strands back in her hair tie, an aura of murderous intent radiating from her. Seeing this, Mang Tianchu broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, so this is what Nam-Cam looks like when she's angry. The atmosphere was incredibly awkward. Mang Tianchu started to speak, then hesitated. Suddenly, the carriage shook violently. The driver shouted, young master, Miss Nam, we're being attacked by bandits. Hide yourselves. Don't come out. Both of them were startled by his words. Outside the carriage, assassins dressed in black, swords in hand, charged forward, attacking Mang Tianchu's subordinates. The two sides clashed briefly. Then an assassin threw a grenade towards the carriage. The explosion startled the horses, causing them to bolt. The driver was thrown from his seat and landed on the ground, crying out, ouch! He yelled, young master, young master. The carriage bounced violently, causing Mang Tianchu and Nam-Cam to be thrown around inside. The horses continued to gallop forward. Mang Tianchu thought, we're doomed. The horses are out of control. The horses continued their frantic run. Mang Tianchu looked outside. That bend is too sharp. We're going to be thrown out. We have to jump out of the carriage. Just then, the harness snapped, causing the carriage to overturn, throwing both Nam-Cam and Mang Tianchu out. Nam-Cam sat up, clutching her leg and trembling. Damn, that was a rough fall. I hope that sickly man is all right. She stood up, felt a pain in her leg, and whispered, oh no, I think I've sprained my ankle. Just then, the assassins appeared, grinning smugly. Nam-Cam backed away fearfully, saying, I have money. I can give you all of it. Please don't hurt me. The leader, upon hearing this, thought to himself, although I accepted fourth aunt's money for this job, I'm not supposed to harm the eldest Miss Nam. However, he then asked, you fool, how much money do you have on you? Let me see. Feigning weakness, she said, how dare I trouble you? Great sir, to look yourself? I'll be honest. She fumbled around and then presented the money, saying, this is all the money I have on me. The assassin stared at her suspiciously. Seeing this, she thought to herself, even bandits robbing people hesitate. These guys aren't very professional. Moreover, they're only... The three assassins exchanged glances, and then the leader, suddenly overcome with lust, said, no, I don't believe you. I want to search you myself. Nam-Cam froze, thinking to herself, could this be fourth aunt's scheme? She gritted her teeth and asked, do you know who I am? Do you know who my lover is? How dare you try anything indecent with me? Aren't you afraid of death? The three assassins recoiled in surprise, asking, a lover? Well, that should do it. Just then, Meng Tianxu managed to crawl up from the ravine. Seeing him, she immediately said cheerfully, he's here. Xiao Su. The assassins asked in confusion, Xiao Shu. She continued calling Su and Tianxu Xiao Su. Meng Tianxu climbed up with difficulty, panting. Nam-Cam waved and said with a smile, come here quickly, my lover. As soon as she finished speaking, a long, awkward silence hung in the air. Meng Tianxu, covered in dust, gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, this woman. Meng Tianxu glanced at the assassins and then walked towards Nam-Cam. She reached out and tugged on his sleeve. He asked, are you all right? She whispered, Xiao Su, we're being robbed. Do you have any silver? He calmly replied, no. Still clinging to hope, she asked, well, you're a general. Do you know any martial arts? Understanding her worry, he turned and faced the robbers, shielding her, and said, don't worry, I'm here. The leader, looking at him, grimaced and thought, this man doesn't seem simple. I can't let him live. I may be able to spare Nam-Cam, but he must die. He then gripped his knife tightly and asked, what good is a sickly man like you? You die first. Go down to the underworld and be a pair of star-crossed lovers. He raised his knife, about to strike Meng Tianxu. Suddenly, Meng Tianxu said, wait. The assassin froze. He thought to himself, just now he said star-crossed lovers. What did he mean by that? He then reached into his pocket. Seeing this, she thought excitedly, could he be hiding a hidden weapon? To her astonishment, he pulled out a stack of bank notes, leaving her speechless. Annoyed, she asked, I just asked if you had any silver, and you said no. He replied boldly, you asked about silver, not bank notes. He presented the stack of notes and said, this is 500 taels. You brothers are just killing people for money. Split it and go, or just leave so we can continue on our way. The assassin looked at him warily. This kind of person shouldn't be provoked. Once engaged, they must be completely eradicated. A man with a top knot yelled, don't you dare try to insult us with money. The leader, hearing this, snatched the banknote from Meng Tianxu's hand and slapped it against one of his men's faces. Insult? I'd beg you to insult me. You're in this profession and you don't understand the rules? Kill him. The money will all be ours, and we'll get to enjoy this beautiful woman as well. The man with the top knot scratched his head. Sorry, boss. I understand. The leader scolded him. You understand? What do you understand? Get to it. The underling quickly replied, yes, yes. Just as they were about to attack, Meng Tianxu said with an air of formality, courtesy before combat. This caused the group to pause. He continued, if that's the case, then I have no choice. This made the leader hesitate, while Nam-Cam thought in surprise. Could it be that Uncle has been hiding his true abilities? Was his usual frail appearance all an act? Legend has it that the Nam royal mansion possesses a rare divine weapon called the Jinghong sword. The Jinghong's appearance inspires fear, birds are annihilated, and beasts lament, for the Jinghong is a flexible sword. It can be worn close to the body, making it even more precious. It's said that the Jinghong sword was passed down to Meng Tianxu, but no one has ever seen his skills, let alone seen him wield the Jinghong sword. Could it be that today I'll have the honor of witnessing Uncle's legendary Jinghong sword? He chuckled coldly and rummaged in his sleeve, making the assassins wary. Unexpectedly, he pulled out a jade pendant and said, there's nothing money can't solve. If there is, then just add more money. This left both the assassins and Nam-Cam stunned. She thought angrily, what the hell? Where's the Jinghong? Where are the legendary martial arts skills? While the assassins were looking at each other, she reached out, grabbed his hand, and pulled him away, scolding, idiot, run. Seeing this, the assassins quickly gave chase. As Nam-Cam ran with Meng Tianxiu, she thought, unexpectedly, Fourth Ant isn't very professional. It couldn't be to save money, could it? Hiring these incompetent assassins. Will these guys even listen to her? Aren't they afraid of the consequences? She looked back and grimaced, thinking, but then again, Uncle is sickly and out here with no martial arts skills. Heavens, he's even less capable than me. So she asked, Your Highness, are you all right? Don't you dare collapse on me, or I won't be able to explain myself. He panted and snapped, Shut up. She nodded and asked, All right. Do you want to rest for a bit? He continued running, gasping, No rest. We haven't reached safety yet. She kept running and said we should be fine. The two of us, one sick, one weak, and they can't catch up at this speed. They probably, after we ran, your attendants gave chase and killed them. Just wait, your attendants might find us here. They stopped in front of a cliff, and the sound of horse hooves echoed. Meng Tianxiu said, They're here. He thought to himself, but not attendants, and certainly not those small fry from earlier. She asked in surprise, Huh? Nam-Cam, still catching her breath, was confused. Just then, an assassin lunged forward, slashing at Nam-Cam. She quickly dodged, then glared angrily at the assassin, causing him to flinch. Annoyed, she gritted her teeth and charged forward, grabbing the assassin's clothes and throwing him to the ground. Seeing this, Meng Tianxiu paused, fearfully thinking, I thought Nam-Cam was cunning and sly like a fox, but inside she's still a fragile woman. I didn't expect the eldest miss of the Nam family to know martial arts. After knocking down the assassin, Nam-Cam thought to herself, They're targeting me. Someone wants me dead. It's definitely not someone sent by fourth concubine. So who is it? Then she called out, Heroes, surely you have no personal grudge against me, Nam-Cam. You're only acting for money. Why don't you name your price and let me live? I'll pay double, and I absolutely won't report this to the authorities. At this moment, the assassins attacked Meng Tianxiu. The one she had just thrown down got back up. Nam-Cam thought with a start, I'm done for. Someone who doesn't care about money must be a dead man. It seems the person who wants me dead is no ordinary person. Two assassins lunged towards Nam-Cam, while another tried to slash at Meng Tianxiu, who quickly dodged the blade. Nam-Cam, continuously dodging attacks, slipped from the cliff edge and fell. She thought in terror, I'm done for. Just as she thought she was going to die, Meng Tianxiu rushed forward and grabbed her hand, asking, Are you all right? He was using all his strength to hold on to her. Nam-Cam managed to step onto a rock ledge and grab a protruding stone. She said to Meng Tianxiu, I'm all right. She looked up and saw an assassin preparing to strike Meng Tianxiu. Startled, she yelled, Look out behind you. Meng Tianxiu spun around and, seeing the assassin about to attack him, unleashed a burst of internal power. A surge of blue energy exploded outwards, knocking the assassin away and breaking his sword in half, causing him to groan and collapse. Seeing this, the remaining assassins froze in fear, not daring to advance. And then, overcome with fear, they fled. Meng Tianxiu, now nearing exhaustion, gasped for breath. Nam-Cam, witnessing the scene, paused, thinking what just happened. Just as Meng Tianxiu was about to collapse, his subordinates ran up and asked, Young master, what were you thinking? He snapped angrily. Let's talk. Help me pull her up. Looking down, the subordinates saw Nam-Cam below and exclaimed, Oh my, this is... Quickly, pull eldest Miss Nam up. His subordinates immediately rushed to pull Nam-Cam up. She brushed the dust off her clothes, still catching her breath. She glanced at him and saw blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He swallowed the blood welling up. Seeing this, she wondered, what's wrong with him? His servant helped him up and asked, Young master, the bandits at the mountain pass have been apprehended by us. We tied them up and put them in the back of the carriage. We thought our horse had run off, but it found its way back. He took out a pill and swallowed it. The servant asked him, Young master, now we... He glanced at Nam-Cam. She paused, then said, Let's go and call off the engagement. He looked at her for a moment, then nodded in reply. Let's go. The carriage continued on its way, taking Nam-Cam and Meng Tianxiu back. Inside, the atmosphere was unusually quiet. Nam-Cam, having just regained her composure, let out a breath. She looked up at him and, seeing Meng Tianxiu staring at her, asked, Do you want to ask something? About my skills. He thought to himself, I've never heard of a sheltered young miss knowing martial arts. I never would have guessed this person was Nam-Cam. Moreover, the fighting techniques she used just now, although not flawlessly executed, were practical, not just flailing around. She continued cheerfully, silver and gold, are both good. Silver is dazzling and bright, but I prefer to use it, not be controlled by it. Sometimes, even with money, you still have to rely on yourself. Dealing with the infighting of a wealthy family requires using your brain, but it also involves learning self-defense. I didn't need it in my past life, and in this life as a useless person, I unexpectedly had to use it. But at least I'm still alive, not killed by a single slash. She continued, of course, the most basic reason is my arrogant nature. After I get married, what am I supposed to do if someone bullies me? Shouldn't I fight back? He twitched his lips after hearing her. She continued to ask, what about you? You're clearly a general with martial arts skills, yet you're so weak. It doesn't seem like you're pretending. He replied, those men in black seem to know something. They kept forcing me to fight. She asked with interest, did those men in black want to kill me to force you? He coldly replied, you're wrong. They wanted to kill me. Startled, she asked, who are they? She thought to herself, they're definitely not fourth concubine's people. Moreover, anyone acquainted with Meng Tianxiu, at the very least, must understand him very well. He didn't answer, only shaking his head. Seeing this, she thought, does he really not know? Or does he not want to tell me? If I was their real target, those people probably won't attack again. Could there be some secret about the original owner that I don't know? I have to get to the bottom of this. Then she suddenly noticed her hair caught on his lapel and laughed cheerfully. At the Nam residence, many betrothal gifts were displayed. Shui Bao was crying with worry. Just then, someone called out, the eldest miss is back. Nam Cam and Meng Tianxiu entered. As soon as Shui Bao saw her, she ran over and said, Miss, you're finally back. Nam Cam patted Shui Bao's shoulder comfortingly. There, don't cry. I'm not missing any limbs. I've even settled everything. Shui Bao wiped her tears and asked, Miss, but what about the marriage? What about the marriage? Nam Cam replied excitedly, of course it's off. We can't let the princess be angry for nothing, can we? Her words struck Meng Tianxiu like a dagger, making him break out in a cold sweat. Just then, second Madame Chiao and fourth concubine emerged from the residence. Fourth concubine asked with a smug smile, Cam and Hi, you truly have no shame. I tell you, Nam Cam, no matter how much master dotes on you, as a young lady of noble birth, staying out all night, running off alone to the Tengzhong Chao gang is truly outrageous. Don't even mention the princess not accepting you. Even master will punish you when he finds out. Nam Cam burst out laughing upon hearing this, startling both second madam and fourth concubine. She said, I left secretly on my own. At worst, people would assume I ran away from the marriage. How did fourth concubine know I went to the Tengzhong Chao gang? Hey, could it be that you're my real mother, and we have a psychic connection? Fourth concubine gritted her teeth and said, you. Second Madame Chiao shot her a warning glance and turned to ask Nam Cam, you say you didn't run away from the marriage. You, a young woman, what are you doing at the Chao gang? Nam Cam tilted her head and replied, business, of course. Me run away? Young Master Shan Sach is talented and from a prestigious family. I can't get enough of him. Why would I run away? Meng Tianxiu frowned upon hearing this. Fourth concubine continued to criticize her. Then why were you late? You clearly knew you had a meeting today to discuss the marriage, yet you didn't understand the importance of it. She looked at her coldly and replied, of course, someone stopped me on the way and prevented me from arriving in Tan Chao on time. She stepped closer to her and asked, you followed me back, and you were right behind me. Would fourth concubine like to see him? As soon as she finished speaking, her subordinates brought in the assassin. As soon as fourth concubine saw him, she said in a panic, I don't know him. Who is this bandit? Why are you making me see him? Hearing this, Nam Cam approached Meng Tianxiu and asked, what is fourth concubine saying? Why doesn't she recognize the crown prince? And why is she calling him a bandit? The atmosphere became silent. Then second Madame Chiao twitched the corner of her mouth and asked, you said someone stopped you, prevented you from returning, and that person was the crown prince? Nam Cam glanced at him and asked, isn't that right? He thought to himself, I'm doomed. I know what Nam Cam is planning. She calmly walked inside and peeked in. As soon as she saw the princess consort, the princess angrily slammed her teacup down. Nam Cam fearfully bowed and said, greetings, princess consort. She thought to herself, my future mother-in-law is so fierce. I think I'll pass on this marriage. Princess consort Nguyen Hong Nak looked at her coldly and said angrily, Suer, come here. He stepped forward, bowed, and called mother. She glanced at him, signaling with her eyes. He responded with his gaze, don't look at me. Enjoy the show. The princess consort watched them exchange glances and thought, I thought my future daughter-in-law leaving home and disregarding her reputation was already absurd enough. Now, Tianqiu is also joining in the fun. This is infuriating. The princess consort then asked, Miss Nam Cam said you stopped her, deliberately making her miss the auspicious time to discuss the marriage. Is she falsely accusing you? Your older brother is also here. You don't need to answer me. Tell your brother. Both Meng Tianqiu and Nam Cam were startled upon hearing this. Nam Cam thought happily, so my future husband is also here. She glanced towards Thursday Nam Vong's eldest son, Man Sun Sach. The two young masters of the Thursday Nam Vong residence were truly handsome and elegant, each with their own unique charm. However, neither of them seemed to be what they appear to be, both hiding something beneath the surface. Nam Cam bowed and said, Please calm down, princess consort. Since the crown prince cannot speak, why don't you let me explain? The princess consort frowned and looked at her. Seeing this, Meng Tianqiu immediately called out anxiously, Nam Cam, don't go too far. She pretended to be weak and asked him, Crown Prince, why would you say that? You were the one who said you didn't want me to marry your older brother. You said that for a couple to grow old together, they must first be of one heart and one mind, and I definitely shouldn't marry someone I don't like. You even patted my head, she said, reaching up to stroke her own hair. With her other hand, she pointed at his button and added, You even said that tying hair together when young determines 3 lifetimes of fate. Meng Tianqiu, startled, looked down at his button and thought it was at that time. The princess consort gasped in shock. Nam Cam continued, Although my reputation isn't the best, I am still a woman. Why would I lower myself like that so she can be provided for? The princess consort stood up furiously and questioned Meng Tianqiu. Do you truly not want her to marry your older brother? Meng Tianqiu frowned. So this was Nam Cam's scheme. She truly hadn't given up. He looked towards her, thinking, although it's hard to argue, there's one thing I must do. Nam Cam frowned, thinking, this time, even if it ruins my reputation, I have to force him to back down. Meng Tianqiu thought angrily, break off the engagement, I must break off the engagement. Nam Cam glanced at him resolutely. If we're going down together. Meng Tianqiu spoke up, startling the princess consort. He said, I don't want her to marry my older brother. The princess consort was stunned, as were the other madams of the Nam household. They were even more shocked when the princess consort, gritting her teeth, stepped forward and slapped Meng Tianqiu hard across the face. This greatly alarmed Nam Cam. Meng Tianqiu continued, Mother, I believe this marriage must be cancelled. The princess consort clutched her chest in anger. Sewer, do you want to anger me to death? Man Sun Sach quickly stepped forward to support her. Mother, please don't be angry. Second brother always knows his limits. He wouldn't do anything reckless. The princess consort retorted, He knows his limits? How could he do something like this if he knew his limits? She thought furiously, if it weren't for that secret of the Nam family, I would never agree to let Sachem marry such a woman. But Nam Cam must become the daughter-in-law of the Shun Nam royal mansion. Meng Tianqiu, seeing Man Sun Sach arrive, exclaimed in alarm, Older brother. Man Sun Sach smiled. I know. Relieved, Meng Tianqiu asked, It's good that older brother knows. You don't like the eldest miss of the Nam family, so why must you marry her? Man Sun Sach smiled. Second brother, do you like her then? Meng Tianqiu faltered. Older brother, concubine Kyo, watching from the side, was astonished. How did this happen? Not only is he stopping the marriage, but he's also dragging the crown prince into this. If Nam Cam doesn't marry the eldest son, but instead becomes the crown princess, wouldn't that? She immediately stood up and said, Princess consort, please calm down. The children don't understand these matters. My husband isn't home, so I don't even have anyone to discuss this with. What should we do about this marriage? The princess consort turned and said, To be honest with concubine Kyo, not only I, but also the prince have already made up our minds. This marriage absolutely will not change. Nam Cam, listening from the side, thought, what debt does the Shun Nam royal mansion owe the Nam family that they're so insistent on this? It's truly strange. Concubine Kyo continued, Camni's disobedience is due to our Nam family's lack of strict discipline. I'm afraid she's not worthy of the eldest young master. Furthermore, there seems to be some entanglement between her and the crown prince. Forcing this marriage is no longer appropriate. Perhaps Princess Consort, you should reconsider. The Nam family doesn't only have one daughter of marriageable age. As soon as she finished speaking, fourth concubine immediately stood up excitedly and said, that's right, Princess Consort. My daughter, Piao Ni, has been raised well since she was young. She's gentle and refined, no less than young Master Shan Sach. Everyone fell silent after hearing her words. Nam Kim burst out laughing. Seeing this, the second wife whispered a reprimand. That pig-brained woman, boasting about her daughter being worthy of the estate's eldest son right in front of his mother? Isn't that a direct slap in the face? Fourth concubine, looking puzzled, asked, What's wrong? What's wrong? The princess consort is furious. I've said it already. The marriage must proceed, but the Thursday Nam royal mansion will only marry the eldest daughter of the Nam family. Nam Cam, as for which of my sons? She glanced towards Nam Cam, causing both Meng Tian, Su, and Man Shan Sach to startle. She continued, will be chosen by the eldest Miss Nam herself. Nam Cam, hearing this, was completely bewildered. What did you just say? Both the second wife and fourth concubine were stunned, wondering what. Nam Cam, utterly confused, pointed to herself, thinking, what? I get to choose my own husband. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became heavy with silence. The second wife frowned. This is utterly preposterous. The princess consort turned to Nam Cam. Eldest Miss Nam, you needn't feel burdened. No matter who you choose, you will be the daughter-in-law of the Thursday Nam royal mansion. That will not change. The second wife and fourth concubine immediately exchanged glances. The Thursday Nam princess consort continued. If you prefer my eldest son, then the marriage will proceed as planned. If you prefer Tian Su, my second son, then choosing an auspicious date won't take much longer. Nam Cam feigned shyness. Both young masters are excellent. It is I who am unworthy, unable to choose. Inwardly, she cried, please, just call off the wedding. Don't force me into this corner. I don't want to marry either of them. The Thursday Nam princess consort continued. Tell you what, since I'm already in Tanchao, I'll likely stay for another 3 months. During these 3 months, eldest Miss Nam will spend time with both of them, cultivating feelings. After 3 months, you'll choose one to marry. That way, besides parental decree and matchmaker's words, it can be said that feelings have blossomed between you. Nam Cam thought to herself in a panic. What if I can't choose after 3 months? The Thursday Nam princess consort looked at her and said, I've heard of eldest Miss Nam's discerning eye. Scholar Bui Kok Swang was one, and young master Lu Tan Thuong another. My sons are exceptionally outstanding, brimming with literary talent. Are they truly not worthy of those two? Hearing this, Nam Cam, imagining the original owner's delight, sighed inwardly. If it were the original owner, she'd probably be head over heels, refusing to marry anyone less than a king. Oh well, for now, there's a 3-month deadline. I'll figure something out. She blushed, feigning embarrassment. Then let it be as you say. Meng Tian Su was startled upon hearing this. The Thursday Nam princess consort nodded. Judging by Miss Nam's appearance, traveling all night must have been quite arduous. You should rest well. I won't disturb you any further. I'll take my leave. She didn't say anything, and I didn't pay attention, but it hurt, and my leg ached. I just wanted to quickly take a hot bath and have a good sleep. As the Thursday Nam princess consort left, the second madam and fourth concubine immediately went to support her, saying, it's late, and dinner has been prepared in the residence. But the Thursday Nam princess consort declined. I don't want to eat. Please excuse me, Madam Chiao. At this moment, only 3 people remained in the room. Meng Tian Su, Meng Shan Sach, and Nam Cam. The atmosphere immediately became silent. Meng Tian Su said, to win a competition, the eldest miss will stop at nothing. It truly makes me admire you. Nam Cam sat down and replied, the young master misunderstands. I just wanted to remind you, braiding a woman's hair comes with a price. Meng Tian Su crossed his arms and asked, a price? I have nothing to do with it. But what do you want? What is this young lady thinking? Usually, she's as clever as a fox. But now, for just one thing, she's even risking her own reputation. Nam Cam smiled and replied, I'm fine. There's no need for the young master to worry. He started arguing with her. You don't need me to worry? Didn't you just tell someone that like you? Meng Shan Sach, seeing his younger brother acting like this, immediately stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Second brother. Then he turned and bowed to Nam Cam, saying, Miss Nam, my younger brother has offended you. On his behalf, I'd apologize to you. I hope you won't take it to heart. Nam Cam was surprised when she heard this. She stood up and bowed. Young Master Sean Satch, I apologize. I apologize for not considering your feelings and reputation. If Meng Tian Su hadn't been so unreasonable, I wouldn't have resorted to this mutually damaging method. Meng Shan Satch smiled. It's all right. Miss Nam and I have come to understand each other somewhat, which is a good thing. I also hope you will take care of me in the future. She happily nodded and said. Meng Tian Su, seeing the two of them talking so pleasantly, frowned. Meng Shan Satch continued. Let me escort Miss Nam back to her room. My younger brother has a bad temper, and I still have a few things to discuss with him. She immediately declined. There's no need. Shui Bao is waiting for me outside the tea house. I can return to my room myself. There's no need to trouble you to escort me. Your younger brother's mood truly isn't good. I won't disturb your conversation any further. Meng Shan Satch nodded. Thank you for your understanding, Miss Nam. Meng Tian Su and Nam Cam immediately glanced at each other, sparks flying between them. Then both simultaneously turned their heads away, clearly showing their mutual dislike. Nam Cam and Shui Bao walked outside. She asked Shui Bao, is the hot water ready? Shui Bao replied, don't worry, Mississippi. Everything is prepared. Mung beans, soap, flower petals, imported essential oils, and jasmine fragrance. Nam Cam, hearing this, praised her. Good. All right, go find Kin Hoa and tell him to visit that skinny fellow in my place. After I finish bathing and soaking, I'll go and ask him a few questions. As she spoke, she took off her coat. Shui Bao immediately replied, yes, Mississippi. I understand. It must be that Miss still wants to deal with fourth concubine, doesn't she? Nam Cam handed the coat to Shui Bao and said, wash it clean, dry it, and return it to the young master. Shui Bao was startled. What? The young master still wants it. Nam Cam replied, it would be a pity to throw it away if it's not needed. Shui Bao was astonished upon hearing this. I'm not hearing things, am I? Miss is actually feeling regretful about an item? Could it be that Miss truly has feelings for the young master? A dirty cloak, and Miss is reluctant to throw it away. Seeing Shui Bao staring blankly, Nam Cam flicked her forehead and said, don't overthink it. Shui Bao quickly replied, Miss, you and the prince are clearly fond of each other. She waved her hand dismissively. How can you say that? Enemies, we definitely are. But fond of each other? Absolutely not. Shui Bao responded, Miss, you shouldn't be so absolute. You'll be living together for over 3 months. If you happen to fall for the prince, becoming his consort wouldn't be so bad. Later, you'll be the princess consort of the Shun Nam royal mansion. Nam Cam immediately made a cross with her fingers in a way. If I fall for him, my beloved Silver will leave me, turning me into a pauper. Shui Bao gasped, her jaw dropping. Miss, you're swearing on Silver? You shouldn't make oaths like that. Shui Bao frowned. Miss, such oaths shouldn't be taken lightly. Inside a room, fourth concubine approached and asked Teat Pham, didn't I tell you to get rid of that girl? Why did you provoke Man Tien Su? Now look, your men have been captured. How will the Shun Nam royal mansion let you off? After repeated interrogations, you won't be able to keep your mouth shut. What am I supposed to do? The man named Teat Pham replied, you think we're fools? We can see what you're doing. She retorted angrily, if you don't say anything, I won't admit anything. Who dares to touch me? She leaned closer and warned him, I'm warning you. You better not utter another word. If I'm safe, everyone is safe. If something happens to me, you'll see what I do to you. Teat Pham retorted, oh yeah? I helped you collect debts, recruited men for your shady dealings, and now you're threatening me? Fourth concubine said, let me tell you why I angered Man Tien Su. The best way to silence someone is to kill them. At this moment, a figure dressed in black slowly approached Teat Pham from behind. Fourth concubine continued her feigned anger. You've got some nerve. The figure continued to approach. Hearing the noise, Teat Pham turned around in surprise, but was immediately slashed across the throat. He died. The figure withdrew the knife and asked, you were going to kill him anyway. What was the point of the charade? Fourth concubine, who had been feigning panic, immediately adopted a cold expression. I'm not as ruthless as you. I still had things I wanted to force out of him. She stepped forward, attempting to touch the figure, who immediately dodged. There are many ways for Nam Cam to break off the engagement. Why resort to someone unreliable like Teet fam, your rashness makes Nam Cam underestimate you. It also discussed Nguyen Hong Nak. Using this advance to retreat tactic, you want to prevent Nam Phu Nu from having the opportunity to infiltrate the Shun Nam royal mansion, right? She chuckled and replied, "Don't try to guess what I'm thinking, or I won't let you off easy." The figure scoffed that I'm too lazy to guess your thoughts. I'm just carrying out my master's orders. I can't afford to be careless. The woman gave a cold laugh. In the bathroom, Nam Cam was humming a tune while soaking in a bath. Just then, Kin Hoa rushed in, shouting, "It's terrible. Shui Bao, quickly tell the eldest miss. That skinny thief has been murdered." Shui Bao was startled. "What?" Kin Hoa continued. Fourth concubine was also there at the scene, and she was injured. The murderer escaped. Shui Bao broke out in a cold sweat. "This is bad. Someone wicked has snuck into the mansion and killed someone. Miss could be in danger." Just then, a loud crash from inside startled Shui Bao, causing her to turn around and call out, "Miss." Nam Cam, now dressed, walked out, frowning that I heard everything. She coiled her hair and asked, "How is fourth concubine?" Jinghua reported as she walked. "She's crying and screaming. She has an injury on her right arm. The physician has bandaged it, but she's still in shock from being hurt. Second miss is with her." Nam Cam turned and asked, "What about the thin assassin's body? Have they examined the wound?" Jinghua replied, "Third uncle has examined it. He said it was a fatal blow. A killer, very skilled and ruthless. The body has been tied up and sent to the yamen. They're waiting for the magistrate to examine it." Nam Cam sneered. "The killer slit Teet Fam's throat, yet fourth concubine only has a minor flesh wound. Would this killer truly be gentle with a woman's face? Let's go to the jail and see. This person killed to silence a witness. It's highly likely they're connected to the men in black who chased me yesterday. But why would they kill Teet Pham and also attack fourth concubine?" At that moment, a strong smell of blood wafted from the room, alarming Shui Bao. The smell of blood is so strong. She bent over, coughing. "I apologize, Mississippi." Nam Cam shook her head, and she pushed the door open and stepped inside. "What was the state of the body at the time?" Jinghua replied, "Shui Bao told me to check on the thief. When I arrived, fourth concubine was just entering the cell. I thought that as long as fourth concubine prevented the thief from escaping, I would guard the outside. I only rushed in when I heard fourth concubine scream." She glanced at the window, thinking the window is intact, undamaged. Did the killer leave through the back door? Not even a scrap of Teet Fam's clothing is missing, unless they truly can come and go without a trace. Otherwise, the one who killed and silenced her is fourth concubine. It seems fourth concubine's exaggerated, lowly, incompetent, and stingy demeanor is all an act. She truly exceeds my expectations. Go and examine fourth concubine's wound in her room. Fourth concubine shrieked, "That bastard. The magistrate will definitely catch him, tie him up, skin him alive, and avenge me. Oh heavens, my throat, my arm. They'll have scars now. Will my husband and children hate me?" Hearing this, Nam Cam sighed inwardly, thinking there are many who can act, but those who can keep up the act for 10 years are truly rare. Inside the room, Nam Phu Nu reassured her, "Mother, lower your voice. Third uncle has applied scar cream. It won't leave a scar." Fourth concubine retorted angrily, "All the best things in the mansion are given to Nam Cam. What's left for us? They say it won't leave a scar, but they use inferior goods to deceive me. It's all because you're useless. If you were a bit more capable, would your mother suffer like this?" Nam Phu Nu replied, Yes, Nuni is useless. Mother, please stop talking. You'll aggravate your wound." Nam Phu Nu was often bullied by the original Nam Cam. Though saddened, she didn't hold a grudge, just lived her own life. I thought she was in the mud, but not stained, still possessing her own unique character. Now it seems highly likely that fourth concubine intentionally nurtured her this way. But seeing fourth concubine genuinely protecting her, in fact, she has always been very protective. This is truly admirable, seeing her smiling face. Shui Bao found it extremely puzzling. She continued to ponder. If that's the case, then this marriage to Prince Shunan's residence. Fourth concubine wants to intervene on behalf of Nam Phu Nu. Perhaps she really doesn't want Nam Phu Nu to marry into Prince Shunan's residence. One person doesn't want to marry their daughter off. Another person puts on an act for 17. 18 years to abandon the marriage, scheming to avoid marrying off their daughter. Could Prince Shunnin's residence be a dragon's pond and tiger's den? Is there some contagious disease there? Or is it under some kind of curse? In just a short time, so many suspicions have arisen around me. For a lazy person like me, this is truly a divine, well, that's hard to shake. Shui Bao, seeing Nam-Cam's constantly changing expression, was filled with doubt. A loud crash startled both fourth concubine and Nam Fu Nu. Nam-Cam pretended to be panicked, running in and asking, "Fourth concubine, are you all right?" She immediately rushed over and grabbed fourth concubine's arm, crying, "Oh my goodness, so much blood. It must hurt so much, right?" Fourth concubine, completely bewildered, covered her wound and asked, "What are you doing here? Are you here to mock me?" Inwardly, she thought, such an exaggerated performance, no nuance or expression at all. What a disgusting hypocrite. Nam-Cam immediately wiped her tears and shook her head. How could that be? How could fourth concubine be so cruel to me? Nam Fu Nu called out to her, "Elder sister." Nam-Cam immediately asked angrily, "Who are you calling elder sister?" Hearing this, Nam Fu Nu immediately trembled, heartbroken and about to cry. Nam-Cam looked her over appraisingly. Indeed, fourth concubine sighed and turned to her daughter. "What good is raising you? Someone's trying to beat you to death, and you don't even dare to fight back." Nam Fu Nu weakly called out, "Mother." Nam-Cam sighed. "Fourth concubine, we are family after all, so I'll be honest with you. Since I returned from Tungjiang, besides the bandits you keep mentioning, there have also been assassins in black trying to take my life. If the crown prince hadn't risked his life to save me, I wouldn't be alive to return. Now, younger sister Fu Nu has truly become a member of Prince Shunnin's residence." Fourth concubine feigned ignorance and asked, "What? Bandits? Assassins?" Nam-Cam thought to herself. Even in a split second, it's clear that fourth concubine really does know that assassin, just didn't think they'd actually dare to make a move. The outcome of the attack was last resort, and the assassin could be blamed on bandits, which is to say, blamed on fourth concubine. It seems the enemy's internal ranks aren't very united. Nam-Cam continued, "So, this time, we're truly on the same side. I hope the authorities quickly apprehend those people to avenge you and me." Nam Fu Nu then asked, "Elder sister Cam, do you think the thief will come back? I'm very worried about mother." Nam-Cam scoffed. "Our guards are really quite idle, aren't they? Don't worry. It's highly unlikely they'd dare to return, but I have a difficult matter I need your help with." Nam Fu Nu was startled and asked, What is it?" Nam-Cam replied, "You know, the princess consort gave me 3 months to spend time with the 2 young masters. Actually, I still prefer the eldest young master a bit more. Having met him today, he truly is elegant and refined, with unparalleled looks. I don't read poetry or understand literature and art, so I'm afraid he won't like me. Could you teach me? Will you stay with me?" Nam Fu Nu was astonished and asked, "Huh?" Fourth concubine, meanwhile, felt as if struck by lightning. She quickly interrupted, "No, you can't go." Nam-Cam immediately smiled. "Fourth concubine, I won't bully Fu Nu. Besides, by being with me, she can also frequently see the 2 young masters. I'll choose one. Who knows? Maybe you'll still have a chance." Nam Fu Nu, blushing, replied, "All right." She thought to herself, "Although I don't expect to marry the eldest young master, being able to see him often is enough to satisfy me." Fourth concubine looked at Nam Fu Nu worriedly. This child. This is the first time she's followed her own desires. Nam-Cam said cheerfully, "That's great then." She thought to herself, fourth concubine staying in the Nam residence definitely has an ulterior motive, and her only weakness might be Nam Fu Nu. As long as I subtly keep Nam Fu Nu close, I won't fear fourth concubine. Fourth concubine, looking at Nam-Cam, worried silently. That girl Nam-Cam has a fiery temper, but she's never actually hurt Fu Nu. I just hope she's not wearing a mask, and that the danger isn't as great as I fear. 3 days later, at the dining table, Nam-Cam looked at Nam Fu Nu and thought, after a few days of living together, I can confirm that this concubine likes calligraphy, painting, and also knows a bit about cooking. She's truly quite fragile and doesn't seem to have any ill intentions. Nam-Cam then asked, "Come out with me today." Nam Fu Nu asked in surprise, "Where to?" Nam-Cam replied, "Sightseeing, my beautiful." Nam Fu Nu happily agreed. "All right." At that moment, Shui Bao ran in and said, "Miss, this month's consort schedule has arrived." Nam-Cam froze in surprise. "Huh? What the heck? A consort schedule?" Shui Bao immediately brought a stack of letters to the table for her. She thought in astonishment. Surely they wouldn't schedule conjugal visits before breakfast, would they? In my past life, I never even went on a blind date, nor had a boyfriend, but I did experience a period of sweet romance. But such an intense dating schedule, 2 overlapping dates with 2 men at the same time. It feels like I'm digging my own grave. She was so angry she dropped her chopsticks. Shui Bao blinked repeatedly and asked, "Miss, are you so excited that you can't even hold your chopsticks?" Seeing Shui Bao's gleeful expression, Nam Cam held a grudge. "I'll find a reason to dock her pay later." Nam Fu Nu looked over the letters for a moment and said, "Elder Sister Cam. Today, it's the eldest young master." Nam Fu Nu's hand rested on Meng Tian Su's letter. Nam Cam clutched her head and asked, "Why him? Who decided this?" "It wasn't me who flipped his 2 cards, was it?" After hearing this, Shui Bao asked, "Flipping cards? What does that mean?" Then, third uncle returned to the Wang Mansion's detached residence, around the time when things could be changed if there wasn't anything urgent. Nam Cam immediately slammed the table and said, "Change it." She thought to herself, "Who wants to date with that sickly man?" Shui Bao then brought over a tray holding 2 cards and said, "Miss, it's time to flip the cards." In ancient times, the names of the concubines were engraved on cards and presented to the emperor. This way, the emperor would choose which concubine would receive his favor that day. Inside the mansion hall, Nam Cam sat on a chair and cheerfully said, "Yes, present them. Whoever the little rooster picks is the one, as long as it's not that weak, sickly guy." She picked up a card, her cheerful expression immediately turning into a frown, because the name on the card was Meng Tian Su. She put the card down and pointed to the other one, saying, "Take that one." Shui Bao happily flipped the card over and said, "Miss, it's the crown prince. I've already arranged it for you." Nam Cam was startled and looked murderous at us. Oh, there was Meng Tian Su's name on both cards. How dare he play me like this? I could send this girl to the cold palace, couldn't I? Shui Bao said, "Miss, actually the crown prince is already waiting in the tea room." Shui Bao recalled that earlier in the tea room, Meng Tian Su had asked her, "Miss Nam, want to flip cards?" He immediately took out 2 cards, handed them to Shui Bao, and gave a wicked smile. "Take these and let your miss flip them." Nam Cam slammed the table. "What is he trying to do?" Shui Bao replied, "The crown prince said he has a strong will, while young master Shan Sach is frail. Any grievances should be borne by him." Nam Cam was furious. "Grievances? Strong will." She said, "Fine." Shui Bao, "Go tell third uncle to serve the crown prince a pot of good tea and let him wait." After a while, Nam Cam, having changed her clothes, walked out. Shui Bao, walking behind her, thought, even for a date, she shouldn't wear red. And she even said something about a red battle robe being a wedding dress. Third uncle, seeing Nam Cam, was startled and exclaimed, "Eldest miss, if the master sees you, he'll definitely be so moved he'll cry. You look so much like the late madam." Inside the room, Meng Tian Su angrily set down his teacup, having waited for a long time. Just then, the door opened and Nam Cam entered. Meng Tian Su turned around in surprise. She walked over, bowed, and asked, "My dear crown prince, you're here so early? You didn't even bother to inform me. I almost thought you couldn't bear to choose me." Meng Tian Su stood up and said, "That's true. Perhaps Miss Nam, out of pity, could arrange lunch with me tomorrow to give me some face." Nam Cam was speechless. She thought, not good. Little uncle changed his tactics and went straight for the shameless move. She said, "Whether I see you tomorrow depends on my mood." Meng Tian Su immediately replied brightly, "All right." Outside, everyone who saw this was touched and said, "Young people are so wonderful, so well behaved." Nam Cam frowned and turned her head, saying, "Let's go." Meng Tian Su stared after her as she left, her figure seemingly overlapping with another, leaving him dazed. He then sighed and followed her. The two boarded the carriage together and went out. Head to Beauty Lake. Inside the lake, there are many construction workers and the scene is incredibly bustling. The workers are diligently working when someone shouts, "Eldest Miss Nam is here," causing them all to pause. Sitting in the carriage, Nam Fu Nu thought to herself, ever since elder sister Cam bought Guling Village, it has developed and grown stronger. This small village, previously uninhabited and abandoned, has now flourished and many discarded things are waiting to be revived. Farmers who suffered crop failures and wanted to earn money, quickly came here to work. Now everyone calls Guling village Nam Guling. I never realized before that elder sister Nam is such a visionary and courageous businesswoman. She's truly remarkable. Outside, the construction workers were shouting, "Eldest Miss Nam, come out and let us see you." That's right. The carriage stopped. Nam Cam, dressed in wedding attire, stepped down, smiling gently. Nam Phu Nu stepped out, angrily thinking, "These people are so vulgar. Their superficial gazes are so irritating. How can elder sister Nam remain so calm?" Nam Cam turned and said to Nam Phu Nu, "There are many people watching, thinking they'll shine in their own way. I don't care how they look at me. Some people will admire you, and naturally, some will hate you." The men approached and asked, "Eldest Miss Nam, is it true you have a mole under your collarbone?" This question startled both Nam Cam and Nam Phu Nu. The men continued to jeer. "We heard your back is smooth and soft. It must feel very sleek to the touch. When will you let us brothers touch it and see?" Nam Cam froze, her face contorting. How did they know about the mole under my collarbone? They began to laugh lewdly. As the men were laughing lewdly, Meng Tian Su arrived. He signaled to the person beside him, "You take care of this." His subordinate nodded and ran over, grabbing one of the men by the collar and asking, "Are you tired of living? Have you lost all patience?" The men continued to laugh loudly. Meng Tiansu's subordinate gritted his teeth. No matter how great eldest Miss Nam's reputation may be, she is still the future young madam of the Shun Nam royal mansion. The man laughed loudly. "Eldest Miss Nam, am I right? Your body has been seen by others, and some people use you as a joke all day long. It's not just me who's heard about it. Ask the brothers here, they all know." Nam Cam turned and said, "Your Highness, have your man act quickly. Bitten by a dog, shouldn't one bite back? Wouldn't a swift kill be less painful?" Hearing this, Meng Tiansu's subordinate immediately punched the man in the face, forcing him to stumble backward. He cursed, "You bastard! Your young master wants to pick up worn-out shoes that others have discarded, and you're still so smug about it." Upon hearing this, Meng Tiansu slapped him hard across the face. He flicked a fallen leaf from his hand directly into the man's mouth. The man continued to rant furiously. Smug about what? But the leaf lodged in his throat, silencing him. He collapsed in pain, shocking his companions. The man crumpled to the ground, coughing up blood, his body racked with pain. Meng Tian Su gestured. "Tak Fong." Tak Fong immediately gave chase. Inside the room, Nam Phu Nu spoke up. "Elder Sister Cam, most of them are just a bunch of rude and ill-mannered people, so don't take it to heart." Nam Cam nodded in response. Yes. She looked at the teacup in her hand and thought. According to the original owner's memories, she had never had skin-to-skin contact with anyone, not even with Bui Kok Suong. She was determined to remain unmarried. After all, who was it that said something about the mole under her collarbone? Man Thien Su glanced at Nam Cam and then asked, "Second Miss doesn't like Dao Am Chi zither? I happen to have a set with me and would like to invite Second Miss to examine it." He gestured 8 kilograms. Someone outside gave the order. "I will escort Second Miss out now." Nam Phu Nu stood up, thinking, "It seems the Crown Prince wants to send me away, so he can speak privately with Elder Sister. After all, marriage is a major event. What's going on with the Nam Royal Mansion? Why aren't they paying attention?" She bowed and went out. Tak Fong quickly closed the door. Entering the room, Nam Cam smiled and asked, "Does the Crown Prince want to annul the engagement? Today's incident must be joyful news for you, right?" Man Thien Su replied, "Do you think I'm that selfish? Don't worry, I will help you." She paused upon hearing this, turning her head to reply, "I don't." Man Thien Su said, "I know." Just then, his subordinate returned and reported, "Crown Prince, the investigation is complete." He then said, "Speak." The subordinate replied, "The culprit spreading the rumors is a man named Bui Kok Suong. He had some reputation before, but now he's destitute. His father has passed away, and he doesn't even have the money to transport the coffin back to his hometown. He sneaked here to work and earn a living. It seems he has some connection with the eldest Miss Nam, and after getting drunk, he started talking nonsense." Nam Cam sighed upon hearing this, thinking, "Bui Kok Suong, he has never seen my body. I guess Fuang Nu told him." Phuong Nu used to be a maidservant of the original owner, so it wouldn't be surprising if she saw her bathing. How despicable to ruin a woman's reputation using something like this. Man Thien Su turned to ask her, "What do you plan to do?" He thought to himself, killing him is the simplest thing to do, discreetly, and the authorities won't be able to investigate. However, if Bui Kok Suong dies because of the rumors, others will gossip, and Nam Cam's reputation will be ruined. What was initially meaningless will eventually become the truth. She then asked, "He has nothing left now?" "The only thing remaining, I fear, is due to my initial blindness and kindness towards him. So there's not much to say, is there? He's still living in a dream, while I've long since woken up." She sighed, thinking, although I quite like the goddess's character design, maintaining it is inevitably tiring. Might as well take this opportunity to resolve it all at once. She immediately asked excitedly, "Crown Prince, will you help me?" She looked at him with sparkling, bright eyes. Seeing this, he fell silent and began to imagine. "Actually, I was just seriously considering countermeasures, but it's truly unnecessary. Miss Nam Cam, no, this little fox doesn't need others to pity and worry about her, does she?" In a room, a group of laborers asked, "Just a beating and then they'll let you go, that's it? The Nam family even gave you money. Was it hush money? Good heavens, brother, did you really sleep with the Nam family's eldest miss? A beauty like a celestial fairy. I actually believe your nonsense, but I never expected it to be like this." Bui Kok Suong thought smugly. Nam Cam ruined me, and now she wants to keep my mouth shut for just a bit of silver. She really thinks nothing of me. He asked, "Do you want to hear about what Nam Cam tastes like?" Immediately, one of them laughed loudly and said, "Of course we do. We dream about it at night. We also want to hold a beautiful woman in our arms." Bui Kok Suong smiled. "All right, then I'll tell you." He thought triumphantly, "I'll completely tarnish Nam Cam's reputation." At this moment, inside the room, Nam Cam was telling a story. 30 years ago, in the neighboring village, there was a girl named Adiem. Because of her ugly appearance, she started looking for love at the age of 14, but by the time she was 20, no one wanted to marry her. When she was disheartened, a scholar treated her kindly and proposed marriage. Adiem was overjoyed. She sold her family's house and fields, and even sold the old ox she had been attached to for over 10 years, taking all her belongings with her. She accompanied the scholar to Beijing for the imperial examinations, but as soon as they reached Ko Lin village, she was killed by the scholar for money. Adiem died, full of resentment, her hatred lingering. The king of hell wouldn't accept her, so she drifted for 30 years and became a female ghost, possessing girls with beautiful appearances. The personality of the possessed girl changes drastically, becoming infatuated with men, especially weak scholars who can't fight back. After marriage, she seduces men and then absorbs all their vital essence. She uses a man's life to fuel her own resentment, then goes to find the next one. Find someone to spread this ghost story. Just do it like this so that the people in Tanchao City think I'm possessed by a DM, that I was previously infatuated, and that's why I went to find Bui Kok Suong. The fact that Bui Kok Suong is still alive is enough to prove that he and I are definitely not destined to be together. Man Thien Su listened, astonished and silent. Nam Cam immediately approached him, putting on a frightening expression, and said, "Then you find me an exorcist to drive away a DM, and from then on, I can restore my reputation." A few days later, Man Thien Su was in his study, painting and thinking. In the end, does she want revenge on Bui Kok Suong or on me? If I don't help her and let the nasty rumors spread, then great. If no one dies suddenly on the wedding night, the next day, won't the news spread that the Prince of Thuan Nam's son is impotent? No, who says it has to be from her? He suddenly stopped. At this moment, Tak Fong ran in and called, "Young master." He immediately glanced over. Tak Fong said awkwardly, "Why are you angry again? You've been sulking like this for days without seeing Miss Nam." Man Thien Su put the book on the table. "Just say what you want to say." Tak Fong immediately said, "Young master, I've invited the exorcist. I've also informed Shui Bao. The ritual will be performed tonight at Nam Ko Lin. Deal with the rumors at the source." Man Thien Su nodded in agreement after hearing this. Understood. Tak Fong continued to ask, "Young master, are you going?" He frowned. "What is it now?" Tak Fong laughed loudly. "Oh, according to the original plan, the young master is supposed to accompany the eldest miss today. As long as she's by his side, rest assured, even if he doesn't want to go, he'll have to. It's cold. You should take care of yourself." Meng Tian Su put down his pen and firmly replied, I'm not worried. I'm not worried about Nam Cam. Keep her away from my older brother. Tak Fong immediately said, Young master, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should. Meng Tian Su stood up and said, If you don't think you should, then don't. Tak Fong continued to ask, Young master, don't you know what I want to say? Meng Tian Su turned around and asked, Are you going or not? Tak Fong immediately replied, Yes. He glanced at the paper on the table, lifted the books, saw the drawing inside, and ran out asking, Young master, why are you drawing a fox? Meng Tian Su remained silent upon hearing this. Tak Fong continued to press. Young master, why is the fox you drew eating a pumpkin? Don't foxes only eat men? Meng Tian Su still didn't answer. Tak Fong continued to push. Young master, hearing this, Meng Tian Su angrily punched Tak Fong in the head, causing him to cry out. In the study, a drawing of a fox hugging a pumpkin was revealed. That night, 2 Taoist priests were invited to perform an exorcism. Everyone around was chattering noisily. Nam Cam sat inside the room and asked, Is Bui Kok Suang here? Shui Bao replied, Yes. Blending into the crowd, he seemed 7 or 8 parts convinced, scared out of his wits, thin and haggard. Miss, pour the medicine. The prince is about to enter. Shui Bao took out a bottle of medicine and handed it to Nam Cam. Nam Cam opened her eyes wide. I don't know where he got this strange thing, but can actually change the color of my eyes. At this moment, outside, someone bowed and said, Eldest Miss Nam, the Taoist master is ready. Nam Cam exhaled and began her performance. She shouted, Who gave you the audacity? I'm not sick. You're arbitrarily confining me here. Just wait until my father returns. You're all dead for sure. I don't want this. Get him out of here. She then flung the bowls and chopsticks inside the room. Outside, Kin Hoa bowed and said, Eldest miss, please calm down. If the old master were here, he would surely agree. Your illness hasn't improved in days, and the doctors can't find the cause. So let the Taoist master perform the exorcism. Inside the room, Nam Cam angrily yelled, Kin Hoa, you're so bold. Kin Hoa hurriedly knelt down and said, If there truly is an evil spirit, this can help the miss get rid of her suffering. Eldest miss, hearing this, Nam Cam, inside the room, gave a thumbs up in praise. Excellent acting. You're truly amazing. The Taoist master began to burn Joss paper and incense, muttering incantations. Nam Cam glanced outside and thought to herself, more realistic than I am. After a while, the Taoist master pointed his sword towards the room. Begone. Immediately, someone splashed chicken blood on the door. The atmosphere became incredibly silent. Shui Bao spoke up. Taoist master, I remember that a DM and an old ox relied on each other because of that scholar she mentioned. This chicken blood won't work. Can we use ox blood? Hearing this, the Taoist master said, Quickly, bring an ox here. Kin Hoa immediately replied, I'll go find one right away. Inside the room, Nam Cam sprawled on the floor shouting, No! She struggled to sit up, her eyes turning a deep orange, causing everyone to be frightened and chatter amongst themselves that, oh my God, look at the eldest Miss Nam. There really is something wrong with her. I thought it was just a rumor. This is terrifying. The Taoist master immediately drew his sword. Someone, restrain her quickly. Nam Cam stood up, clutching her head and screaming, Get out of my body. You've made me suffer enough. You've ruined my reputation. I'm clearly not a promiscuous woman. Get out, get out. The surrounding people gossiped. So the eldest Miss Nam's flirtatious behavior before was caused by a demon possessing her body. It was the demon's doing, intentionally harming a good person. Nam Cam muttered, I can't understand. Cam Ni isn't living like this good? Could it be you're still infatuated, willing to trade your reputation for him? Does it have to be reciprocated with all your heart? When I was alive, were such good things. Besides, I haven't even bitten a man's little guy yet. How can I give up so easily? The people around, upon hearing this, froze and asked, This is a DM speaking, right? Bui Kok Suang was also startled and frightened upon hearing this. Nam Kim gave a cold smile and asked, Bui Lang, you had already escaped this calamity. Why did you provoke me again? If you said you vowed to be with me for life, then I will also give you a generous gift. Bui Kok Suang immediately turned and ran away, but he hadn't run far before his body suddenly stopped and flew upwards. Nam Cam let out a crazed laugh and said, Go into reincarnation early. Bui Kok Song pulled high in the air, writhed and clutched his collar, screaming, No, help me. Then he let out a painful shriek. Nam Cam stared at him, thinking. The prince had ordered people to set a trap in the bamboo forest, tying Bui Kok Song with nearly invisible threads in the darkness. The other end of the threads were tied to the surrounding bamboo trees. At this moment, in the eyes of ordinary people, it was a horrifying scene of a ghost taking a life. Nam-Kam recalled the scene of Man Thien Su ordering people to set up the trap in the forest, until she frightened Bui Kok Suong, causing him to run into the forest in fear and be hung up. At this moment, Bui Kok Suong was still screaming miserably. I never touched her, never. It was all Phuong Nu who said. Nam-Kam, hearing this, thought finally confessed. She immediately lowered her hand. The people in the forest pulled the ropes, causing Bui Kok Suong to collapse. Seeing this, Nam-Kam was startled. Everyone, seeing that Bui Kok Suong was dead, screamed, "Murder! Murder!" Nam-Kam thought in a panic. What's going on? At this moment, Man Thien Su appeared beside her and said, "You continue. I'll go after him." Finishing his words, he immediately jumped into the forest. Seeing this, Nam-Kam gaped in astonishment. How is this agility like that of a sickly and weak prince? His swift movement caused both Shui Bao and the Taoist master to gape as well. Then Shui Bao spoke up, "Master, please continue." The Taoist master immediately regained his composure and continued his sword dance. "Demon Tao Yu Noyet, reveal your true form." Nam-Kam froze. The Taoist master turned to his disciple and said, "Quick, throw the Five Thunders hand seal. This demon won't dare cause any more trouble." The disciple immediately ran up, carrying a bowl of sand. Nam-Kam, seeing this, thought to herself, although this sand-throwing ritual seems completely unscientific to me. The gecko, also known as the chameleon, is raised on cinnabar from birth until it reaches 7 pounds. After it turns completely red, it's ground into powder and applied to a virgin's arm. The resulting cat Thursday, Kung, symbolizes a woman's purity. But when in Rome, since I've been reborn here, I should probably go along with it and see what happens. Shui Bao immediately stepped forward and pulled up Nam-Kam's sleeve. The disciple began to draw on her arm. The resulting image astonished everyone. They began to murmur amongst themselves, "It's drawn. Eldest Miss Nam is still a virgin. I told you that Bui Kok Suong is just spouting nonsense. How could eldest Miss Nam spend her whole life alone with him? Bui Kok Suong has tarnished the purity of a noble woman. He'll die with that sin unforgiven." Nam-Kam, seeing this, clutched her head. "All right, time for the grand finale." She acted as if she was being controlled. "You're performing the ritual. You're throwing the cat Thursday Kung. You're throwing the cat Thursday Kung." She fell backwards dramatically. Shui Bao cried out and rushed forward to catch her, yelling, "Miss." Shui Bao thought to herself, a story this dramatic will spread throughout Tan Chao tonight. Meanwhile, in the forest, Man Thien Su was chasing the man in black. The man was clearly holding back, concealing his true skills and techniques. Man Thien Su suddenly launched a palm strike towards him. The man immediately retaliated with throwing needles, forcing Man Thien Su to stumble back in surprise. He dodged just in time. The 3 needles embedded themselves deeply into a bamboo stalk. Man Thien Su turned back, but the man had already vanished. Man Thien Su gripped the bamboo stalk. "Damn it!" Just then, the sound of approaching hooves echoed from behind him. Tap Fong rode up and called out, "Young master!" Man Thien Su punched the bamboo stalk in frustration. So close. If it weren't for these restrictions, I would have caught him. Tap Fong dismounted and offered Man Thien Su some medicine. "Young master, you absolutely must not use your internal energy again. If Madam finds out, she'll be very worried." Man Thien Su swallowed the medicine and thought, "My martial arts and lightness skills are rarely matched in this world. Now, I can't even use my internal energy." Tap Fong put the medicine away and asked, "Young master, who was that man? Why would anyone want to kill Bui Kok Suong? Isn't eldest Miss Nam the one who wants him dead the most?" Man Thien Su turned to look at the needles embedded in the bamboo. That man is no ordinary person. He was hiding his true strength. I forced him to leave behind these 3 silver needles after that chase. He was clearly afraid Nam-Kam would soften and have second thoughts, so he decided to take care of Bui Kok Suong for her. The reason why is difficult to say. Recent events all seem to be connected to Nam-Kam. He then drew Tap Fong's sword and mused, there must be some secret involved. Regardless, Nam Cam is innocent and shouldn't suffer any harm. I must uncover the truth. With that, he began to slash repeatedly at the bamboo stalk with the sword. The needles remained firmly embedded. Tap Fong watched in astonishment and approached him, the Kin Hong sword striking repeatedly. Could those be Han Tuet needles? Young master, could he be? He's one of First Prince Zhang's men. Man Thien Su sheathed his sword, thinking, I never thought Nam Cam would be so deeply involved with him. He then gestured, Tap Fong, summon Tantan for me. Tap Fong immediately bowed and acknowledged the order. He thought to himself, young master really intends to mobilize his forces. His other identity is usually kept secret. It seems this is a truly difficult matter. Meanwhile, Nam Cam was relaxing in the hot spring, thinking, finally it's over. I'm so tired. Tui Bao approached and said, Miss, Jingho had just inquired about the prince. He lost track of his pursuers and even vomited blood for you, Mississippi. The prince was very reckless. Nam Cam sighed, thinking, is it like last time? That man is all talk and no action. As she stepped out of the water, she thought, last time, saving his life was absolutely necessary. But why such a grand display today? Tui Bao immediately stepped forward to dry her and wrap a robe around her, saying, Miss, that wretched buoy cock song, don't be soft-hearted and blame yourself. After today, you'll no longer be associated with that nasty scandal. You can freely date the two young masters and choose the one who suits your heart. Happily marrying him will bring you happiness. Nam Cam turned and asked, So, Tui Bao, tell me, who should I choose? Tui Bao replied, Miss, you don't even need to ask. I've been wanting to tell you for so long. Judging from every aspect of the two young masters, from their status, appearance, background, to character, the prince gets 99 points and young master son Satch gets 90. Nam Cam sat down, smiling, and asked, So, you deducted 1 point for his weak constitution, but gave him full marks for everything else? And the other one lost 10 points, just because he's not the biological son? Tui Bao, you're not being fair at all. Tui Bao immediately said, My goodness, miss, of course the prince is good. Young master son Satch isn't bad either, but he's not the prince's biological son. If you marry him, with the prince around, wouldn't you be worry-free? In the future? Nam Cam closed her eyes in silence. Tui Bao continued anxiously, Moreover, you'll have to live with your sister-in-law. Even if you call her sister-in-law, if you dress too flamboyantly, you'll still need her approval. Nam Cam opened her eyes. That makes sense. Then let them all get lost. I don't need any of them. She sat up excitedly, leaving Tui Bao stunned and speechless. Tui Bao, bewildered, asked, Miss, do you mean both young masters? They're both still waiting outside. Nam Cam sighed and said, Forget it. She then dressed and headed towards the guest room. Man Thien Su and Man Sun Satch were waiting. Seeing her arrive, Man Sun Satch immediately stood up and bowed, asking, Miss Nam, are you all right? Nam Cam smiled and replied, Thank you for your concern, young master son Satch. I'm fine now. Have you had dinner yet? Man Thien Su, sipping his tea, glanced at the two of them conversing. Man Sun Satch shook his head. Nam Cam asked triumphantly, Well then, perfect. How about we have a late-night snack? While it's not as luxurious as what the Four Seasons Pavilion offers, we basically have everything here. Hearing this, Man Thien Su thought about the considerable expense required to maintain a private kitchen staff and ensure a constant supply of fruits and vegetables. Nam Cam was truly impressive. While feigning modesty, she was clearly flaunting her wealth. He set down his teacup, his thoughts reflected on his face, startling her. She stared at him in astonishment, then stuck out her tongue and made a face at him. Turning to Man Sun Satch, she smiled sweetly and asked, I wonder what young master son Satch would like to drink? We could sit by the earthen stove and enjoy some wine together. That would be quite delightful. Man Sun Satch turned to look at Man Thien Su, who immediately recoiled upon seeing his gaze. Nam Cam continued to smile and said, Today's appointment is between me and your brother. Anyone unrelated should naturally excuse themselves. These words struck Man Thien Su like a dart, causing him to freeze. He then stood up. Nam Cam immediately put on an indifferent expression, making no move to see him off. Unexpectedly, he simply brushed off his sleeve and sat back down. Seeing this, Nam Cam inwardly exclaimed, Good heavens! She signaled with her eyes, Your Highness, you need to save face. You need to leave. Man Thien Su didn't move, replying, How can I leave? What if my elder brother encounters danger without me here? Nam Cam signaled, incredibly thick-skinned. I'm in awe, truly in awe. Man Thien Su whistled in response, Thank you for the compliment. I'll gladly accept it. Thus, all three of them ended up dining together outside. Nam Cam and Man Sun Sach drank wine and laughed together, while Man Thien Su sipped his tea, thinking to himself, this is actually quite good. Nam Cam has cleared up the past misunderstandings and proven her innocence. She's completely cut ties with Bui Kok Swang and regained her former purity. She's laughing and enjoying herself with my elder brother. I really have no reason to interfere anymore. He abruptly set down his teacup. Man Sun Sach, noticing this, asked with concern, second brother, are you feeling unwell? He replied, it's nothing. Just feeling a bit out of place. Don't mind me. This remark, seemingly directed at Nam Cam, made her startled. This guy, just one sentence, and he's sulking all day. So she smiled in feigned concern. Perhaps the food doesn't suit your highness's taste. Would you like to join me tomorrow to try a different place? Hearing this, he immediately turned and asked, if the food doesn't suit my taste, I can change where I eat. But what should I do about the person who's disturbing my peace of mind? Nam Cam inwardly fumed. What do you mean by that? Are you saying I'm an eyesore? I worked so hard to cultivate the image of an elegant lady. Man Sun Sach quickly smiled and intervened between the two. My second brother doesn't mean any harm. If he said or done anything wrong in the past, I apologize to Miss Nam on his behalf. The scenery is so beautiful. Let's not let anger spoil it. Seeing Man Sun Sach's smiling face, Nam Cam's anger subsided, and she replied, the wine has gone cold. Man Sun Sach immediately took her wine cup, saying, let me warm it up for you. In a few days, the snow will fall. The snow in Tan Chao isn't like the snow in Jinling. He was preparing to warm the wine when Man Thien Su sat up and said, elder brother, have you seen Bui Kok Suang's body? Just like the bandit whose throat was slit, the technique was very clean. Man Sun Sach, about to warm the wine, froze. He set the cup down and called out, second brother. Meng Tian Su said, I've been considering Miss Nam's safety. After all, when we left Tongjiang, she seemed to be the target. The culprit is still at large, so how can we be at ease enjoying the moon and snow? Nam Cam replied, the prince is right. We should be concerned about our lives. How can we have the leisure to talk about such things? Shouldn't someone capable have already chased after the man in black to get to the bottom of this? Why are we still sitting here talking? Meng Tian Su paused after hearing this, realizing he had offended her again. Meng Shan Sach, while pouring wine, asked, I heard the man in black's hidden weapon was the Han Shui needle. Neither of us, second brother, can afford to offend whoever is behind this. This matter requires careful consideration. Meng Tian Su nodded. I didn't mean to provoke anyone. What about you? It's not my business. If Miss Nam isn't worried, why should I be? Nam Cam fumed silently, committing his face to memory. For my own safety, I'll let this one slide. She then asked, Your Highness, what is the Han Shui needle? Do you know who sent him? Meng Tian Su sighed. Yes, it belongs to Ji Han. Nam Cam was startled and shocked. Regent Ji Han, the one who truly holds the political power in this vast land. It's currently the 16th year of the Tianji era. The imperial family is prosperous, but the emperor is already 16 and hasn't taken the reins of power. The entire court is controlled by the regent, shielding him. His word is law. She immediately asked, Is there some mistake? I haven't offended him. Inwardly, she was holding her head and screaming. I'm just a young lady from Qingzhou. When did I provoke such a terrifying boss? Meng Tian Su replied, That weapon was the Han Shui needle. There's no mistaking it. But I haven't witnessed the truth firsthand. He recalled the previous encounter with the assassin in the forest and thought, the first time in the Tongjiang Mountains, the person Ji Han sent wanted to force me to use my inner strength. This is understandable, unless it was to further push the Shunnan royal mansion into a corner. Killing the bandit was either to cover his tracks or to protect his accomplice in the Nam mansion. But clearly, killing Bui Kok Swang could have been done earlier. Why wait until then? He pondered for a moment, then realized with a start. The other party is very concerned about Nam Cam's reputation. In other words, he cares about whether she's still innocent. She noticed him looking at her and immediately glanced back, startling him. He then explained, Ji Han has a group of martial artists working for him. 18 martial arts techniques with all sorts of swords, blades, axes, and spears, but the Han Shui needle hidden weapon is consistent. The Han Shui needle can pierce through ordinary blades and is mainly used for assassination and escape. After listening, she voiced her speculation it could be a deliberate act. The other party intentionally revealed the Han Shui needle, so you would know the mastermind behind it and back off, not pursuing these two lives any further. Meng Tian-su thought, this young lady's thinking is quite thorough. I've also considered that, even though the man in black skills are exceptional, even if forced to use a hidden weapon, he wouldn't reveal himself so openly. He recalled the earlier signal he gave Xie Feng in the bamboo forest. Xie Feng, have Qin Sheng come here. Although I've already asked Xie Feng to summon Qin Sheng to prepare early, I'm still not sure if this is just a cover. Nam Cam continued, Your Highness, see how much that man in black anticipated your arrival. Meng Tian-su looked puzzled. She explained, if Your Highness were an ordinary person, he wouldn't have used the Han Shui needle. Anyone who sees it would immediately think of Regent Ji Yinghan. Since he understood your arrival so well and knew your thoughts, he would overthink things more than others, feeling threatened by the regent. That's why he left the Han Shui needle and departed. Meng Shan Sach stared intently at her after hearing this. Nam Cam continued her deduction. Therefore, I believe the man in black must know you very well. Meng Tian-su fell silent, looking at her. Nam Cam slammed the table, concluding, if that's the case, then it must be Regent Ji Yinghan. Meng Shan Sach, pouring wine, remarked, if the man in black knew Miss Nam was also present, he would have had even more to consider. Nam Cam, hearing this, responded with a demure smile. Young Master Shan Sach flatters me. It's just a guess. Inwardly, however, she was beaming with smug satisfaction. Meng Shan Sach offered her the freshly poured cup of wine. Just then, a spider fell from above, landing on Meng Shan Sach's hand. Both he and Nam Cam were startled and cried out. Meng Shan Sach, in his fright, spilled the hot wine onto Nam Cam's hand. The spider jumped away. The recently heated wine scalded Nam Cam, causing her to cry out in pain. Seeing this, Meng Tian-su immediately rushed over, taking her hand in his with concern, asking, Why didn't you wait a moment before taking it? It's so hot. Nam Cam quickly withdrew her hand. Your Highness, please be mindful. She looked down at her hand. He stared at her, then turned away angrily and sat down. Meng Shan Sach said in a panic, I apologize, it was my fault. I have some ointment that can treat burns. I carry it with me, as it's also good for sores. He took out the ointment and said, Miss Nam, if you don't mind, allow me to tend to it. Shui Bao, call for a physician. If we wait any longer, it will blister and scar. She asked, startled Scar. I'll trouble young master then. She immediately extended her hand to Meng Shan Sach. He took her hand, his face flushed with embarrassment. Nam Cam, seeing this, thought happily, he's so gentle and refined. Even his embarrassment is endearing. Meng Shan Sach applied the ointment to Nam Cam's burn. The redness of the burn made her flinch. Ouch! Meng Shan Sach explained, it will sting a bit. This ointment contains a certain herb that reacts with the blood of the shou gong, causing a slight burning sensation on the skin, but it's nothing serious. Meng Tian-su sat silently opposite them, watching their interaction. Meng Shan Sach set her hand down and asked does it still hurt? She withdrew her hand, looked at the burn, and replied, it's much cooler now, and the pain is gone. Meng Tian-su continued to stare at them. After applying the ointment, Meng Shan Sach put the jar away and said with a smile, that's good. He then noticed Meng Tian-su's intense gaze. He also glanced back at Meng Tian-su. Nam Cam, seeing them constantly looking at each other, was puzzled. She looked back at them. At this moment, Meng Tian-su teasingly asked, so, the hand cream is real? I thought Miss Nam had just temporarily applied a layer of grease. Nam Cam, hearing this, was angered. She pouted, what's it to you? Truly a foul mouth, unable to utter a single pleasant word. At midnight, Meng Tian-su and Meng Shan Sach returned together. In the hallway, Meng Shan Sach advised if your body is weak, don't go out in the wind. Meng Tian-su asked back, older brother, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Meng Shan Sach asked him, on purpose what? Meng Tian-su frowned, purposely spilling the wine to burn Nam Cam, taking the opportunity to apply medicine to her, using Bai Xin Chao to test her hand cream. He thought to himself, those coincidences were too deliberate. But how could a small spider cause older brother's hand to tremble, causing him to lose his composure and spill the wine? Moreover, older brother has always been thoughtful and considerate. The wine was only lukewarm, not too hot. How could he hold a truly hot glass of wine and pass it to a young lady? Meng Tian-su furrowed his brow and asked, older brother, do you have feelings for her? Meng Shan Sach remained silent. He sighed and then turned his head to ask, if it were you, would you have feelings for her? Meng Tian-su immediately replied, if I liked her, no matter what she was like, I would completely accept her. Otherwise, how could I like her? Meng Shan Sach patted Meng Tian-su's shoulder and said, it's over now. The result is very good. She's your future sister-in-law. You must not cause any trouble or get in the way, understand? Meng Tian-su, hearing this, clenched his hand and asked, older brother, do you like her? Meng Shan Sach turned around and replied, she is truly very intelligent, isn't she? If her reputation has been cleared, why wouldn't I marry her? All right, it's getting late. You should return to your separate residence. Your body needs to be properly nourished. Rest well. Finishing his words, Meng Shan Sach patted Meng Tian-su's shoulder. He frowned, turned his head, and replied, I understand. Meng Shan Sach, hearing this, nodded and then left. After a while, Meng Tian-su furrowed his brow and called out, older brother. By this time, Meng Shan Sach was walking away. Meng Tian-su immediately ran after him and asked, older brother, if you have nothing to do, why are you following me? However, Meng Shan Sach only replied, go back and rest early. Finishing his words, Meng Shan Sach left Meng Tian-su there and departed. Qixi Festival. After a month of dating, Nam-Cam sat on a chaise lounge, eating snacks, and thought to herself, ever since that exorcism in the bamboo forest, third uncle has decided that I was too frightened and needed to recuperate at home. It's also a good time to avoid dealing with little uncle and Meng Shan Sach. But young Master Meng Shan Sach is all right, she thought while eating grapes. Being lazy is still the most enjoyable. At this moment, Shui Bao, braiding a cord in her hand, asked, Miss, why do you think the eldest young master brought young Master Wong back for the New Year celebration? Initially, the head of the Wong family swore not to have any business dealings with the Nam family. Eldest young master then went and befriended the Wong family's young master. It's fortunate the master isn't home. Otherwise, who knows how angry he would be. Nam-Cam replied, but just being friends is letting go of past grievances. Father is already so old. What's the point of holding on to grudges? Eldest young Master Nam Hao Din was born to Madame Kyo. He conducts business all along the southwest border, trading with Shi and Hung. The journey is long and arduous. He only returns home once a year. But this year, he brought a friend back, bringing the esteemed young Master Wong Jai Yu of the Wong noble family along. The problem is the Nam and Wong families have long severed ties, and it was because of the original owner's stepmother, Su Zhenzhen, that they fell out. Shui Bao sighed after hearing this. Miss, it's not that Master holds a grudge, but rather the Wong family that harbors resentment. After all, Madam eventually married Master. Nam-Cam, upon hearing this, recalled the plot. Deep-seated hatred, forging friendships. The original owner's mother was childhood sweethearts with Master Nam. Wong Fong Hak was a talented scholar and a beautiful woman. Originally, the original owner's mother and the Wong family had a marriage agreement, but she made a lifelong promise with Master Nam. Thinking of this, she smiled and said, if someone were to publish this story, it would certainly be interesting. Indeed, Shui Bao pouted after hearing this. Miss, never mind, madam. You yourself are already quite cheerful, and you're even chuckling with delight. Nam-Cam, hearing this, said excitedly, that's right, she thought smugly. But my brilliance isn't in secretly choosing haphazardly, but in acting openly and honestly. If I had to marry someone in ancient times, Man's son Sach would actually be all right. Gentle, refined, and also knows proper etiquette. I don't need some passionate whirlwind romance. Having a husband who's capable in all things, especially in the kitchen, for life wouldn't be bad. At least it's better than that sickly, frail crown prince. She imagined Man Thien, Su constantly coughing and sweating. Nam-Cam continued, picking up a grape and thinking anyway, Nam Thien Su really likes Man Thien Su. Becoming her sister-in-law later and helping her smooth things over a bit would also be good. Just then, third uncle entered and bowed, saying, Miss Nam, please prepare yourself. It's time for the New Year's Eve ancestral worship. Shui Bao immediately stood up upon hearing this, and Nam-Cam also lowered her feet and put on her shoes. supported by Shui Bao. She yawned and replied, "All right." Inwardly, she sighed, thinking, why are there so many troublesome rituals in this family? I don't know. That evening was the festival. Sky lanterns were lit and released into the sky, making it brilliantly bright. At this time, in her room, Nam-Cam was sitting on a chair, holding her stomach, exhausted. She sighed, thinking, when will we be able to eat? Going by modern time, the Spring Festival Gala should be halfway through already. At this moment, Shui Bao entered. "Miss, the prince's manor sent some light refreshments. I knew that the New Year's Eve dinner would be late, so I was afraid you would be hungry." Nam-Cam asked irritably, "Doesn't our Nam Manor have tea and snacks? Why didn't he have them bring those?" Shui Bao smiled. "Miss, it wasn't the crown prince who sent them, but the eldest young master showing his concern for you. I've already looked them over. They're filled buns and fried golden coin buns, only found in Jinling. There are also New Year treats like cured meats, plus the oat candy you like." Nam-Cam sighed after hearing this. "Oh, it's him." Shui Bao nodded. "Miss, it seems you still prefer young master son, Satchmore, right?" She waved her hand. "Wrong. I just prefer oat candy more. Bring them here." Shui Bao froze, then replied yes. Then she continued to ask, "But miss, how should you reciprocate?" She thought to herself, "You give me a gift, I return the favor. Long-lasting affection, good relations between both sides." Although, when Miss exchanges pleasantries with the crown prince, she always bluntly provokes him, making him angry and leaving for Jinling. Nam-Cam playfully twirled her hair, her face flushed. "Of course, I won't send anything back. A girl needs to have some self-respect, you know." Shui Bao broke out in a sweat upon hearing this. "But miss, the crown prince personally delivered the gifts and is currently waiting in the hall for you to reciprocate." Nam-Cam's face went blank upon hearing this. She fell silent, unable to speak, then furrowed her brows in anger. "Forget him. I don't have time to entertain him. We'll talk after the ancestral worship." Is he crazy? 30 years old, a grown man. Instead of staying home for New Year's, he runs to someone else's house. What's he doing? Shui Bao quickly replied, "Yes, Mississippi. In any case, second miss and third uncle are currently receiving guests. Third uncle said to call you over, but the crown prince said it wasn't necessary. He's only delivering a message. He doesn't want to see you." Hearing this, Nam-Cam slammed her hand on the chair in anger and scoffed. "As if I want to see him." She fumed inwardly. "If he doesn't want to see me, then don't come. The esteemed Shun Nan royal mansion doesn't even have a single errand boy. The crown prince himself has to deliver the message." She gripped the vase in her hand, then stood up angrily and said, "It's a reciprocal gift. I'm still preparing it. Let him wait." Shui Bao, confused, asked, "Huh? Miss, didn't you say you didn't want to see him?" Nam-Cam snapped, "Be quiet." Shui Bao cried out, "Oh dear." She lamented, "Who does Miss actually like?" At this moment, inside the ancestral hall, the descendants of the Nam family were kneeling on cushions, burning incense for their ancestors. Nam-Cam frowned. "Oh, good heavens, one ritual after another. All this kneeling is making my head spin. Let's see what the Nam family's New Year's ritual looks like." She looked at the portraits of her ancestors and commented, "As expected of a merchant family, every single one of them looks like a business person." Then she looked at the memorial tablets. "Wait a minute, it seems like the wives of the Nam family all met with unfortunate fates and died young. Come to think of it, the original owner's mother died in childbirth. Her grandmother and great-grandmother also didn't live long. It seems like they all died after giving birth to one or two children. The men, however, were all quite talented. 3 years ago, only one wife remarried. After giving birth to a daughter, she also fell ill and passed away. This is really strange, like some kind of curse." Thinking of this, her face darkened. Meanwhile, in the guest room, Wang Jiayu was enthusiastically making conversation with Man Thien Su while he remained silent. At this hour, the ancestral worship should be over, shouldn't it? At that moment, two people entered from outside. Inside, Nam Haodin bowed. "I've kept the crown prince waiting." Wang Jiayu immediately stood up and said, "Today is a special day, and Brother Nam is busy with matters of the ancestral temple. I hope the crown prince will not take offense." Man Thien Su, upon hearing this, placed his teacup on the table and asked, Is that so, young Master Wong? It seems we've only just met today. Is there something you wish to say to me? He smiled, then looked at him coldly. Wang Jiayu broke out in a sweat. If I've said anything amiss, I hope the Crown Prince will forgive me. Nam Haodin also spoke up. The Crown Prince is visiting Qingzhou, and I'm sure the New Year's celebrations here aren't as elaborate as in Jinling. It's getting late. Why don't you stay at the Nam residence for the New Year's Eve dinner? He thought to himself. The Crown Prince is indeed as difficult to please as the rumors say. Nam Haodin glanced towards Nam Cam and said, "My younger sister is also here. Perhaps she could accompany you." Nam Cam immediately turned towards him with a bright smile. Seeing this, Man Thien Su's heart skipped a beat. He hesitated, thinking, whenever Nam Cam smiles like this, something unpleasant is definitely about to happen. To me, Nam Haodin bowed. Then, Crown Prince, please enjoy your conversation. I will go and arrange the New Year's Eve banquet. Nam Cam descended from where Nam Haodin had been and sat opposite Man Thien Su. Man Thien Su smiled and said, "Go ahead." Wang Jiayu also immediately bowed and excused himself. I shall also take my leave." After that, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief and stepped outside. Only Man Thien Su and Nam Cam remained in the room. She calmly poured herself a cup of tea, then held it up and asked, "Crown Prince, you're not celebrating the New Year at home, but instead sitting here at someone else's house. Aren't you bored?" Man Thien Su brushed his sleeve and replied, "I was entrusted with a task. Did you think I wanted to come here?" Nam Cam immediately smiled. "Well, the item has been delivered. You can leave now. My family is having a reunion dinner. It's not convenient to have outsiders join us." Hearing this, Man Thien Su chuckled and asked, "What's this? Are the people of the Wong family no longer enemies, but family now? Lady Nam, don't you regret marrying Tay and Hung Dian?" Nam Cam snorted coldly upon hearing this. "The Thuan Nam royal mansion, and I do not have a marriage agreement. Isn't this what you wanted most, Crown Prince?" Man Thien Su paused after hearing this, then said, My older brother doesn't hate you." Nam Cam, who was drinking tea, also paused upon hearing this. Her face flushed, and she feigned a surprised expression, saying, "Oh." He found this extremely puzzling and pointed at her, asking, "He doesn't hate you, and he doesn't like you. So why are you blushing?" Nam Cam set down her teacup and replied, "Not hating means he likes me a little. It's because of young Master Kainim. If he admitted to liking me, wouldn't it be like a mountain without trees, a river without water? And then he'd act all indifferent towards me." Having finished speaking, she pretended to be a shy and refined young lady. Seeing this, Man Thien Su immediately turned cold and threw a bucket of cold water on her. "Your lovesickness is cured, but your face is still as thick as a city wall." Nam Cam was angered upon hearing this. She smiled and asked, "No need for such praise, uncle. Isn't our family a family of generals? Isn't having skin as thick as a city wall a good sign? Then congratulations, because with my sturdy and thick city wall, there will be no more wars." Man Thien Su fell silent after hearing this, thinking to himself, why did she suddenly change how she addresses me to uncle? He stood up angrily that I must be crazy. Instead of celebrating the new year at home, I have to run to the Nam Manor and invite trouble upon myself. At this moment, third uncle arrived and bowed that it's time for dinner, Crown Prince. "Lady Nam, please come to the dining room." Nam Cam immediately spoke up, although the Crown Prince is not skilled in martial arts. His fortune-telling skills are quite good. Knowing it's dinner time, you've already stood up. Man Thien Su blushed with embarrassment upon hearing this as he stood up. He gritted his teeth angrily and said, Nam Cam. Nam Cam immediately gestured an invitation. "Uncle, please." Man Thien Su was extremely angry. "Don't call me that." Unexpectedly, Nam Cam continued to smile teasingly. Then Crown Prince, "Uncle, please." Man Thien Su fell silent after hearing this, not daring to say another word. In the dining room, Third Miss spoke up. "There's a newly opened shop. It seems to sell all sorts of strange perfumes. They have a very high-class fragrance." Nam Fu Nu smiled in response. No wonder Third Sister's clothes smelled different today. Nam Cam sipped her wine and thought, strange, such a lively place, yet I feel so out of place, unable to fit in, even feeling a bit lonely. Father is far away from the capital. I wonder if he'll be back for the Qixi festival. Nam Cam glanced over at the guest table and saw them bustling with noise and excitement. Man Thien Su was calmly drinking tea at this moment. The others were chatting leisurely and eloquently. She looked at Man Thien Su and thought, I wonder if Man Thien Su feels the same way way as me. At this moment, he also opened his eyes and glanced in her direction. Seeing her looking at him, Nam-Kam raised her glass. He also raised his glass in return. Then both of them raised their glasses to drink, then glanced at each other affectionately. The dining room was currently very noisy and bustling. Nam-Kam put on a coat and stepped out into the hallway. At this time, Man Thien Su was waiting. "They're all ready." She approached him. Seeing him playing with the snow while coughing weakly, she looked at his frail appearance and thought, this pretty boy really is as weak as a snail. So she went over to start a conversation that I suspect the crown prince, like me, is looking for an excuse to leave. "Why don't we have a little drink? A cup of tea together?" The snow is falling heavily. This year has practically passed us by. Man Thien Su smiled after hearing this and nodded in agreement. Afterwards, the two of them left together, side by side. In a nearby pavilion, Nam-Kam started to boil water for tea. When the water boiled, she added tea leaves and stirred. Man Thien Su watched her and thought to himself, "At first, because of my elder brother's marriage, I wanted to get to know and test her, but I don't know when I got lost. I thought I understood her well enough, but she's like a mystery that no one can figure out." After making the tea, Nam-Kam poured a cup and offered it to Man Thien Su. "Here you are." Only then did he snap back to reality and silently look at her. Nam-Kam smiled and asked, "What's wrong, Crown Prince? Do you prefer the eldest miss who throws money at everything to personally make tea to surprise you?" Man Thien Su accepted the cup of tea and replied, "No." He looked at the teacup and thought, why did I make an excuse to come to the Nam residence instead of staying home? Is it just because I wanted to see her? Nam-Kam sat down and thought, why is this guy suddenly so quiet? He's not even bothering to argue with me. So she asked, "Crown Prince, did you have a fight with your family right after the New Year's celebration and run here to drown your sorrows?" He replied, "The Qingzhou Inn is deserted. Was your New Year peaceful then?" Nam-Kam asked back, "Because the prince is alone in Jinling. My father's health isn't good, and he's recuperating in Taoyuan. It's been a long time since I've stayed in the residence." She then asked, "So the princess and the eldest young master aren't at the Qingzhou residence either?" He replied, "There's one more person missing, my older sister, Man Thien Kai." Hearing this, Nam-Kam thought, that's right, Man Thien Kai. The original owner knew her too. The responsibility of the Shunnan prince's residence is to guard the border well. The old prince of Nanjing's health is failing, and this responsibility was originally placed on Man Thien Su's shoulders. But because he is sickly, the only one who can go to the battlefield is Man Thien Kai. So the eldest daughter of the Shunnan prince's residence went to war, becoming General Lan Ling, guarding the border and holding all the glory of the Shunnan prince's residence. She curiously asked, "Crown Prince, what illness do you actually have?" It's probably not just asthma that prevents him from using his inner strength, causing him to cough up blood whenever he tries. It's more like he's been poisoned. He replied, "This is the fate of the Shunnan prince's residence. You become the crown prince, and from the moment you're born, you become a hostage of the royal family, subject to their control." She frowned after listening. Is this how the imperial power threatens? To deal with these noble families, one must find someone they can control. I'm afraid Man Thien Su has ingested some kind of drug or been infected with some kind of insect. The antidote must be in the emperor's hands. No wonder my brother's life is in the monarch's grasp. And my sister at the border can only be loyal to the country, only loyal to the nation. She raised her head and asked, "Will it always be like this?" He replied sadly, "At least for now." She grasped the main point. So it seems Man Thien Su doesn't accept his fate and is filled with resentment. He told her, "So, if you choose my older brother, it would also be very good. At least this short-lived fate won't fall upon you." Nam-Kam thought to herself after hearing this. So that's it. Father is repaying a favor, only requiring me to marry an adopted son of the prince's mansion. He didn't say I had to become the crown princess, because if the crown princess had a son, that child would be the next generation to suffer this short-lived fate. She asked, puzzled, "Wait a minute, why do I have to choose someone at all?" He asked back, equally puzzled, "If not, then what?" Hearing this, she retorted with exasperated confusion. What does this have to do with him? Man Thien Su set down his teacup and asked, "Has your father not told you yet?" Nam-Kam was surprised. "What?" Man Thien Su then told her. The Man family fought with all their might to help the emperor conquer the 9 provinces and establish the nation. This contribution was too great, creating pressure on the emperor, which led to the fateful events of that year. There were also the three merchant families, Wang, Nam, and Liu, who supported the Nam family, providing funds for military supplies and provisions. Afterwards, these four families began intermarrying and agreed to only take the eldest daughters of their generation. As for the reason why, only a few people, including the clan leaders, know. Nam Cam was astonished after hearing this and thought, "No one has ever told me this before. No wonder, even with my bad reputation and unruly behavior, the Shunnan Prince's mansion still wants to marry me and hasn't considered Nam Fu Nu at all." Man Thien, Su continued. The Nam and Wang families were originally in Tanchao City. The Shunnan Prince's mansion and the Liu family went to Jinling. It wasn't until your father's generation, because of your mother's conflict with the Wang family, that, in a fit of anger, Wang Fong Hak abandoned his great enterprise and moved his family to Taiyin Hung Dai and start anew, unable to go to the other three families. Nam Cam added, "So my marriage was predetermined long ago. If not the Shunnan Prince's mansion, then it would be Lu Tan, Can, or Wang Jia Yu. Even if Bui Kok Suang intended to harm me, I couldn't marry him." Man Thien, Su asked her, "Do you think your father would allow a maid like Fuang Nu to get close to Bui Kok Suang?" Nam Cam asked in surprise after hearing this. "You've investigated Fuang Nu?" Man Thien, Su only silently acknowledged this. Thinking carefully, Lord Nam loves Nam Cam very much. Could he really want Bui Kok Suang as a son-in-law? Does Nam Cam need to pay the price for him? He certainly couldn't let Fuang Nu go too far in humiliating Nam Cam. Even Nam Fu Nu has always been suspicious about old Bui, her father, having a serious eye illness. Could it be such a coincidence? Lord Nam wants Nam Cam to obediently accept the arranged marriage after giving up on Bui Kok Suang. I thought he was too simple, but if it's for a marriage alliance, why does it have to be the eldest daughter? I have a very bad feeling about this. I must uncover the secret of Nam Cam's identity to understand the inseparable connection between Nam Cam, the assassin in black, and the four great families. Man Thien, Su continued to speak to her. Lu Tan, Kin is promiscuous, and there's bad blood between the Wang family and yours. Besides me and my older brother, Miss Nam Cam, you really don't seem to have any other options. He leaned back, and after hearing this, she tilted her head. "You're wrong. Besides your older brother, I really don't have any other options." Man Thien, Su fell silent after hearing this. Nam Cam stood up and said, "Your Highness should go home for New Year's Eve. The new year has already begun." He nodded in response. "Indeed, I should be going." He stood up and bowed. "Then I'll take my leave." Nam Cam watched him leave. Seeing him walk into the snowy scene, she suddenly called out, "Man Thien Su." He paused when he heard her call and turned his head to look at her. She stood in the pavilion and said, "Happy New Year." He smiled and waved back. "Nam Cam, Happy New Year." Seeing this, she smiled silently, but inside, she was holding her head and screaming frantically, "You flirt! Why did you say that? I'm going crazy." Inside the main hall, everyone was laughing and talking merrily. At this moment, Nam Cam was helped in by Shui Bao. Those in the room were still chattering noisily. Nam Engip Tui, seeing her enter, asked Nam Fu Nu loudly, "Second sister, isn't such a terribly scandalous incident big enough? People aren't joking around. You should stay away. If a DM comes back for revenge, you'll be in trouble." She was clearly targeting Nam Cam with her words. Nam Cam sighed after hearing this, then raised her wine cup and thought to herself, "Nam Engip Tui, born with her mother dying early, raised by concubine Kyo, that's why she dares to provoke me when father isn't here." Nam Fu Nu, hearing Nam Engip Tui's words, advised, "Third sister, you've had too much to drink. Do you need a servant to prepare a sobering soup for you?" Nam Engip Tui exclaimed, "I don't want that stuff, but it's just the truth. Second sister, are you listening?" Hearing this, Nam Fu Nu's tears flowed as she said, "I didn't mean that." Nam Engip Tui scoffed, "Or have you been following her around these past few days, gotten some silver, and changed your allegiance?" At this moment, fourth concubine spoke from within the room. "Useless thing, only knowing how to cry. Learn from your third sister. Both of you are motherless children. Who's more pathetic?" Hearing herself being scolded, Nam Engip Tui angrily shouted, "I was raised by concubine Kyo, and I will be married off later. Some are fortunate to be born legitimate daughters, while others are miserable, their mothers gone, never able to raise their heads, forever looked down upon." Nam Fu Nu trembled and sobbed after hearing this. At this point, Nam Cam had reached her limit. She stood up, rolled up her sleeves, strode forward, and slapped Nam Engip Tui hard across the face, asking, Oh dear, third sister, does that hurt? Both Nam Phu Nu and Nam Eng Geep Tui were startled. Nam Eng Geep Tui clutched her face and said through gritted teeth, You. Nam Cam stepped forward and lifted her chin warningly. Third sister, I'm being serious. Not being able to stay for New Year's Eve, father not being here, and me not having a birth mother, that your words just now were too much. I couldn't help but slap you. Don't believe me? Look again. Te nam gum slapet nam yip tui again. Nam Eng Geep Tui covered her face and ran off crying. After dealing with that, Nam Cam put on a gentle smile and turned back, saying, I've made you two laugh. She must not be feeling well. Nam Phu Nu, feeling protected, was deeply moved. So this is what it's like to fight back after being bullied. It's actually quite satisfying. This is the first time in my life. That evening, after dinner, Nam Cam returned to the ancestral hall. She lit incense for Madame Nam and knelt down, bowing, Mother, Happy New Year. Father is staying in the capital this year and couldn't come back to be with you. He wrote a letter home and asked me to tell you that he misses you very much. Mother, you're gone now, so you must know more about these ghostly matters than I do. Actually, I'm not your biological daughter, but I have her memories. It's truly pitiful for a child to be without a mother. But because of you, Father loves me very much. Even though I'm not truly easy to get along with, Father will surely see you in his dreams. After the prayer, she stood up and saw Madame Nam's real name and was startled. Su Jinjin. Surname Su, not Lu. Mang and Wang? Wait a minute. The four great families intermarry, only marrying the eldest daughters. Doesn't this mean they're marrying within the family? I wonder if the first wife's unfortunate fate has anything to do with this? Could it be that Father chose Mother because he was thinking about future generations? Father truly loves his daughters. He doesn't say it, but his heart is full of love. But when it comes to my own fate, I have to get to the bottom of it. Nam Cam stood up. Just then, from behind, fourth concubine opened the door to the ancestral hall and walked in. She approached and called out, Nam Cam, you came back and protected Phu Nu today. I'll tell you something else. She also lit incense and placed it in the burner, then turned her head and advised, actually, marrying Meng Shanshan is your only way out. Nam Cam was startled upon hearing this and thought to herself, I've thought about why fourth concubine hid Nam Phu Nu for so many years. Why not marry her off to the Shun Nan prince's residence? And since Nam Phu Nu isn't the eldest daughter, what is she afraid of? Sure enough, fourth concubine also knew the situation. She smiled teasingly. Leave Meng Tianshu for newer. Let her become the crown princess. Nam Cam sighed upon hearing this and thought, I'm not falling for that. So she began to retort. Fourth concubine raised her head. There are gods 3 feet above us. Some words have been spoken long ago, but even the old man of the moon can make them come true. Fourth concubine froze upon hearing this. Nam Cam lowered her head and said, what you're thinking in your heart, I'm afraid only you know. Second sister may not understand. She was touched. Fourth concubine continued to sow discord. So is there more? Fourth concubine's face darkened and she asked, what did Newer tell you? She replied, second sister has a quiet personality. How about you tell me her girlish thoughts? But I live with her, so naturally I can see things. No matter how much you try to hide it, liking someone is impossible to conceal. Fourth concubine must have a plan regarding how things are now, at least for Piao Su's sake. Could you share a few words with me? Fourth concubine looked at Nam Cam hesitantly for a moment and then said, I'll tell you a story. When heroes across the land fought for the throne, the naturally gifted General Meng Liang helped establish the nation. Afterward, General Meng Liang united 3 families in a joint venture, building a temple in each location. It said these temples not only atoned for the Meng family's sins, but also concealed their secrets. The locations of the temples were drawn on a map, divided into 4 parts, and enchanted by the great spiritual master of the southern border. These were tattooed onto the backs of the eldest daughters of the 4 great families for generations to come. From then on, the indestructible map would only appear on the bodies of those eldest daughters. The 4 great families, Meng, Lu, Nan, and Wang, protected this secret together, sharing both blessings and misfortunes, never forgetting, never abandoning each other. After listening, Nam Cam thought to herself, why does this feel so mystical? It's a bit unbelievable. And is there something on my back? Why don't I know about it? Fourth concubine looked towards the ancestral altar and continued, the 4 great families have intermarried for generations because of this. Nam Cam responded, it's just a legend. Because it's been passed down through generations, people believe it's true. They treat it as destiny, inviolable, eternal. From generation to generation, an endless cycle. Fourth concubine replied, "Believe it or not, as you will." Look at the memorial tablets arranged here. You can see the short-lived women, including your mother. How many of them lived past a few moons? Meng Tianxiu has his own destiny. The mountain study scholar isn't a direct descendant of the Meng family. Marrying him is your only path to survival. Nam Cam smiled and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, concubine. I will protect myself." Fourth concubine smiled at her and turned to leave. "Consider what happened today as if I never came here." Nam Cam watched her leave and closed the door. She turned back to the memorial tablets and thought, the family genealogy must have records. Marriages, deaths, births of sons and daughters throughout the years. Why did the madams lose their lives after marrying out? Were they cremated or buried after death? If the daughters inherit the tattoo after the madam's death, when are they born, and when do they fall ill and die? There must be rules governing these things. She immediately opened the genealogy, recalling how she had looked in the mirror earlier, her back clear and unmarked, and thought, if the legend is true, could it be that the tattoo only appears under special circumstances or through a specific method? Thinking about it, Bei Qixiang lived peacefully but was suddenly killed. It's possible the man in black was afraid Bei Qixiang had seen the tattoo on my back. And ever since I used the Thursday Kung essay, the man in black hasn't appeared again. Could it be that the tattoo appears under special conditions, when a woman is married and no longer pure? So, fourth concubine isn't wrong. Meng Shanshan is the path of the Shunnan princess consort, and my ex-husband is the adopted son of the Shunnan prince's residence. Marrying Meng Shanshan, leaving the Shunnan prince's residence, and living in my own mansion might allow me to escape the cycle of the four great families. At noon, Nam Cam went out with Shui Bao. Shui Bao said, "Miss, Madam Xiao is eating vegetarian today." Nam Cam replied, "MMM, I know. She's been eating vegetarian and chanting Buddha for years. I've seen it." Shui Bao continued, "I heard the kitchen is preparing vegetarian dumplings. That means everyone has to eat vegetarian today." Nam Cam remembered and said, "Oh, right, father isn't home today. When he's here, Madam Xiao knows to back off and hide it well." She went outside with Shui Bao and said, she's looking for an opportunity to quickly seize power, relying on her son. They arrived at Madam Xiao's residence. Just as they stepped inside, someone stormed out, exclaiming, "Well, I don't need to stand on ceremony then. I'll go home and eat." Fourth concubine saw her and nodded, "Greeting, eldest miss, Happy New Year." Madam Xiao nodded in response. Seeing her, she asked, "Kemenichai, you're here?" Nam Cam glanced at fourth concubine, then suddenly smiled and said to Madam Xiao, "Yes, another spring, and concubine is as beautiful as ever. A face as pretty as a flower. Father always favors concubine." Fourth concubine was puzzled by her words, while Madam Xiao gritted her teeth in anger. Fourth concubine smiled, waving her handkerchief shyly and replying, "Is that so?" "Of course it's true." Nam Cam continued, "Everything has a reason. If you keep repressing yourself, you'll age quickly. If fourth concubine continues to be generous and smiles openly like this, she'll maintain her youthful appearance forever." Then she laughed. "This little girl is truly unpredictable." At this moment, Madam Xiao coughed and said, "Today is Lunar New Year. Kamenechai, don't cause trouble. We have guests." Meng Shanshan, who was sitting to the side, also spoke up, "Happy New Year." She immediately turned and asked, "Young master, Happy New Year. Since you're here, I should be the one to entertain you. Please come with me." Meng Shanshan was puzzled, then turned and went out with her. She turned and smiled, saying, "I put you out today, young master." Meng Shanshan was even more perplexed. Shui Bao removed her cloak. Standing in the kitchen, she asked, "Do you have any particular preferences, young master?" Meng Shanshan replied, "Something light, not too spicy." Hearing this, Nam Cam immediately rolled up her sleeves and said, "Well, after staying up all night, I also want something light." Meng Shanshan asked in surprise, "Miss Nam, are you going to cook yourself?" She nodded. "Yesterday, I sent everyone home for the holiday, so now we have to do it ourselves. Food and clothing are essential. Meng Shanshan, hearing this, looked at her and smiled, thinking she has extraordinary intelligence. Despite being a proud young miss, she's willing to cook herself. Nam Cam leaned on the counter cheerfully and said, "Although you are a guest, young master, you should still help out a bit." Meng Shanshan nodded, of course. He then turned to wash some radishes for Nam Cam. Meanwhile, she was picking vegetables, then began to stir fry, saying as she cooked, "Don't underestimate these dishes. The method is simple, but it requires excellent cooking skills to achieve a delicious flavor." Meng Shanshan helped her while watching her cook. After a while, Nam Cam arranged the food on plates. In this world, the simplest and easiest things to understand, if mastered, become increasingly difficult. Meng Shanshan nodded, exactly. Nam Cam watched Meng Shanshan begin to assess the food. People's hearts are the same. The kinder and gentler a person is, the more they hide their true selves. She stepped forward and asked, "Does it smell good?" Meng Shanshan stared at her, stunned. He looked down at the plate of food again. Nam Cam stared at him, remembering how attentive he seemed to his sleeve cuff. Could it be that did he intentionally spill the wine in the garden to test something? To see if she was still a virgin, or maybe to check if the tattoo really existed? Meng Shanshan looked at the food and said, "The color and aroma are perfect. The taste must be delicious too." Nam Cam handed him the plate and turned back to continue, adding other ingredients to the wok. Just then, the flames flared up, startling her and making her cry out in fear. Meng Shanshan immediately set the plate down and rushed over, pulling her aside. He grabbed the lid and placed it over the wok to lower the flames. Then she looked at him. Their eyes met, and then she shyly turned away. Shui Bao, watching this beautiful scene from the side, gazed intently, deeply moved. After a moment, Nam Cam called out, "Young master." Meng Shanshan immediately stepped back and said, "I apologize. I was too forward." "I'm fine. Thank you, young master." She thought to herself, "I'm sorry, young master Shanshan. To see what you would do, I had to put on a show of affection. I heard that before Nguyen Hong Nok married into the Shunnan prince's residence, she and her mother lived a very difficult life with you. So, something comparable to delicacies that would bridge the gap with you would be simple, home-cooked meals. Now it seems that's truly the case." She continued stir-frying for a while and then placed the food on the table. Meng Shanshan sat down and said, "Miss Nam, I'm very grateful that you humbled yourself to accompany me. It's just that the past is the past, so there's no need to dwell on it." She looked surprised. "That you figured it out?" He replied, "I don't resent this. I find it rather endearing. It confirms my intention to marry you. You just need to be yourself. You don't need to experience the hardships of my past. The me of now won't let my wife suffer." I can tell he's being sincere. So now is the perfect time. Nam Cam feigned shyness. "Please don't blame me in the future, young master. I'm naturally rebellious and not skilled in the arts. Worst of all, it seems my luck is also bad. I always get caught up in strange matters, and sometimes people's lives are unintentionally affected." Meng Shanshan listened silently, looking at her. She continued her act of distress. "Sometimes, in the middle of the night, I feel scared and haunted by nightmares. I keep feeling like I won't live long, that I'll die a tragic death." Meng Shanshan immediately reached out and took her hand, comforting her. "I will protect you for life." They looked at each other. Nam Cam thought to herself, "Although I'm not sure if Meng Shanshan knows the truth, I've gained more of his favor, making him into a protective charm." They were eating together when suddenly a rumbling sound came from outside. Shui Bao was startled when she saw who appeared. "Crown Prince? Why are you here?" Nam Cam was also surprised. Outside, Meng Tianchu asked, "I'm here to have a drink with my older brother. Where is he?" Hearing this, Nam Cam's face immediately showed a look of disdain, while Meng Shanshan sighed. He stood up, opened the door, and said, "Second brother, you're here." Meng Tianchu appeared in dazzling attire. He smiled brightly and called out, "Older brother." Nam Cam, stepping out and seeing his glittering outfit, was also taken aback. She looked at him as if he were a lunatic, thinking, yesterday he was dressed so normally. What's wrong with him today? Did he take the wrong medicine? Meng Tianchu met her gaze, clearly already knowing the answer, and asked, "You're here too?" Nam Cam replied with her eyes, "Obviously. Where else would I be?" However, she still spoke gently. "I've disappointed the Crown Prince. I am indeed here. The atmosphere was incredibly awkward. Shui Bao took the opportunity to slip inside to escape the embarrassing situation. Meng Shanshan stepped forward and patted Meng Tianchu's shoulder. "Brother, let's sit together for a bit before we go. I promised Cam Ni I'd go to the library with her." The two words Cam Ni hit Meng Tianchu like a ton of bricks, leaving him utterly bewildered. Since when were they so close? He glanced at Nam Cam and asked, "The Nam family library?" Meng Shanshan replied, "Yes." Meng Tianchu frowned after hearing this. "Can't she go by herself?" Nam Cam gritted her teeth in annoyance, thinking, "I was planning to go alone, but your older brother insisted on coming with me, all right?" She recalled what she had said to Meng Shanshan earlier. "Father isn't here, and to ease my longing for mother, I plan to visit the library this afternoon to revisit memories related to her within the estate." Meng Shanshan immediately responded, "I'll go with you." Back in the present, Meng Shanshan stood at the door and said, "Second brother, she's your future sister-in-law. You should know your place." Shui Bao had brought Nam Cam her cloak. Meng Tianchu sighed. "Isn't there a 3-month period? Who knows who she'll choose?" Meng Shanshan asked, "Could it be you?" Meng Tianchu froze at these words. He turned around and said, "If so, I might as well die." Shui Bao also brought Meng Shanshan his coat. Meng Shanshan put on his coat and sighed, stubborn. Then he turned to Nam Cam. "Cam Ni, let's go." She nodded in agreement and glanced at Meng Tianchu as she walked past him. Suddenly, Meng Tianchu grabbed her hand, pulled her to face him, and said, "Sister-in-law, be careful walking. The snowy path is slippery, don't fall." Nam Cam was stunned. What's with this way of addressing me? Why is he suddenly calling me sister-in-law? This feels strange. She immediately withdrew her hand and walked towards Meng Shanshan. Meng Shanshan asked his brother, "Didn't you say you wanted to drink? Let's go together." Meng Tianchu nodded in agreement and went with them. At the Nam family library, Nam Cam went inside. When my father was in the mood, he would buy books. There are many rare books in the estate. You two can sit here and enjoy reading. Meng Shanshan sat down and nodded. "All right, Cam Ni, you go ahead with your business." She replied cheerfully, "Then I'll excuse myself." Then she turned around to look for books. Meng Tianchu watched her go, thinking, this is the Nam family storehouse. It's usually used to store belongings and record the details of the residents. So why does she suddenly want to look at these things on New Year's Day? Nam Cam pushed open the door to her room, went inside, and lit a lamp. She searched for books, muttering to herself, Su Sure, here it is." She pulled out a book and thought, looking at these worn marks, it must have been flipped through many times. Could it be? She recalled Shui Bao asking her earlier, "Miss, why are you reading Madam's biography?" Third uncle once said that on Madam's death anniversary, Master always gets completely drunk, then scribbles nonsense on paper. Besides Madam's name, there are only 3 sentences. Want her, miss, or kiss her? Nam Cam placed the book on the table, sat down, and began to read. Inside the library, Nam Cam started reading the book and summarizing it. That a family also paid tribute to the imperial court, responsible for supplying silk and satin fabrics to the concubines. For future business ventures, the two and Nam families often collaborated. Mother and father were considered childhood sweethearts, growing up together and learning embroidery from the same teacher. Mother often called father senior brother. These little details of their childhood together were carefully recorded in father's diary. But later, when it came to mother's marriage into the household, only a few words were mentioned about the wedding. The marriage was hastily arranged, and after the wedding, mother was diagnosed as pregnant. However, she gave birth prematurely at 7 months. Despite having the best midwife, she died from complications during childbirth. This period in the book was only briefly described in a few lines, without much ink. It seemed like father didn't want to face this matter. In the original owner's memories, very few people mentioned that she was a 7-month premature baby. Being born after only 7 months was indeed very early. Although it felt chilling, it wasn't as if she was too weak from not staying in her mother's womb long enough after. When mother passed away, she was buried in the Nam family's ancestral tomb. Nothing special. Suddenly, she noticed something and thought with surprise, what is this? She started reading intently. What I promised you, I will definitely fulfill. Cam Ni is my daughter, and I will ensure, step by step, that no one will bully her in this lifetime. No one is allowed to harm her, not even Kion, nor the prince. Wait until I achieve this. I will. Just then, a gust of wind blew through, causing the lamp to flicker. and tip over onto the paper. The paper caught fire and immediately started burning. Nam-Cam quickly tossed the book down. She immediately stomped on it with her foot to extinguish the flames, then quickly picked up the candle and placed it under the table. She picked up the book, looked at the nearly burnt pages, and fell silent. Then she leaned over and looked toward the window. The window is closed. How could there be a gust of wind? Just then, Meng Shanshan and Meng Tianxu rushed in and asked, "What happened?" She replied, "Nothing. I accidentally knocked over the oil lamp and set half the book on fire." Meng Shanshan worriedly asked if she was burned anywhere. She replied, "No, I'm fine. It's just a pity about the notebook." At this moment, someone called from outside. "Eldest miss, are the two young masters there? Would you like to have supper together?" Nam-Cam quickly tucked the book into her sleeve. She opened the window and said, "The two young masters have already made plans to meet at a tavern, so they probably don't need supper." Third uncle, after hearing this, asked, "Is there a tavern open on New Year's Day?" She replied, "A refined young master like them, with their lofty ideals, only needs wine in their cups, regardless of the place." Third uncle laughed. "That's true." Meng Tianxu leaned against the bookshelf and said, "No need. I only drink flower tea and sing songs every day. What difference does New Year's Day make?" Nam-Cam paused after hearing this, thinking, this guy can barely stand straight, acting all high and mighty. It's a wonder he hasn't fallen to his death. Meng Shanshan turned and called, "Second brother." Meng Tianxu waved his hand dismissively. "Elder brother, just go with your beloved. I can go by myself." Nam-Cam turned back and said, "Let's go too. We've seen everything there is to see." The three of them immediately went downstairs and opened the door. Suddenly, a body fell from the upper floor. Third uncle, upon seeing this, was astonished and cried out in shock. Meng Shanshan and Meng Tianxu were also startled, frozen in place. Nam-Cam, terrified, covered her mouth with her hand. The four of them stood stunned, staring at the body lying on the ground. Nam-Cam, seeing the scene before her, recoiled in fear, murmuring, "A dead person, a woman." She asked in shock, "Who is she?" Third uncle, upon seeing the corpse, immediately covered his nose and said, "It's Lien Exen, Madame Xiao's maid." Meng Tianxu bent down to examine the body and said, "Her joints are stiff. She's been dead for at least 2 hours. It's clear she was strangled." Third uncle, trembling, asked, Should we report this to the authorities?" Meng Tianxu stood up, thinking to himself, "Lien Xin fell right in front of me. What is the murderer trying to do?" Nam-Cam thought fearfully, "Lien Xin can't be the one with the tattoo. Is this a threat directed at me?" Just now, a sudden gust of wind burned the crucial letter "Father" left. Could that have been the murderer as well? Am I next? The thought made her tremble. Meng Shanshan immediately reached out, shielding her with his sleeve that don't look anymore. "I'll handle everything. You don't need to be afraid." She smiled faintly and replied, "Thank you, eldest young master. I was truly frightened just now, but I'm better now." Meng Tianxu glanced at their interaction and thought, never mind. Some things are better said by elder brother. He immediately took off his cloak and covered the maid's body. Nam-Cam instructed, "Third uncle, quickly send someone to the magistrate to report this. Have them examine the body and arrange for the authorities to investigate inside and out. If anyone is suspicious, apprehend them immediately for questioning." Third uncle immediately replied, "Yes, yes, eldest Mississippi." That evening, inside the main hall of the Nam residence, the magistrate returned and bowed. "Madam, eldest young master, eldest Mississippi." Nam-Cam frowned and asked, "Well?" The magistrate hesitated for a moment. She slammed her hand on the table angrily and snapped, "Speak." The magistrate stammered. First, she was tortured, then strangled to death. Madame Xiao cried out upon hearing this. Nam-Cam angrily asked, "Besides the marks on her neck, are there any other wounds? Anywhere else? On her body? Any signs of assault? Her wrists? Were they bound? Did the man leave any marks? What makes you so certain it was rape and murder?" The magistrate was flustered by her barrage of questions. Madame Xiao called out to her, "Gum Ni." Nam Hao Ting also slammed his hand on the table in anger. Nam-Cam frowned at them. Why aren't they afraid of the dead? She thought, a refined young lady like me talking about this is like encountering ghosts and demons. The two officials looked at each other for a moment. Nam-Cam angrily thought, life and death are predetermined. There's no need to overthink it. Then she said angrily, "Answer me." The other official bowed his head. There are no external injuries. As for being raped and then murdered, I believe that's what happened. Nam-Cam stood up furiously and asked, "How dare you say such things? You are an official of the government, not a gossip monger in a tea house. How can you speak like this? Before the corpse, you speak of her supposed last words and treat them as truth. I ask you one last time. How did Lien Exine die? The government official, drenched in sweat, trembled for a moment. He clenched his fists and said, "She had an affair and was strangled to death." Madame Chow immediately stood up and scolded. "You speak nonsense." Madame Chow exclaimed, "Absolutely impossible. I know Lien Exine's character. I had already arranged her marriage. After the Lantern Festival, I was going to promote her to a managerial role. How could she have an affair with a man outside?" Someone spoke up. "Madame Chow, you can know a person's face, but not their heart. It must be said that the murderer acted with extreme cruelty. Your officials must get to the bottom of this. If it can be proven that there was an affair, it could mean the murderer is someone within the residence." Nam-Cam, listening, thought, "That's right. We must consider this possibility to clarify the cause of Lien Exine's death. If the murderer is truly someone within the residence, it will be easier to apprehend them. I fear that an unknown person might target me next, and that is truly terrifying." She then asked Third Uncle, "How are the arrangements for the investigation within the residence coming along?" Third Uncle, hearing her call from outside, immediately entered and bowed, saying, "All the slaves and servants who have registered and haven't been allowed to return home are being investigated. Those who have returned home are being pursued. Anyone without an alibi will be arrested and interrogated. There are 3 to 5 suspects." Nam-Cam asked further, "What's their status?" Third Uncle shook his head. "I don't think any of them are the culprit." Madame Chow, hearing this, said angrily, "Regardless of whether they seem guilty or not, as long as they are suspicious, they must be kept in the residence for investigation. The stricter the investigation, the more likely we are to find clues. Lien Exine cannot die unjustly, and the Nam residents will not tolerate this humiliation. The master is not here, and the house is filled with a miasma of misfortune. How am I supposed to explain this to him?" She glared at Nam-Cam and said, "Third Uncle, confine the young ladies to the residence. Until the Lantern Festival, they are not allowed to leave. If we have guests, politely send them away." Nam Hao Ting, upon hearing this, asked, "Lien Exine died in the library." At the scene, it wasn't just Cam Ni, but also the 2 young masters from the Meng family. Nam-Cam frowned. "Brother, what do you mean by that?" Nam Hao Ting replied, "Sister, I don't suspect them, but the rumors are dreadful. It's best to maintain some distance, at least until the real murderer is caught." Nam-Cam immediately interrupted. "Then what about the guest you invited? Shouldn't he also be kept at a distance?" Nam Hao Ting paused and asked, "Don't worry. How can I not worry?" Nam-Cam retorted, "Why not? He comes from a powerful family. Speaking of motives, he has more reason than the 2 young masters from the Meng family. Outsiders want to move in, so shouldn't we choose wisely?" Nam Hao Ting scolded, "Watch your words. That's nonsense." At this moment, someone ran in and called, "Third Uncle." Third Uncle turned and asked, "What's the rush?" The person replied, "Someone came from outside to report a crime. A prostitute at the Hongshou brothel has also been murdered." After hearing this, Nam-Cam immediately asked, "Another prostitute?" She thought to herself, "What's going on? Did the murderer come for the tattoo? Could he be a flower thief, collecting beautiful skin? But why would Lien Exine be involved with a thief?" Madame Chow exclaimed, "It seems Lien Exine's death is still a mystery. We don't know if it was someone from within the residence. It seems this year in Qingzhou Prefecture is not going to be simple." Everyone replied, Yes, we'll go right now. We'll go to the Hong Tu brothel. Rest assured, we will swiftly bring the murderer to justice." Nam Hao Ting stood up and said, "Officer Yuan, you've worked hard." Third Uncle gestured, inviting them to leave. "Yes, young master." Everyone had left, and Nam Hao Ting sat down and said, "I heard that there was a notorious thief in the Chung brothels before called Ling Dai Jingfeng." Nam-Cam recalled the name she had heard in the bathhouse and thought, "It can't be him." Madame Chow said, "There was indeed a thief. He attacked your younger sister before, and your father was furious. He caused quite a stir at the magistrate's office. I don't know if he's out of jail yet." Nam Hao Ting replied, "I think it's quite likely him. A few days in jail is nothing. He's probably still harboring thoughts of revenge. For safety reasons, starting today, we must protect the eldest miss carefully. No one is allowed near her." Nam-Cam was stunned and asked, "What?" She thought they say protect, but it's actually house arrest. Madame Chow ordered, "Confine the eldest miss to the courtyard now. There must be no mistakes." Third Uncle bowed and replied, "Yes. Time is of the essence. so the eldest miss will have to suffer this injustice. She angrily protested. Wait until my father returns. I will certainly report all of you. But in her heart, she was delighted, though she obediently stayed inside. In reality, she planned to secretly sneak out to investigate. Perhaps that would be even safer. She turned to leave, thinking, I can't do this alone. I need outside help. Who can I find? She thought of the constantly coughing Meng Tianxiu, wondering about him. At that moment, Shui Bao approached and said, Mississippi. She looked up and asked, are the two young masters still waiting in the guest room? Shui Bao handed her a piece of paper. Third uncle subtly hinted that they shouldn't be kept waiting. They've already left. Nam Cam glanced around and immediately opened the letter. Inside it read, 3 hours later, library, Ma Xian, spring. She smiled after reading it. That Meng Tianxiu. She tucked the note into her sleeve and asked, do they both know about Nam Hao Ting wanting to confine me? Shui Bao replied, yes. The eldest young master, said Miss needn't worry. He will certainly fulfill his promise. The crown prince, however, was sarcastic, saying it's for the best, so he doesn't have to worry day and night about Miss causing trouble for young Master Shans. Nam Cam smiled. Not causing trouble for Meng Shans, so? Then his older brother will just have to suffer in his place. Shui Bao asked worriedly, Miss, you really want to go? It's very dangerous. She cheerfully replied, relying on others is never this young lady's style. Go prepare my most beautiful night walking outfit. Shui Bao followed, asking anxiously, Miss, what beautiful night walking outfit is there? She hummed, men's clothing will do. At midnight, Nam Cam's residence was heavily guarded by servants. Jing Hua, carrying a food box, approached anxiously and said, the eldest miss hasn't eaten anything since noon. Let me try to persuade her. Shui Bao followed, asking, Miss has never been confined like this before, and she's also been frightened by the murder. Please don't anger her further. Jing Hua turned around and retorted fiercely, no way. Miss treats me very well. Even if I get scolded or beaten, I must persuade her to eat something. Then, Jinghua immediately went inside. As soon as the door closed, Nam Cam yelled, get out. I'm not eating. Jinghua pleaded sorrowfully, miss. She shouted, get out. Leave me alone. Oh dear. The two guards outside muttered after hearing this. That Jinghua, serving the eldest miss, is really not worth it. Indeed, knowing the eldest miss's temper, why bother inviting trouble at this time? A moment later, both Jinghua and the two other servants were kicked out. Shui Bao immediately ran over and asked, ouch, are you hurt? Let's apply some medicine. Shui Bao then helped Jinghua leave, but it turned out to be Nam Cam disguised as Jinghua. She smiled. That evening at the library, Meng Tianxiu was standing on the roof. He saw Nam Cam carrying a ladder, tiptoeing towards the building. She leaned the ladder against the wall and thought, isn't a sickly ghost unable to use light body skills? And she chose such a dangerous spot, making me have to move the ladder here. At this moment, Meng Tianxiu, standing on the roof, said, you could have climbed up by now if you hadn't spent all that time grumbling. Nam Cam was startled when she saw him. Damn it, when did he get here? She replied, if you had time for sarcasm, you could have pulled me up already. Unexpectedly, he actually reached out and pulled her onto the roof. She hurriedly regained her balance. I doubt I need to rest for a bit. Afraid of heights, she immediately sat down and sighed. Seeing this, he smiled and looked at her. Meng Tianxiu looked at Nam Cam and thought, sometimes she's clearly calm and collected, but she pretends to be in dire straits. Now, she's clearly scared, yet she tries to appear strong. For her, instead of saying don't be afraid, I'm here, truly accompanying her, working together to uncover the truth and catch the murderer, would be the real comfort. He handed her a leather wineskin. Warm up a bit. Don't freeze to death before we find the murderer. She took the wineskin and replied, thank you, then opened it and drank heartily. After a while, she said cheerfully, I feel better. Suddenly, she noticed Meng Tianxiu looking at her with a bright smile. His smile was so bright and dazzling that she had to squint. Seeing this, he thought smugly, finally noticed. Then, he struck a pose like a celestial being, smoothing his hair and asking, so, captivated by me? Do I look better like this? She shivered and asked, Your Highness, aren't you cold? He paused at her words, then asked, What do you think I brought it for? Did you really think I prepared it for you? She handed him the wine flask and said, Your Highness should be careful. Who knows if that flower thief likes pretty boys? He might be waiting to skin you alive. Meng Tianxiu's lips twitched in annoyance as he snapped, Stop talking nonsense and get to work. She hurriedly stood up, regaining her balance, and thought, I finally got through that. Looking directly at him almost blinded me with his beauty. If he had noticed, I would have been so embarrassed. Perhaps if he weren't a hostage, he would naturally be this dazzling? Seeing him stand, she asked, the constables have already inspected this roof. You specifically called me up here, so you must have a new discovery. He pointed in a direction and replied, look here. This is where Lien Xin fell. She glanced over and pondered. This looks like a mark left by a rope. We all assumed Lien Xin was strangled, skinned, and then her body was moved here and thrown down. Therefore, when verifying alibis, we overlooked many people. If Lien Xion's body was brought here first and secured with a rope, the murderer could have used another method to control the time of her fall. He nodded in response. Therefore, the murderer is likely someone hidden in plain sight, because no one suspected those in the library at the time. Startled, she asked, so, could the murderer be? He nodded. Nam Cam offered, your older brother. Meng Tianshu countered, third uncle, the steward. Upon hearing this, they both glared at each other and retorted in unison, impossible. How could it be? She sighed. This is just our speculation. A small mark can't prove anything. Even if this is the case, it doesn't necessarily mean that among those in the library at the time, one of them must be the murderer. He turned, forget it. Let's go to Hongju Lu and take a look. She immediately replied, just what I was thinking. Meng Tianshu, Nam Cam, and Qin Sheng left the Nam residence. Nam Cam, with a look of disdain, I thought Meng Tianshu had some impressive method to get me out of the residence, but who knew? She recalled the earlier moment when he snapped his fingers and Qin Sheng suddenly appeared from the rooftop, bowing. Qin Sheng greets the city lord. Nam Cam was stunned, staring at him. Damn it, this guy even has a shadow guard. City lord? What's city lord? Meng Tianshu commanded, guess out of here. Qin Sheng responded with a yes, then grabbed Nam Cam by the collar and pulled her onto the roof before she could understand what was happening. Meng Tianshu, having just leaped onto the roof using his Qin Gong, was startled to see Nam Cam had fainted. Nam Cam, remembering that moment, gritted her teeth. She glared at Meng Tianshu, thinking that Qin Sheng truly lives up to the name of Shadow Guard, sticking to Meng Tianshu like a shadow, and no matter what you ask him, he remained silent, his eyes only seeing his master. Treating me like air. Qin Sheng reported to Meng Tianshu. The deceased courtesan is named Shun Xionyang. Her manner of death is similar to Miss Lien Xion's, but with some differences. Shun Xionyang was strangled to death first, then skinned. Moreover, her clothes were only torn, not violated. Nam Cam listened, thinking to herself, judging from Qin Sheng's report. Ever since Bei Kaxiang's death, Meng Tianshu has been secretly investigating under the direction of the first prince, the most powerful force. It must be him. There are also two other factions hidden very deep, extremely secretive, and with their own motives. Ji Ing should be involved as well. There are also two other factions hidden very deep, extremely secretive, each with their own agendas. And who is the mastermind behind them? Qin Sheng hasn't found out yet, but one thing is certain. This force is related to me, and everything that has happened recently in Qingzhou City, all the schemes and rivalries, are directed at me. Qin Sheng continued. It's clear that the eldest miss of the Nam family possesses something very important. Some want to seize it, others want to protect it. Nam Cam listened and lowered her head. Meng Tianshu glanced at her and asked, it seems you already know. Is there anything else? She turned and replied, I won't tell you. Meng Tianshu smiled, that I'm helping you. I thought we should trust each other. Before he could finish, she interrupted him. Thank you, but I can figure things out on my own. Although you and I are together now, people's hearts are unpredictable. This matter concerns my life. How can I entrust it to you? Meng Tianshu paused, falling silent. If it were before, he would have felt that Nam Cam was right and even admired her a little. But now, knowing she was in danger, he didn't hesitate to strategize for her. Yet, she simply used the phrase people's hearts are unpredictable to push him away. Such unequal trust was infuriating. He sighed and said, you overestimate yourself. When you can't protect yourself, knowing more only brings greater danger. She turned and replied, the Crown Prince is right, but this is Nam Cam's character. Even if I die, I must die knowing the truth. Meng Tianshu exclaimed, Nam Cam. She stopped him. Crown Prince, don't say anymore. We've arrived at Hongju Lu. They looked up to see the madam welcoming guests inside, and they entered together. The madam angrily cursed. That slut was crazy for money. She'd take any customer. A murderous bandit. What could I do? Now she's dead, skinned too. It's all her own fault. Qin Sheng asked her when she last saw that guest. Do you have any impression of him? She replied, of course. He wasn't old, short, and thin, with dark skin. I thought he was a grave robber. I don't remember his face. He was all covered up, not wanting to be recognized. At the time, I thought he must be someone that slut Shin Xionyang had picked up. I don't know his background, but as long as I got the silver, it was fine. Nam-Cam thought to herself, neither third, uncle, nor Mang Shanxi fits the description. Could the murderer really be someone else? The madam led them to the sealed room and said, this is Shun Xionyang's room. The officials took the body to the cemetery, but the furnishings, the bedding, haven't been touched. The officials even sealed it. Qin Sheng immediately handed her a bag of silver and said, you may leave. She replied happily, thank you, kind sir. Meng Tianshu pushed the door open, and Nam-Cam immediately covered her nose. Seeing her apprehension, he took her hand. Let me do it. Don't touch anything. Then he went inside. Nam-Cam asked him, is there anything unusual? He replied, nothing, just like the officials said. She then asked, isn't the murderer the same person? He replied, it's possible. Meng Tianshu led Nam-Cam to the bed and pointed at it. Look at this. She looked at the soiled blanket and said, this dark stain. It seems like there's something strange about it. She looked around the room. The room is so clean, only the bed has this black mark. This must be a trace left by the murderer when the incident occurred. Nam-Cam was about to climb onto the bed when Meng Tianshu quickly stopped her. Let me do it. She looked at him, touched, thinking, why is my uncle so different now from before, when we used to tease and bicker? When there's danger, he really stands in front to protect me. He saw her expression and his face darkened. It's just a small clue. Don't wipe it all away. The touch of emotion she felt just now was immediately submerged by annoyance. She cursed inwardly, damn it. Take back my previous sentiment. He stepped forward, reached out to touch the stain, and sniffed it. Then he said, it seems to be pot soot. He brushed his hand off and said to her, just now, the madam said that the last guest Shun Xionyang received was short and had dark skin. She nodded, yes. And she also said that person was a grave robber. Meng Tianshu spoke up. The reason the madam said that is obviously because this person's darkness is unnatural, not the tan of a farmer from sun exposure, nor the pallor of a typical grave robber from lack of sunlight, but a darkness caused by excessive yin energy. She was startled and asked in astonishment, could it be that this skin color is from applying pot soot as a disguise? He explained, it's possible, and very likely a woman. She gasped in surprise. He continued to voice his thoughts. If it were a man who didn't want to be remembered, he could simply wear a mask. After all, the madam only takes money, not people. But if a woman deliberately wore a mask, in a situation where her features weren't clear, others would naturally pay attention to other characteristics of her body, such as her Adam's apple, chest, and physique. She said, so instead, it's better to show her face naturally. A little more disguise, such as being unnaturally dark, would conversely make people overlook the most critical feature on her body. Shin Xionyang wasn't assaulted. This further proves the murderer is a woman. Now we can determine that the murderer isn't just one person. I'm afraid it's a group committing these crimes. However, neither Shun Xionyang nor Lien Xin carried a totem. So what's the meaning of skinning them? At this moment, Meng Tianshu placed his hand on her shoulder, causing her to flinch and brush his hand away, turning around. He immediately grabbed her hand. She said angrily, you. He said, don't move. I think I see Shan Xionyang. She exclaimed in fear, don't talk nonsense. The dead are dead. Don't say such things. He said, Nam-Cam, wait for me outside. Shin Xionyang seems to have something to tell me. She cried out in fear, Meng Tianshu. He reassured her, be good. He patted her head, and she nodded in agreement. All right, I'll wait for you outside. Talk to her properly. If she has any grudges or unfulfilled wishes, I'll think of a way to help her. He nodded, yes, all right. Nam-Cam went outside, puzzled. What did he see in Thursday Nuam? Meng Tianshu must have sensed danger and wanted to get me out. What's really in that room? She opened the door and was startled to find no one there. Wasn't Qin Cheng guarding the door? Where is he? She went downstairs, thinking, where did he run off to? Master, you're in danger. Inside the room, Meng Tianshu said, come down. The cloaked figure immediately jumped down from above and pulled a letter wrapped in yellow silk from their chest. Seeing this, Meng Tianshu frowned and knelt to receive the letter. The The figure in black said, I have relayed master's words to the crown prince. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. As long as the crown prince completes this task for master, the Meng family's constrained fate will end in your hands. The cloaked figure continued, think carefully about which path you will take, crown prince. Meng Tianxu listened in silence, then stood up and said, my older sister. The figure replied, Master has his own arrangements for General Lanling. Moreover, the general has tacitly agreed to this matter. A letter from the general should arrive in Tanchao City soon. When the crown prince completes the task, Master will issue an edict to marry General Lanling. The general will no longer need to spend her life in the desolate borderlands, constantly accompanied by yellow, sand, and metal. The figure handed him a pill that a new spring, a new blessing. This is this year's antidote. I also hope it will be the last. He took the pill, thinking last year at this time I could still escape on my own. This year, I'm afraid I won't be able to. I hope I can get through this before NAMA-MANGAI returns. He swallowed the pill. The figure immediately left. I must return to the capital to report. Take care, Crown Prince. Downstairs, NAMA-MANGAI looked around, thinking what's going on. I've searched everywhere, but I can't find Qin Sheng. She saw a man embracing two women, and an idea struck her. This burly man seems like a skilled warrior. I'll try asking for his help. She immediately ran over and knocked on the door. The man angrily opened it, cursing, damn it, who's the blind fool interrupting someone's business in a pleasure house? NAMA-MANGAI fearfully held out a banknote. Sir, I'm in a bit of trouble. I hope you can help me. Upon seeing the banknote, the burly man immediately snatched it and boomed. What's the matter? All under heaven are brothers. If I can help, I will. He then slung his arm around NAMA-MANGAI's shoulders. She hurriedly led him to her room. A groan came from inside. NAMA-MANGAI cried out in fear, Crown Prince. The burly man asked, did something really happen in there? With that, he kicked the door open. NAMA-MANGAI also shouted, Meng Tianxiu. The man drew his knife. NAMA-MANGAI saw Meng Tianxiu convulsing on the floor and was terrified. She anxiously called out, Meng Tianxiu. She thought, could this be the poison acting up? She immediately helped him up and asked, what can I do for you? Should I call a doctor? Meng Tianxiu opened his eyes slightly, seeing NAMA-MANGAI calling him and asking, do you have any medicine? Does it hurt a lot? He was startled and thought, NAMA-MANGAI. He replied, I'm fine. NAMA-MANGAI worriedly said, how can you be fine? The burly man walked around the room for a while and then said, little brother, I've looked around. There's no one else in this room. She then requested, help me out. First, help me take him somewhere else. Is there an empty room? The burly man helped her lift Meng Tianxiu up and said, come to my place. She paused after hearing this. Your place. The man laughed loudly. What's wrong? It's spacious and comfortable, and there are girls to attend to you. Looking at your fair complexion, you must be a young master from a wealthy family. How would you know how to serve others? She thought after hearing this. That's true. I absolutely can't let Meng Tianxiu know that I'm the one who served him. So she said, I'll have to trouble you then. NAMA-MANGAI immediately pushed open the door to the room. Inside, the courtesans all turned to look at them. The atmosphere at this moment was extremely silent. The burly man carried Meng Tianxiu into the room on his back, while NAMA-MANGAI held his sword. One of the courtesans spoke up. Song Jia, 2 more people. Isn't this making things difficult for us sisters? Do you have no heart? The burly man placed Meng Tianxiu on the bed and said, cut the crap. Take good care of him and listen to this young brother's instructions. The courtesan spoke up. Song Jia, this is a place of pleasure, not an inn. We are women of the red light district, not. The burly man angrily asked, say another word and see what happens. The courtesan angrily turned her head away after hearing this. NAMA-MANGAI looked at them and thought, lecherous and greedy for money. They can be easily manipulated with a little money. However, this song, The Twin Blades, is lecherous, but not obsessed with beauty, greedy for money, but not excessively so. It seems he's someone I can use. She stood up, took out some silver, and said, please find a doctor to come here and help me. It's just that today is the first day of the new year. I'm afraid it won't be easy to invite one. The burly man immediately raised his hand to stop her. I didn't get anything just now. I won't take this silver. I'll go invite a doctor right away, no matter what day of the new year it is. Even if I have to tie him up, I'll drag him here. Don't worry, little brother. I've already paid these women. You can order them around as you please. I'll be back soon. He waved his hand and left. NAMA-MANGAI smiled and replied, all right. Inside the room, a courtesan wrung out a towel and handed it to Nam-Cam. She took the towel and frowned, asking, "You've used Peach Blossom Cosmetics. Go wash your hands clean before you wash the towel for me." Meng Tianxiu was allergic to peach blossoms, and she was afraid his illness would worsen. The courtesan frowned and said, "Pouring tea, fetching water, washing towels. Do you really think of us as servants to order? Around. Wan, go change the water." The courtesan named Wan glanced at Nam-Cam. Hearing this, Nam-Cam angrily turned around and took out a banknote. Seeing this, the gold-digging courtesan immediately changed her expression and smiled brightly, intending to take it, but Nam-Cam withdrew it and said, "You didn't argue just now. This banknote was yours, but now it doesn't recognize you anymore." She turned to Wan and said, "Come here." Nam-Cam could see the courtesan's resentment at being ordered around. If I just spend a little money to buy her services, she'll definitely work wholeheartedly for me. Nam-Cam held out a banknote. "This 100 liang is for you. I only need clean hot water. Don't worry about anything else." The courtesan, named Wan happily took the basin. The courtesan in yellow was furious. Wan said, "Sister, don't be so hasty. If there's money to be made, we should all earn it together. You just serve as a maid for a bit, so I'll split this banknote with you." The courtesan in yellow, upon hearing this, angrily replied, "I don't need your paltry money." Nam-Cam took out another banknote and smiled. "Now it's a total of 500 liang. Is that enough?" The courtesan in yellow immediately responded, "Enough." Nam-Cam used a cloth to wipe Meng Tianxiu's body, personally attending to him, while the three courtesans stood by and watched her. Nam-Cam pointed to Wan and said, "She will stay and help. The two of you can leave." The other two courtesans bowed and replied yes. Nam-Cam asked, "What is your name?" The courtesan replied, "This humble one is called Lu Wan." Nam-Cam looked surprised. "Lu again?" The girl then said, "It's not the Lu family from Jinling. If I were truly from the Lu family, why would I be reduced to such a place?" "Miss, are your hands cold? Shall I fetch a hand warmer for you?" Nam-Cam asked. She was startled. "How did you?" She thought, "I'm clearly dressed as a man." The girl sighed. "If I didn't even have this much discernment, I'm afraid I would have been taken advantage of long ago in this kind of place." Nam-Cam then asked, "Do you know anything about the last guest Thursday Nuong saw before she died? Have you ever seen them?" Nam-Cam thought, it seems she really does know something. The guest who killed Thursday Nuong was actually a woman. As for why she didn't report it to the officials, it was probably for self-preservation. Less trouble is better than more. Lu Wan turned and asked, "Are you an official, miss, or do you know?" "Tu Nung," Nam-Cam replied, "I'm not an official, and I didn't know her. It's just that if the murderer isn't caught, I'm afraid the next person delivered to the graveyard will be me." Hearing this, Lu Wan turned back in shock and asked, "Are you Nam-Cam?" Nam-Cam frowned. "How does she know me?" She said, "What do you know? You might as well tell me." Lu Wan replied, "I don't know much, only that I happened to see a small mark on the murderer's wrist. It looked a lot like a shrimp whisker bracelet." Nam-Cam fell silent. Now that she mentions it, there is a woman in the Nam residence who often wears a shrimp whisker bracelet. Could it be her? Lu Wan continued, "If there's nothing else, I'll go fetch the hand warmer." After a while, Meng Tianxiu woke up. He sat up and looked around. This place. I clearly remember hearing Nam-Cam's voice. My clothes have been changed too. Just then, Lu Wan entered and asked, "Your Highness, are you awake?" He was startled. "Who are you?" He thought, "Cam, why is a courtesan in my room?" Lu Wan approached him and said, "You're so heartless. I took off my clothes. I tended to you all night without any clothes on, and now you don't even recognize me. Last night, you even held my hand and called me your soulmate. You're precious. Have you forgotten everything?" He didn't fall for a trap. "Where is she?" he asked. Lu Wan reached out to touch him. "Who?" He immediately brushed her hand away and coughed. Lu Wan said, "I'm going to have breakfast and we'll be back later." So weak?" he asked grumpily. "Did she spend the night here?" Lu Wan chuckled and replied, "Of course not. This place is full of rouge and powder. How could the eldest miss of the Nam family be willing to stay the night? She left 500 taels of silver. There are plenty of sisters willing to serve the crown prince." Meng Tianxiu's face darkened upon hearing this. Angrily, he snapped, "Get out. What am I angry about? Why do I have to expect Nam-Cam to lower herself to do these things for me? Paying for someone is already generous enough of her. But I vaguely remember her voice last night. Was I dreaming?" At that moment, Nam-Cam entered. Both Meng Tianxiu and Lu Wan looked towards her. Nam-Cam brought two servants with her. One carried breakfast, the other carried silks and other necessities into the room. Nam-Kam smiled and asked awake. Meng Tianxiu looked at her, thinking the faint dark circles under her eyes suggest she didn't sleep last night. Nam-Kam said, I've been staying in inns all this way, and I'm quite tired. Is my complexion that bad? The other servants began to arrange things in the room. Nam-Kam sighed. Those small merchant inns, the beds are hard, the blankets damp, and the lamp oil smells terrible. Meng Tianxiu asked, so you bought these things? She smiled and replied, yes, to see if you had died yet, and to have a decent place to sit. Just then, a servant approached her and asked, Miss, did we buy too many blankets and pillows? She asked, too many? Then changed the crown prince's bedding. He has a reputation for being a playboy in Jinling. After all, he must have certain standards. The servant replied, yes, and thought to themselves, wasn't the whole point to buy these things? How did they suddenly become too many now? Meng Tianxiu chuckled. Well, thank you then. She waved her hand dismissively to it was nothing. Don't mention it. It seems everything went smoothly. I've maintained my aloof and elegant image. The other servants were busy helping Meng Tianxiu into a robe. He touched the fabric and said, this is a new inner robe, but the material isn't very good. She said, in Hongju Lu, what kind of good material did you expect? I spent 50 taels of silver just to find you a clean set of clothes. Then she choked slightly. He smiled and said, although this inner robe is coarse, in my memory, the hands that changed my clothes were soft and smooth. I wonder which young lady in Hongju it was. When I recover, I must thank her properly. Nam-Kam immediately pointed at Lu Wanwan her. Lu Wanwan smiled that I changed his outer robe, but the inner robe was a bit inconvenient. I'm a courtesan. I sell my art, not my body, so please forgive me, young master. As for the rest, you can leave it to her. I'm very grateful. If the crown prince wants to thank someone, he should thank this young lady here. She stayed up all night, fetching doctors and caring for you tenderly. She didn't leave you to anyone else. Lu Wanwan walked out the door, thinking to herself, although the young lady wanted her to keep it a secret, it seemed best to say it this way, right? Lu Wanwan opened the door and waved. Come in. Here. A servant hurriedly said, let's go. Nam-Kam sat back down, sulking and thinking this girl. Only Meng Tianxiu and Nam-Kam remained in the room. The atmosphere was extremely silent. Meng Tianxiu coughed, his face flushing as he said, thank you, she said, standing up shyly. The doctor helped me change your pants. Can you sit up? Your breakfast will get cold. Meng Tianxiu replied, if I can't, would you be willing to feed me? She sighed, her face darkening. I'll just dump it on your head. He fell silent after hearing this. He then got up and walked over to the table, sitting opposite her. She looked at him, thinking that he looked much better than last night. She handed him his chopsticks and asked, how did this happen? He replied, at the end of the year, one must rebuild their bones. Otherwise, what's the point of enduring another year? Nam-Kam thought to herself, does that mean he took the antidote bestowed by the emperor? The so-called antidote makes one go through a near-death experience. Such torture. In previous years, he took the medicine at home. This time, it was to help me. She then asked Qin Sheng. He replied, he's fine. He'll be here a little later. She nodded at is your body all right? Although I called a doctor for you, he didn't seem to be of much help. If you stay at Hongju Lu, I will take care of you. But if you have to return to the manor, I will ask Song Jia to escort you back. He was picking up some vegetables when he heard this and paused. She continued, I have to go home. Jinghua won't last much longer. He said, Nam-Kam, stop investigating. If you trust me, can we leave it at that? She immediately replied, no. She frowned, thinking to trust and obediently wait for someone else to save me, to let others decide my fate. That has never been my style. I thought Meng Tianxiu understood me and was willing to investigate the truth with me. But in the end, it was just my wishful thinking. He urged, if you rely only on yourself, you won't be able to find the truth you seek. He thought to himself, I was originally an outsider meant to break the deadlock. But because of the secret letter last night, I've been dragged into it too. And Nam-Kam can only be safe if she stays away from this vortex. She looked at him, thinking, I considered him a friend, but now he wants to draw a line, each of us going our separate ways. She crossed her arms and sighed. If your highness wants to part ways, then let's settle the accounts. Fine, I'll just take back what I've given. She continued, you helped me, and I took care of you all night. We owe each other nothing. As for the bed and breakfast, I'll charge you 200 taels of silver. Please remember to send it to the Nam residence after you return. He looked at her, imagining her angrily turning away, and smiled, thinking, normally, Nam-Cam wouldn't say anything more, but would just leave silently and proudly. Now she's acting so innocently and adorably. Does this mean she cares a lot? It makes one want to tease her. So he said, no, I won't accept that. After hearing him, she angrily thought, what is he doing? We're breaking up. Can't he take this seriously? He sighed and said, I risked my life to help you, and you, with all your gold and silver, are haggling with me over 200 taels. Is this appropriate for the eldest miss of the Nan family? She stood up furiously and said, I took care of you all night. He closed his eyes and asked, oh, wasn't it Miss Wanwan who took care of me? Hearing this, she was so angry she couldn't speak. He continued, so it was you? Fetching tea and water, changing my clothes, feeding me medicine, waiting by my side all night. Was that the eldest miss of the Nan family? She spun around angrily to leave. That I'm going. Meng Tianshu said to Nam-Cam, if that's the case, then forget 200 taels, even 2,000 taels, I'd gladly pay. I'll have my servant deliver it to the Nan residence shortly. Thank you, eldest miss, for your care. Hearing this, she glared at him. He clearly knows I snuck out. He knows that in the eyes of others, our relationship is ambiguous and complicated. He knows that what I said earlier was just in anger. If he really sends those 2,000 taels of silver, I'll die of embarrassment. He continued, I'm just kidding. I'll keep your kindness in my heart. I won't repay it with money. As for breaking up, those are just empty words. Sooner or later, you'll be a member of the Jinnan Prince's residence. I care about your life and safety more than anyone. Nam-Cam gritted her teeth, thinking, this man is truly shameless. She turned and said, perhaps if I knew the truth, I wouldn't need to marry into the Jinnan Prince's residence. He frowned upon hearing this. Then who do you want to marry? She immediately replied, who I marry is none of your business. He clenched his fists after hearing this. Parents' orders, matchmaker's words. Moreover, she smiled and asked, oh, this doesn't sound like you, Your Highness. I remember when you tried everything to stop me from marrying into the prince's residence. You didn't seem to care about parents' orders or matchmaker's words. What's changed? Could it be because of my one night of care? Meng Tianshu, teased like this, fell silent. As Nam-Cam walked out the door, she saw the burly man approaching. He asked, how are you? Has he woken up yet? She replied, many thanks to Brother Song for your chivalrous help. He has awakened. Someone from his residence will come to retrieve him. Brother Song replied, thank you, young friend, for thinking so highly of me. I'm homeless and penniless, truly unworthy of being called brother. My name is Hu Yuzong. Young friend, just call me Lao Hu. Nam-Cam nodded and handed Hu Yuzong a letter. Brother Song, your circumstances are merely unfortunate. There's no need to belittle yourself. You mentioned earlier that you couldn't find suitable work. I've written this letter of recommendation. Take it to Hu Laojiao of the Chao Songjiang gang and ask him to look after you. He will certainly help you find something. Hu Yusong was astonished. Young friend, why are you so kind to me? She smiled. That MY family are merchants. We're in the business of making investments. I can see you're a good man, and I hope you'll be able to help me out in the future. Consider this an investment in my own judgment. There's no need to be so sentimental. If I succeed later, just return 3 shares to me. If not, it's also fine. It's business. There are always wins and losses. Hu Yusong listened and bowed. I definitely won't disappoint your expectations, brother. I'll wait until I've made something of myself before I speak up to help. Nam-Cam returned the bow good. Besides Shui, Bao, and Jinghua, I need more trustworthy and capable people. Intense gratitude in the moment might be forgotten later. Only slowly cultivated relationships can last. At the woodshed of the Nam residence, Nam-Cam looked around and pushed the door open. Inside, she went to retrieve the clothes and said, found them. Last night, she had instructed little Shui Bao to hide them here. She took out the clothes and thought, I just need to change my clothes, then go to the small kitchen to get some food and bring it back to my room. She immediately dropped the clothes, thinking to herself, not good, I still accidentally inhaled some. Is it a sleeping drug or poison? Then she collapsed. At this moment, someone entered from outside. She saw the person's face and thought in shock, Wang Jiayu. Wang Jiayu picked her up and carried her inside. Nam-Cam pretended to be unconscious, thinking, luckily, I only inhaled a little before holding my breath, so I could quickly regain consciousness. Judging by the scent of wintersweet I smelled just now and the heavy scent now, I must still be in the Nam residence. I'll pretend to be unconscious first and secretly observe for a bit. You put her on Tibet, stroking her ear and smiling. Nam Cam frantically thought, stop. If you dare touch me again, I'll fight you to the death. Just then, someone burst in. You can't do that. He then asked, why not? Deflower her and then take her skin. We work for the same master. Wouldn't it be better to finish the task sooner? Nam Cam thought to herself, from this voice, it really is Wang Jai Yu. I knew he wasn't a good person. I didn't expect him to know fourth concubine as well. Fourth concubine closed the door and walked inside, saying, if it were that easy, you and I wouldn't have needed to kill those innocent people before. This is the Nam residence. If we touch Nam Cam, we'll definitely alert them, and then we'll ruin the master's plan. You and I can't bear the consequences. Nam Cam listened in shock, thinking Lien Xian and Thursday Nong were killed by these two. Wang Jaiyu stood up and asked, was Lien Xian innocent? She was a maid who wanted to follow me back to Tay and Hung and become Madame Wang. Such delusional thinking. Wasn't she asking for death? As for the prostitute from Hongju Lu, you killed her anyway, so I don't know if she was innocent or not. Fourth concubine replied, we both work for the master. Since we've already discussed it, you can't act recklessly. Everything must be done according to plan. Wait until Nam Cam's wedding day with the Jinnan prince's son. Miss Lu Jia and General Lan Lang will also come to Tan Chao to attend the wedding. We'll kill and skin them then. With the previous skinning murders using the same method, we can directly blame the flower picker. No one can trace the motive for skinning to you and me. He pointed at Nam Cam and asked, what about the skin on Nam Cam? Fourth concubine replied, you don't need to worry about that. Once she marries into the Jinnan prince's residence, I will get her skin. You should think more about where your Wang family's totem skin was stolen. Wang Jaiyu paused after hearing this. Nam Cam thought to herself, the Wang family's totem skin was stolen. It seems that retrieving the lost item is Wang Jaiyu's true purpose for coming to the Central Plains this time. He didn't care about fourth concubine's plan, drugging me to take my skin, probably to claim the credit first. In case he can't find the Wang family's skin, he can still use mine to atone for his failure. Wang Jaiyu snorted coldly, don't interfere in my affairs. With your current status, can a vulgar and incompetent fourth concubine of the Nam residence make things difficult for me? Just then, a sound startled them both. Man's son, Satch walked in and asked, what if you include me? Nam Cam thought to herself, man's son Satch. Man's son Satch was originally a gentle and modest gentleman. Actually, my initial impression of him wasn't bad, but the surrounding dangers made me gradually become wary and lose trust in him. So now, it seems that him being behind the scenes isn't hard to accept. But what about that fool? Does he know yet? If he knows, can he accept it calmly? After all, he truly respects and loves this half-brother. Wang Jaiyu looked at man's son Satch and asked, are you also one of Koang Han's people? Man's son Satch frowned upon hearing this and said, it's none of your business. He looked back at Nam Cam lying on the bed and said, you just need to worry about finding the lost Wang family totem skin. You don't need to interfere in the matters of Tan Chao City. Wang Jaiyu snorted angrily after hearing this. Concubine Tai has been in the Nam residence for more than 10 years and hasn't caught Nam Cam. If we don't act now, are we supposed to wait until you marry her and then kill her? Isn't that more cruel? Man's son Satch replied, only by becoming my wife can she continue. I will replicate the totem. You needn't concern yourself. Wang Jaiyu asked angrily after hearing this. Are you crazy? Do you know how high the price to pay for doing this is? Once everything is exposed, do you know what the consequences will be? Killing someone and taking their skin is clearly the simplest method, unless... He looked at Nam Cam lying on the bed and asked, don't tell me, young master, you've fallen for eldest Miss Nam, have you? Man's son Satch's face darkened upon hearing this. He looked at him coldly. Lying on the bed, Nam Cam thought in a panic. Why aren't you saying anything? Have you admitted it? Wang Jaiyu smiled and looked at man's son Satch. Then I'll leave Nam Cam to you. After saying that, he left. Man's son Satch glanced back at fourth concubine. Fourth concubine asked, are you going to sit here and wait for her to wake up before leaving? Man's son Satch turned around and replied, no need. Do as you see fit. Fourth concubine then said, all right, I'll call Shui Bao over. Mengshan Sach asked Shui Bao. Fourth concubine continued, the eldest young master has a good eye. He's taken a liking to a very clever girl. She's noticed something's been off with me for a while now. This time, go to Hongju Lu. Perhaps she can find some clues. Instead of hiding it, it's better to be upfront. Mengshan Sach fell silent after hearing this. Fourth concubine continued, don't worry, she doesn't know your identity. Moreover, I see that she and the crown prince aren't suited for each other. In the husband selection in March, she'll still choose you. You two already have a prior engagement. Marrying her soon would be like saving her life. I've enjoyed myself in the Nan residence for many years. Consider it repaying Nan Zhe Shan. Nam Cam, lying in bed, trembled, revealing a look of disgust. Mengshan Sach said to her, thank you. Fourth concubine interrupted, hey, don't thank me. Although master values you highly, even bestowing the Han Xuan needle upon you. Nam Cam isn't a canary in a cage. If she causes any trouble, you'll have to bear the responsibility yourself. As for me, I don't know anything. That Wang family brat is impetuous. I'm afraid he'll ruin things. Mengshan Sach replied, I'm keeping him around. He's still of use. She smiled and replied, Then we'll proceed according to plan, killing eldest Miss Lu Jia and Meng Tianko. By then, even if we can't rely on Qing Feng Ling Dai, we can still leave clues to frame him. After all, Lien Xian's life must be paid for by him. Nam Cam, lying in bed, thought to herself, today's information overload is a bit much. I need to organize it. Wang Jia has likely betrayed the agreement, killing his own family, skinning them to curry favor with First Prince Jing Han. Those human skins somehow suddenly disappeared or were stolen. That's why Wang Jiayu came to Zhongyuan to search for them. Fourth concubine, Tai Bao Thoa, is a chess piece Ji Ing Han placed in the Nan residence from the beginning, specifically for me. Fourth concubine is probably hiding something, but Nan Piao's memory is her weakness. Moreover, she might have some compassion for me. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stopped Wang Jiayu from doing whatever he wanted to me before. As for Mengshan Sach, although I don't know why he became Jing Han's subordinate, he's highly trusted by Jing Han. He's likely the man in black who killed Tai Fan and Pei Kusu. Mengshan Sach is even more unfathomable than I thought. However, she recalled Mengshan Sach's words, only by becoming my wife can you continue to live. She thought to herself, I can't marry him just for survival. Absolutely not. Shui Bao ran into the room, calling Miss. Nam Cam opened her eyes, pretending to wake up. Shui Bao helped her up, worriedly asking, Miss, are you feeling unwell? Should I call a doctor? She replied, I'm fine. Shui Bao was extremely worried. Fourth concubine told me to come here to get something. I just came in and found you, called you several times, but you didn't wake up. You scare me to death. Do you know what happened? She held her head, pretending to tremble with fear, and recounted, I only remember going to the old room to get clothes to change, and then I don't remember anything clearly. As for the totem, let's not talk about it for now. Shui Bao listened, then said angrily, could it be fourth concubine bewitched miss? What is she trying to do? She sat up and got out of bed, saying, I don't know. We'll deal with it later. How is Jinghua? Has she been discovered by Qiao Shi and Nam Hao Din? Shui Bao replied, not yet, miss, but it's very possible. So we should change clothes and return quickly. Nam Cam then changed her clothes. Along with Shui Bao, carrying 2 food boxes, she entered. Miss, it's time to eat. The young miss inside the room lay grumpily. Not eating. Get out. Nam Cam then said, all right, it's me. You've worked hard. Jinghua, disguised as a woman, brightened upon seeing her. Eldest Mississippi. Nam Cam's lips twitched as she saw Jinghua's face. Are you dressed like this to scare everyone who comes in here? Jinghua stood up, embarrassed. No, it's just that I was a little nervous, afraid of being exposed. The more nervous I got, the more I put on my face. That's why I look like this. Hearing this, she said, quickly have Shui Bao remove your makeup and change your clothes. Jinghua accepted the towel, embarrassed, and replied, yes. Nam Cam thought to herself, I've accidentally become a drag queen. What should I do now? After wiping her face, Jinghua asked, eldest miss, what's the situation at Hongju Lu? Have you found any clues? She sat down. No, nothing at all. Jinghua was angry. Who on earth is it? Now all the young ladies in Tanchao City are terrified, afraid they'll be next. They don't even dare to go outside. Until the culprit is caught, I'm afraid eldest miss won't be free. You can only wait for master to return. She sighed and said, forget it. It's all right to stay at home. Speaking of my wedding, have you invited Miss Lu and General Lan Lang? Jing Hua replied. Young Master Lu and the Crown Prince are among the 4 young masters of Jinling. With the Meng family's wedding, how could the Lu family not attend? Moreover, Princess Shun Nin previously intended to marry Miss Lu to the Crown Prince, just waiting until after the eldest young master is married. Everyone in Jinling knows this. Now, Miss, you've become the one choosing between the 2 brothers. How can Miss Lu sit still? She will definitely come. She thought after hearing this, that sickly ghost is quite famous. Jing Hua scratched her head. As for General An Lang, the invitation was sent long ago, but the general is at the front lines. Without the emperor's or Prince Yi Zheng's permission, he cannot return. So I really don't know if he'll be there that day. Nam Cam said, keep an eye on it for me. If there's any news, report back to me early. Jing Hua immediately replied, yes, then suddenly remembered something. There are a few other things. She waved Jing Hua closer. She thought to herself, I don't know how many more innocent women Wang Jiayu plans to kill. I can only do my best. Saving one person is one person. She whispered in Jing Hua's ear and instructed, do as I say. You can figure out the rest yourself. Jing Hua immediately replied, yes. In the morning, inside the room, Nam Cam was sitting in her familiar chair, leaning against the bedside cabinet, snacking. Just then, a banging sound came from outside the door, startling both her and Shui Bao. Shui Bao reached out and opened the door to see Dine Hai, the pigeon who hadn't appeared for a long time, flapping against the door. Nam Cam was startled and sat up, thinking, what's this? The ghost pigeon has returned to give New Year's greetings? Shui Bao, holding Dine Hai, said happily, Dine Hai, so you haven't been stewed into pigeon soup. You seem to have gained a couple of ounces compared to before. Nam Cam touched it, stroking it and saying, even its fur is glossy and smooth. Then she discovered a letter beneath its feet. She took it out. On it was written, too fat to be suitable for this soup, returning it to its original owner to express my feelings. Nam Cam, after reading the letter, clenched it tightly, letting out a cold laugh and thinking to herself, we've already broken up. What more kindness is needed? Shui Bao, having finished closing the door, turned around and pointed at the letter, saying, Miss, there's more writing on the back of the paper. Hearing this, she immediately flipped it over. It read, I am willing to serve. If you are idle and have nothing to do, I only hope you will keep the peach blossom pollen for your own use. Shui Bao burst out laughing after reading it. Nam Cam, however, sighed. She flicked Shui Bao on the head and asked, what are you giggling about? Shui Bao, covering her head, asked, then what are you laughing about, miss? She replied, I'm laughing because someone whose wounds have healed has forgotten the pain and wants to come to me to inflict suffering upon themselves. Shui Bao, curious, asked, huh? So, miss, should I go and get the peach blossom pollen? She replied in surprise, get what? Peach blossom pollen? Has the crown prince been teasing you? Don't be so wicked. Shui Bao, hearing this, broke out in a sweat and called out, miss. Nam Cam waved her hand. Don't just stand there dumbfounded. Go grind the ink. Shui Bao replied, oh, a woman's heart is truly difficult to fathom, like searching for a needle at the bottom of the sea. In the study, paper had piled up on the floor. Nam Cam was still deep in thought, unsure what to write. She then began to write, braised beef served with shredded chicken, a delicious and rich flavor. After writing, she felt it was absolutely perfect, unrelated to suffering, yet full of the breath of life, making the conversation just formal enough without being too forced, and a good question to open the topic. Shui Bao, after reading the letter, gaped, oh my goodness, writing all afternoon, grinding ink until my hand is sore, just to ask what appetizers to have with the evening drinks. Nam Cam, extremely pleased, rolled up the letter and handed it to Shui Bao. Shui Bao quickly tied the letter to Dine Hai's leg. Nam Cam suddenly exclaimed, wait, I feel like something's missing. Shui Bao, hearing this, thought to herself, in the past, Miss also prepared this seriously. Every letter sent to the Crown Prince was carefully considered, but the end result was just thinking about how to tease and quickly kill him. But why is Miss doing this today? Unable to figure it out, Shui Bao looked at Nam Cam with confusion and hesitantly said, Miss, I think this letter is particularly good. The wording is good. The meaning is good. The writing is also very good. There's no need to revise it, is there? She nodded in agreement. But I still feel it's a bit plain. How about this? Take a jar of pear blossom wine. Wrap the letter tube in thin silk gauze. Let the wine's aroma infuse it for half an hour, and then send it. I've asked him this question, so I should also let him send over some authentic pear blossom wine, shouldn't I? Shui Bao, hearing this, replied wearily, yes, I understand. Is Miss sure that Dying Hai, after smelling this wine, will still be able to find the Shun Nan prince's residence? In Nam Cam's room, Meng Tianchu's servant entered, bowed, and said, Eldest Miss, my young master says that the city is currently unsafe. Women are being murdered, and someone has bought up all the goods from the cosmetic shops, silk shops, and perfume shops in Qingzhou City, saying there won't be any stock until after the 16th of the first lunar month. Now, the women are even more afraid to go out. Nam Cam listened quietly, a ripple of emotion stirring within her. It seemed Meng Tianchu had guessed that she was the one buying. The servant continued, I've digressed. Apparently, the braised food shop of the Zhu family was also bought out by a woman, and my young master, following her example, also bought up all the braised food. Nam Cam's lips curved slightly, a profound look in her eyes. She pondered silently, then slowly asked the servant, the tofu shop next to the Blue Hook Bridge, 3 zhang away, and the tea stall, aren't those also run by women? He hadn't just guessed. He was willing to lend her a hand, helping those women who had no choice but to work for a living. The servant puffed out his chest excitedly and replied, my young master said that whatever Miss wants to eat, he'll buy it all. Hearing this, Nam Cam couldn't help but laugh and murmur, he really is a silly landlord's son. Shui Bao, standing beside her, had a nostalgic glint in her eyes. She recalled the day Nam Cam and Meng Tianchu had a carriage race to see whose would fall into the water faster. Afterwards, Nam Cam, having to visit the most luxurious bathhouse in the capital, had said, you know, someone who knows how to spend money is me, your miss, and someone who doesn't know how to spend money is a landlord's son, right? Shui Bao, remembering this, thought to herself, it seems like a long time ago, Miss also said something similar. Only then it was full of disdain, but now there's a hint of shyness. A few days later, in the study, the air was still, filled only with the gentle scratching of a brush on paper. Nam Cam sat upright at the table, her hand holding the brush as she dipped it lightly into the inkstone. Elegant strokes flowed across the paper. Shui Bao stood by, quietly observing, while Jinghua swayed towards them, looking as tired as a mobile perch for other pigeons to land on. He lamented inwardly, from asking about snacks with wine, to what to cook tomorrow, to just agreeing to drink together already. Miss and the Crown Prince are going to work Dying Hai to death, having to use a whole team of pigeons taking turns delivering messages. Thinking of this, Jinghua unconsciously looked up at Dying Hai. Sure enough, the pigeon was lying on its back on the table, wings spread out as if complaining to the heavens. But after a moment, it regained its strength, flapping its wings and flying toward Shui Bao. Shui Bao chuckled softly, took the letter from its leg, and respectfully said, Mississippi. Nam Cam put down her brush and opened the letter. Candlelight illuminated the paper. The handwriting on it was like a spring breeze gently brushing across one's heart. The Lantern Festival is approaching, and the Imperial Guards cannot stop the dazzling display of lanterns and flowers. No matter how chaotic the situation, I invite only you to accompany me. Shui Bao quietly observed Nam Cam's expression and realized, these days, I've come to understand Mississippi. On the surface, she's like a proud flower, but deep down, her heart is probably already stirred. Young Master Shan so has visited before. Miss responded skillfully, but there was always an unspoken coldness. The Crown Prince has never visited, but just a few words in a letter are enough to make my Miss think about him all day. Oh well, during the husband selection in the 3rd month, flowers and grass will sprout. Warm spring will arrive, and the heart of a new bride will be filled with anticipation, having married the husband of her dreams. Thinking of this, Shui Bao secretly chuckled. Then, she gently asked Nam Cam, Miss, aren't you going to reply to the Crown Prince's letter? Nam Cam, having heard Shui Bao's question, replied, recalling a conversation from a few days prior. There haven't been any incidents in the city for a while now, and many young women are going out. With the Lantern Festival approaching, shouldn't we also go out to enjoy the festivities? Shui Bao responded enthusiastically, exactly. Besides Lian Xian and Thursday Nuong, no one else has been harmed. I think everything is all right now. So, Miss, the Crown Prince has invited us. Shall we go? Do we have to sneak out again? Hearing this, Nam Cam, remembering her confinement within the residence, said irritably, I'm not a criminal. How can they keep me locked up forever? In any case, I have to attend the family banquet for the Lantern Festival. Once I'm out of this courtyard, I'll have a reason to leave the residence. This time, we'll go out openly and properly. Shui Bao happily replied yes. All right, but miss, how should we explain this to the eldest young master? Nam Cam immediately began a plan, instructing Shui Bao. The full moon is on the 15th, and the 16th is also a good day. If there's an appointment, let's postpone it a bit. Perhaps he also has important matters to attend to on the 15th. After that, Jinghua entered and bowed, saying, Eldest miss, I've returned from the Green Gang and have learned some important news. It turns out that General Lan Lang has secretly departed and returned. Hearing this, Nam Cam clenched her hand and thought, in the husband selection in March, if I choose Mang Shan Su, it would just be a marriage between the adopted son of the prince's residence and a merchant's daughter. Meng Tian Qi wouldn't need to return. But if I choose Crown Prince Meng Tian Su, the meaning would be completely different. Nam Cam began to recall Meng Tian Su's family tree. The Shunan prince and princess had two biological children, the eldest daughter Meng Tian Qi, also known as General Lan Lang, and the crown prince Meng Tian Su. They also had an adopted son, Mang Shan Su, although from a different royal lineage. The crown princess would have to be entered into the family register, especially since it's her younger brother getting married. There's no reason for Meng Tian Qi not to return, and the court would certainly approve it. What makes her so sure that I will choose the crown prince? That she would secretly depart so early? So, she immediately turned to Jinghua and asked, is this news reliable? Jinghua immediately replied, 8 or 9 out of 10. The Green Gang brothers also engage in smuggling in their spare time. A few days ago, a military physician came to Jiangnan to prepare medicinal herbs. After drinking with him, he inadvertently revealed this information. Nam Cam gestured toward the nearby chair and said to Jinghua, sit down and tell me the details. Jinghua bowed and said, thank you, eldest Mississippi. Jinghua, holding their straw hat, sat down and began to recount the information they had gathered for Nam Cam. This military physician is in charge of medicinal herbs in General Lan Lang's camp. He said that the general suffered from a chill, and although their health has improved, if they stay in a cold place for too long, they still need to take medicine to dispel the cold. That's why he had to prepare the medicine for the general. After listening to Jinghua's story, Nam Cam pondered and murmured, with the climate in Nanjiang, there shouldn't be a need for cold-dispelling medicine. The prince's residence in Jinling and our Qingzhou city aren't that cold either. Could it be that the general will soon be going somewhere colder? Hearing this, Jinghua blurted out, the north. Nam Cam nodded and said, the north, perhaps the capital. If Meng Tian Qi wants to stay in the capital for a long time, it's probably not just a meet. The emperor, considering she also has a totem, it's likely about an arranged marriage. But Lu Qingshang and Wang Jie, you're clearly not qualified. Nan Hao Ting has even less of a chance. With her family background and status, the person who could be a match for her is... An image immediately appeared in her mind, and then she thought, this trip, the waters have become even murkier, impossible to see through, deep and bottomless. That night, Nam Cam tossed and turned in bed, thinking, darn it, my head is full of mysteries. I can't even sleep peacefully. This sleep-inducing treasure was brought back by her father, worth 1,000 gold pieces. But even with 1,000 gold pieces in hand, life and death are still in the hands of others. This feeling is truly too unpleasant. I had given myself 5 years to accumulate wealth and develop my power, planning to go from being rich thanks to my father to being self-made. But plans don't always keep up with changes. Looking at the current situation, 5 years is really too slow. She looked out the window and was startled. Is it almost dawn already? My beauty sleep is completely gone. With these dark circles, how can I go out on a date during the Lantern Festival? She recalled Jinghua's words. Eldest Miss, on the way back, I saw Eldest Miss Lu's carriage parading down a main street, making a big show. Seeing that scene, it's clear they're aiming for that day. Nam Cam muttered, that's right. Maybe I'll even run into Miss Lu. Rivals in love can't lose out on looks. She held her head and thought, wait, what did I just say? Rivals in love. She immediately pulled the blanket over her head and yelled, Nam Cam, eldest Miss Nam Cam, your mind is really broken. Go go to sleep, go to sleep. But after a while, she still couldn't fall asleep. She threw off the covers, sat up, and muttered, saying rivals in love isn't wrong either. If it's not dating, then it's like going to a matchmaking meeting. Every time someone comes, there's competition. If it's not rivals in love, is it just showing off? All right, I've thought it through. Time to sleep. So she lay down and went back to sleep. The next morning, outside, a group of carrier pigeons were strolling around. Inside the room, Shui Bao came to her and said, "Miss, you're up a bit later than usual today. The pigeons are already lined up." She replied, "No rush." She opened the letter. It read, "The Lantern Festival Rendezvous. Haven't you forgotten, miss? How about attending the Lantern Festival on the Yellow River? After dinner, there will be a flower boat chase. Or we could have tea at the small Ziguan, composing poems and admiring orchids. Not John Tea House, fragrant tea. If you still don't like those, I will focus on tending to this wound, which would be a good place to go. Just need to change into men's clothing." She smiled after reading it, then flipped the letter over. It continued, "Is something the matter? Eldest Miss tossed and turned last night and couldn't sleep, so perhaps she hasn't woken up yet. Could it be there's an appointment today? I brought 8 caddies of food for breakfast, which can also be considered lunch. These are a few refreshing and cooling dishes. Please eat more." She paused after reading this. A voice came from outside. "Is Miss awake? My young master said that Miss was too excited last night and couldn't sleep. Now it's too late for breakfast and too early for lunch, so he sent over some dishes for you. No need to reheat them. They're still warm." Hearing this, she angrily clenched the letters and thought, "Where did I put the remaining peach blossom pollen from last time?" Nam-Cam stood in front of the mirror while Shui Bao helped her dress. Shui Bao asked, "Miss, the Dongzhou pearls are so precious. Why are they attached to your shoes?" "Oh, look, every step you take they sparkle. They radiate the brilliant light of fine pearls. Because Lu Rudy likes to use Dongzhou pearls for her hairpins." Shui Bao fell silent after hearing this and began to assess her own Mississippi. Unexpectedly, the things Lu family's eldest miss wore in her hair, her own miss wanted to tread beneath her feet. The battle had begun before they even met. Nam-Cam clapped her hands and said, "Shui Bao, bring another set of men's clothing. Doesn't that sickly crown prince also want to go somewhere interesting?" Shui Bao then asked, "Yes, miss, but could it be dangerous?" She replied, "Even that sickly ghost isn't afraid. What do I have to worry about?" Shui Bao nodded after hearing this and said, "That's true." Nam-Cam suddenly remembered something and said, "Wait a minute, there's one more thing I want to ask you. Is there any news of eldest young master?" Shui Bao was startled and said, "Oh, yes, there is." The young girl took out a letter from her sleeve and handed it to Nam-Cam, saying this letter was personally sent by eldest young master. He said that he has important matters to attend to today and cannot accompany Miss to the Lantern Riddle event. But he has sent a few rabbit lanterns and also a tray of exquisite pastries from Guangyuan restaurant, all of Mrs. favorites. "Oh, eldest young master is quite thoughtful, but I'm afraid he'll be heartbroken. He's actually very good." She opened the letter and thought to herself, "Will Mang Shanshan make a move today?" Nam-Cam put the letter away and instructed Shui Bao, "Tell Jing Hua to go to the Lu residence. Be a bit arrogant. Then tell Lu Rudy that someone will be confessing their love at Peach Blossom Pond at the 3rd watch tonight. And then go find Mang Shanshan and leave a message saying that the pastries are missing among bean cake. Invite him to deliver it after he's finished with his business." Shui Bao was taken aback and asked, "Miss, isn't this giving Lu family's eldest miss a chance to disturb you and the crown prince? An eldest young master, why are you ordering him around like this? Isn't this too arrogant and willful?" She asked coldly, "Arrogant, willful, that's me. I'm afraid I'm not arrogant enough, not willful enough." Nam-Cam was extremely pleased with Shui Bao's assessment. Shui Bao replied, "Yes, I understand, Mississippi. Lu Rudy will definitely dress up elaborately and grandly for the appointment. We must prepare in advance. Miss, should I ask the steward to call some people?" She said, "Silly, does your miss need to resort to using a crowd tactic? I have other ways." That evening at Peach Blossom Pond, Nam-Cam was sitting inside drinking tea, while Shui Bao met another servant girl outside. Shui Bao then went in and reported, "Miss, Lu family's eldest miss has arrived." Nam-Cam nodded and said, "Invite her to the tea pavilion first." Inside the room, she turned to Mang Tianshu and asked, "Crown Prince, why don't you go to the elegant pavilion and rest for a bit?" He pondered. The elegant pavilion and the tea pavilion were only separated by a green bamboo wall. What was Nam-Cam scheming again? However, he still stood up. Shui Bao immediately said, "This way, Crown Prince." He thought to himself, fine, it's just playing along with her a little. Nam Cam, inside the room, rested her chin in her hand, watching Meng Tianxu walk out. Outside, Lu Rudy had also arrived with a line of maids. Shui Bao said, "Please wait here for a moment." Eldest Miss Lu sat down arrogantly and said, "Outside, it's all green bamboo and silk screens," pretending to be elegant. But inside, isn't it just extravagant and wasteful? Silks and satins everywhere. Ruodan, what do you think? Ruodan looked around and thought to herself, rich, luxurious, but no sense of coordination, tasteless, yet strangely in line with the young Mrs. preferences. So I can't criticize it too much, it'll anger her. So Ruodan bowed and said, "Nothing special, but not bad either. Young Miss still has better taste." Lu Ruodi snorted after hearing this. Chao Feng is only so. She thought happily, in terms of wealth and taste, I'm still a level above Nam Cam. At this moment, in the next room, Shui Bao watched eldest Miss Lu through a small tube in the wall and said, Eldest Miss Lu has started drinking tea." Nam Cam nodded and replied, "Let her wait until she loses her patience. Then we'll go." Shui Bao's expression, as she was watching through the wall, suddenly changed in surprise. She covered the peephole and exclaimed, "Miss." Nam Cam asked, "Why are you so flustered?" It turned out that in the next room, Meng Tianxu was taking off his clothes, revealing his firm chest. Shui Bao cried out in a panic. The next room, the crown prince is undressing and getting into the water. Shui Bao covered her eyes in embarrassment. Nam Cam was startled upon hearing this. She looked at Shui Bao and thought to herself, unexpectedly, you can peep into the tea house here, and naturally you can also... She coughed and stood up. "Let me see." Shui Bao was extremely puzzled after hearing this, beginning to suspect my young Mrs. motives aren't pure. She then awkwardly explained, "I'll just take a quick look. I heard the crown prince doesn't know how to swim. Don't want him to drown. Whether he's capable or not, I'm definitely not just going to watch that, you know." Shui Bao was sweating profusely after hearing this explanation. "Miss?" On the other side, eldest Miss Lu impatiently slammed her cup on the table and scolded, "What's this about someone wanting to confess their love at Peach Blossom Pond at the third quarter of the hour of the dog? Tianshu Gij won't like her." She thought angrily. Tianshu Gij respects elder brother so much. He probably just doesn't want Shan Gij to marry such a worthless woman as his wife. So he took her away. Unexpectedly, because of this, he was forced into choosing a spouse in the third month. It must be Nam Cam's doing. Moreover, all of Jinling knows that the Lu family will have the crown princess. That bitch Nam Cam, what is she relying on? At this moment, Nam Cam calmly walked in and said, "Miss Lu, you are a guest. Although I don't necessarily have to welcome you, you can relax a bit. Don't feel too constrained." Eldest Miss Lu glared at her angrily, then was helped up and said, "Where's the crown prince? I want to see him." Nam Cam smiled and sat down. "Where's young Master Ching Shang? I also want to see him." Eldest Miss Lu angrily asked, "Why do you want to see my brother?" Nam Cam asked her back, "Then why do you want to see my future husband?" Eldest Miss Lu angrily scolded after hearing this. "Nam Cam, you're truly shameless. An unmarried young lady already speaks of her future husband so casually. Did your parents teach you any manners or propriety?" Nam Cam smiled and replied, "That was a slip of the tongue. Let me rephrase. Miss Lu, why do you want to see my future uncle?" Eldest Miss Lu, upon hearing this, scolded her. Nam Cam thought to herself, even if he's not my future fiancé, he's still my future uncle. In terms of closeness, he's a bit closer than eldest Miss Lu. Eldest Miss Lu glared at Nam Cam, thinking, Nam Cam absolutely cannot become the crown princess, but even if she becomes my future sister-in-law, it's enough to disgust me. So, she sat back down angrily. Nam Cam picked up her teacup and took a sip, thinking, speechless. When it comes to eloquence, Lu Ruodi is just mediocre. Meanwhile, Meng Tianxu was bathing next door. Even if this noble lady dropped her fake gentleness, she wouldn't be able to hold her own against the quick-witted Nam Cam. Inside the tea room, Nam Cam said, "I heard you and the Crown Prince are childhood sweethearts. Since we're here for entertainment, I'll be the host and treat you both well. Let's not spoil the harmony of the Lantern Festival." Eldest Miss Lu smiled and replied, "Tianshu Gij likes to drink pear blossom wine and eat Jinling corn cakes. I brought them with me on this trip to Qingzhou City. They won't be as good after tomorrow's Lantern Festival." She thought to herself, she must be jealous. Jealous of my childhood affection with Tinshu Gij. Nam-Kam smiled. Good food is important, of course we can't delay, but the crown prince is still bathing. Perhaps Miss Lu should also bathe and wash off the dirt. Meng Tianxiu, who was bathing nearby, paused when he heard this. Eldest Miss Lu immediately scolded. Miss Nam, be careful with your words. The crown prince doesn't have any dirt on him. Nam-Kam thought after hearing this. Yeah, right. Never mind ordinary people. Even if the 9 heavenly goddesses descended, they'd still get dirty. Meng Tianxiu, finding the conversation had gone too far, slammed something angrily, startling both women in the tea house. Nam-Kam wisely shut her mouth and immediately turned to ask eldest Miss Lu. Miss Lu, are you satisfied with this tea and my demeanor? She thought to herself. Enough small talk. Time to start the face slapping. Eldest Miss Lu looked down at her teacup and thought. In this chilly spring weather, this sweet rose tea, so well preserved, is truly rare. Nam-Kam must have brought out her best to avoid being completely humiliated when facing me. Eldest Miss Lu put down her teacup and said, it's passable. Nam-Kam chuckled. That's good. It's just some ordinary stuff. At my spending level, it would be hard to find a second set to serve you in a short time. Eldest Miss Lu paused after hearing this and asked, what do you mean? At this moment, the door opened and a line of maids carrying items entered the room. Eldest Miss Lu became wary and asked, what's the need to display this trash? Just to fit the setting? If word gets out, it'll damage your reputation as the eldest miss of the Nam family. Eldest Miss Lu started to become defensive while Nam-Kam sneered and asked, trash? Miss Lu, why don't you ask someone who knows quality before you speak? She then glanced at eldest Miss Lu's servants, startling them. Ruo Dan thought, our miss has lost, and it's a crushing defeat. The Tianchi Mountain Rush cushion, the tribute dragon-patterned silk carpet. The most precious item is Miss Nam-Kam's tea set. If I'm not mistaken, it's the beloved possession of the late Yongchang princess of the previous dynasty. Priceless. So Ruo Dan approached and said, Miss. Eldest Miss Lu thought to herself, I can only tell Miss that the outcome is already decided. Don't drag this out any further. Hearing Ruo Dan, eldest Miss Lu, who was quite arrogant, thought, you've already lost. You were completely outmatched. So she stood up angrily and asked, what nonsense are you talking about? Then Lu Ruodi angrily turned and slapped Ruo Dan. If I say it's trash, it's trash. Even good things are fake, counterfeit. Nam-Kam waved her hand. Eldest Miss Lu, don't be angry. As you said, even good things are counterfeit, so there's no need for such anger. Having your maids spread this around will only damage your reputation. Eldest Miss Lu angrily asked, has the crown prince arrived? I want to see him. Nam-Kam quickly replied, the crown prince? All right, let me ask for you. She turned towards the next room and asked, Your Highness, are you finished bathing? Do you like my refined taste? Hearing this, Lu Ruodi was startled and turned her head. At that moment, Meng Tianxiu emerged from the bamboo grove, pushing open the door and saying, it's passable. Eldest Miss Lu was stunned upon seeing Meng Tianxiu. My Tianxiu Gij, were you bathing here? Then Meng Tianxiu entered, sat down, and drank some tea. Eldest Miss Lu blushed and shyly gazed at him. Seeing this, Nam-Kam thought to herself, I've heard of his reputation as the most handsome man in the 9 provinces, but is he really that good-looking? She began to glance at Meng Tianxiu. Appraising him, he does seem quite handsome. Meng Tianxiu set down his teacup and asked, well, eldest Miss Lu, blushing, replied, it's all right. Sweet and pleasant, just a little less intense than the Ziyang tea from Jinling. Nam-Kam, hearing this, responded, passable. His figure isn't bad, haven't seen all of it, but doesn't seem particularly captivating. Eldest Miss Lu was furious. How can you say such things? Meng Tianxiu, hearing her assessment, coughed. Nam-Kam feigned embarrassment. The crown prince asked, I was just being honest. Unless he didn't ask about this. Meng Tianxiu waved his hand dismissively enough. Thank you, eldest Miss Nam, for your praise. It's not easy for this prince to catch your eye. She immediately smiled brightly and replied, don't mention it, don't mention it. Eldest Miss Lu interjected, Tianxiu Gij, it's been so long since you've been to Qingzhou City. Today is the Lantern Festival. Shall we go solve lantern riddles, drink wine, and eat snacks? Meng Tianxiu frowned. Qingzhou City isn't safe. What are you doing here? Eldest Miss Lu replied, Big brother Shan Shi is marrying the crown prince. Of course, I had to come. The prince is treating big brother Shanxi unfairly, saying he's marrying the crown prince, but holding the wedding ceremony at the Qingzhou villa. People who don't know any better would think he's marrying into the Nam family. Nam Cam, who was eating snacks, turned and asked, "Hey, crown prince, if I chose you, would the wedding also be held in Qingzhou City? My father wouldn't bear to let me marry so far away to Jinling." Eldest Miss Lu, hearing this, angrily scolded, "Your marriage with big brother Shanxi has long been settled. You're just a merchant's daughter. Marrying the adopted son of the prince's manor isn't good enough for you? What makes you think you deserve to be the crown princess?" Meng Tianxiu, hearing this, said angrily, "Ruodi." Nam Cam clapped her hands and asked, "Eldest Miss Lu, I seem to recall your father only donated enough to buy a position as an imperial attendant, not even as high as my father's. When it comes to business, my family are imperial attendants appointed by the emperor himself, the wealthiest merchants in Jiangnan, while your family, it seems your ancestors accumulated virtue just to squeeze into the ranks of the four great families." Nam Cam stood up and coldly asked, "One final point, I am the legitimate eldest miss of the Nam family. While you, although you are the eldest miss, it seems you are merely a concubine's daughter raised under the guise of the legitimate wife." Eldest Miss Lu, after hearing this, angrily retorted, "Nam Cam, you're crazy." Nam Cam replied, "In short, I have a choice, while you do not. Even if I don't choose someone, it doesn't mean that person will choose you." Hearing this, Eldest Miss Lu angrily burst into tears, pointing at Nam Cam and crying, "Brother Tianxiu, she's bullying me." Nam Cam paused, then pushed her hand away, saying, "How is this bullying? I'm acting as your future sister-in-law, educating you in advance." Meng Tianxiu froze upon hearing the words sister-in-law. Nam Cam took a handkerchief and wiped Eldest Miss Lu's face, saying, "All right, hurry home and hide. Don't go out and embarrass yourself further. Otherwise, I'll have someone write about today's events into a story and tell it day and night in the tea houses. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed?" Eldest Miss Lu looked frightened after hearing this. Nam Cam continued, "Good. It's good that you're afraid. Don't go out under any circumstances. Wait until the wedding day to attend the banquet." Eldest Miss Lu nodded and asked, "You really won't choose my brother Tianxiu?" Nam Cam sighed, "Silly girl. Why do you believe everything I say?" Hearing this, Eldest Miss Lu became even more furious and ran out, shouting, "Nam Cam, you're too much. I'm going home." Seeing Eldest Miss Lu like this, Nam Cam thought, this girl will probably be obedient for a while now, staying home and saving face. After this blows over, she can have whoever she wants. Meng Tianxiu then accompanied Nam Cam outside to see Eldest Miss Lu off. Meng Tianxiu asked, "So, do you really want to be my sister-in-law?" She retorted, "What if I don't?" Meng Tianxiu turned back and asked her, "Then why did you only accept my invitation for the Lantern Festival?" She replied, "Who said that?" Just then, Shui Bao arrived and bowed. "Miss, eldest young master has arrived. He bought the pastries you wanted and is waiting outside." Nam Cam asked, "Did you see Lu Ruodi?" Shui Bao replied, "Yes, Mississippi." But eldest Miss Lu was very upset and left without greeting. Nam Cam nodded. "Good. Just say I'm still bathing. It'll take at least an hour anyway. Invite eldest young master to wait in the main hall and serve him some good tea." Shui Bao immediately nodded. "Yes, Mississippi." Nam Cam thought to herself, delaying Meng Shanxi for an hour. Can Lu Ruodi get home safely? She turned and asked, "Your Highness, didn't you say you wanted to take me somewhere nice? An hour should be enough time for a round trip, right?" Meng Tianxiu, after hearing this, took a lantern and led her to a place and said, "This is one of the entrances to the underground city of Qingzhou." Nam Cam asked in surprise, "The underground city? Quite a surprise, isn't it?" Looking at her male attire, she had assumed Meng Tianxiu wanted her to dress like a man to go to a brothel or a gambling den. Meng Tianxiu stepped down and said, "Stay close. The underground is complicated. Getting lost down here is dangerous." She asked, "You seem very familiar with this place." Meng Tianxiu replied, "You could say that." She looked at him and thought, "Why is Meng Tianxiu bringing me here? What connection does he have to the underground city?" This is the underground water pipe system of Qingzhou City. It said these pipes are incredibly complex, forming a vast underground city. And who knows since when, but daredevils, wanderers, or important criminals wanted by the court have fled here to escape the pursuit of officials. Over the years, with so many people here, a powerful organization has gradually emerged, formed by the underground city lord and the Enian Hall under his control. It's said the city lord is incredibly mysterious, holding absolute power in the underground city and also wielding influence above ground. So the court turns a blind eye to the existence of the underground city. Meng Tianshu led Nam Cam to the entrance, then set down the lantern. Nam Cam gasped, astonished by the noisy and bustling scene inside. Nam Cam then asked, "Your Highness, why have you brought me here?" He replied, "To investigate a case." Hearing this, Nam Cam paused. Entering, she thought, in such a mixed-up place like this, it's better to stay close to Meng Tianshu. Inside, someone yelled, "Nian San, get out here. I'm going to kill you today, you bastard. If you have the guts, don't hide." The man called Nian San cried out, my lady, please let me explain. Explain my ass." As soon as she finished speaking, a cleaver flew out, landing right in front of Nam Cam, making her ask in fright, "Do you not have to pay for murder here?" Meng Tianshu pulled her away and said, "Kill your husband and remarry quickly." She was startled. What? He lifted her away, just as a man was sent flying, crashing into a pillar where she had just been standing. He glanced over, panting, and seeing Nam Cam staring intently at the man, immediately covered her eyes and asked, "Aren't you afraid of getting a sty?" She replied, "When my uncle was bathing, I, your sister-in-law, peeked. If I were to get a sty, I would have gotten one long ago. This time won't make a difference." Hearing this, Meng Tianshu flicked her forehead. Annoyed, she thought, he can't win an argument, so he resorts to violence. He warned, "Sister-in-law, be careful. This is the underground city. There are no boundaries between men and women, no laws regarding life and death. All the rules above ground are useless here." Nam Cam thought, that sister-in-law sounds so sarcastic. It's completely out of personal revenge. She asked, "Did you trick me into coming here just to intimidate me?" He replied, "Initially, no, but looking at the current effect, it's not bad, is it?" She angrily scolded Meng Tianshu. He leaned against the wall and said shamelessly, "Sister-in-law, please forgive me. I'm not feeling well and need to rest for a bit." Furious, she turned around. "Then you rest. I'll be going now." At that moment, the man from earlier ran past, bumping into her. The woman with the cleaver also shoved her move. She thought, damn it. Meng Tianshu caught her from behind. "Looking like this, how can you still be my sister-in-law?" He knew in his heart that some titles, even in jest, should not be used. She immediately straightened her clothes and asked, "If I'm not your sister-in-law, then I can only be your princess. Do you understand that in your heart?" He smiled and nodded. "Yes, I know." He hadn't wanted her to be his sister-in-law before because he hadn't wanted any relationship with this woman. Right now, my reluctance for her to become my sister-in-law stems entirely from selfish reasons. I don't like it, I don't want it, but I also can't bear it. He turned away, embarrassed, and said, "Let's go. Time for the main event." She, equally embarrassed, replied, "Oh," and followed him. They arrived at a secluded residence. Qin Sheng, upon seeing him, called out, "Master." Meng Tianshu, startled at the sight, thought, "Qin Sheng." He gave a non-committal hum and asked, "Has he arrived?" Qin Sheng replied, "Yes, master. I've been following him for 3 days." He indeed went to the underground city to search for her. Meng Tianshu allowed me to come along, saying it was to investigate the case. So this person must be connected to the skinning murders. Meng Shanshan is being held back at Tap Fong Chi. So the person who could be going to the underground city at this time would be... She asked Wang Jiao. Meng Tianshu replied, "This Yunlai Hui is an auction held in the underground city of Qingzhou. It's organized during the Shangyuan and Mid-Autumn festivals. The items auctioned are unrestricted in type, but they are all rare and hard to find." Nam Cam thought, so Wang Jiao wants to go there to find a missing piece of human skin from the Wang family? Or has he already found a clue? But the information I overheard that day can't be revealed yet, or it will implicate Meng Shanshan. I still haven't figured out how to tell Meng Tianshu that the older brother he respects is actually one of Jing Han's men. Besides, I have no proof. Even if I told him, he might not believe me. She feigned ignorance and asked, "What does this auction have to do with the case?" Meng Tianshu explained, "The Wang family lost something. His return from Longxi to Zhongyuan is probably also because of this." Qin Sheng discovered that a few days ago, someone used a flying dart message pinned to Wang Jiao's door, demanding he buy back an item for 1,000 gold and meet at the Yun Lai Hui. Whether it's true or not, it's at least a lead. She asked, the Wang family losing something, what does that have to do with the case? Could Wang Jiao be the murderer? He sighed. She's been quiet for so long. Is she thinking about what to eat later? Nam Cam froze. Thinking, it seems playing dumb in front of Meng Tianxiu isn't working. He must have guessed I'm still hiding something from him. He continued, Nam Cam, I was wrong at Hongju Lu last time. So this time, in the underground city, I'm bringing you along. Instead of stopping you, protecting you, I'd rather be by your side and investigate until everything is clear. She asked, everything is clear? He looked at her and replied, you just need to know that I'm on your side, so you can choose to trust me. Nam Cam blushed and quickly ran inside, asking, then what are we waiting for? If we're late and there's no room, I don't want to have to stand. Meng Tianxiu smiled, watching her go. Inside the auction house, everyone was chattering noisily. Nam Cam entered the crowded space and asked here. He replied, yes, it's about to begin. Just then, someone passing by said, excuse me, coming through. She glanced back, and Meng Tianxiu quickly pulled her close. She replied, thank you. She heard a heart beating rapidly behind her and thought in surprise, is that Meng Tianxiu's heartbeat? Wait a minute, this position is a bit intimate. She moved away from him slightly. He immediately told her, I told you this is the underground city. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Young miss, don't be afraid. Outside or here, you have to choose at least one place. After hearing this, she asked, being this close, aren't you afraid I'll use my peach blossom powder? He replied, you've harmed yourself enough times with that. I thought you would have learned your lesson by now. She coughed lightly and said, naturally, naturally. Looking at him, she thought to herself, since we've reconciled, I'll let him off the hook this time. No powder, but I'll still keep it prepared in my pouch. This concludes this episode. If you enjoyed it, please give it a like and a share, so I'll be motivated to make more videos. Remember to subscribe to watch the next episodes. Have an energetic day.